Chapter 1. Nighttime in Konoha. All was quiet and tranquil in Konoha as the moon loomed over the night sky, but that peace was suddenly interrupted by a scream of anguish that lurked from a small apartment complex. A raven-haired woman was squirming in the bed as she remembered that fateful day that had been burned into her brain. Beside her was a blonde who was about half her age. He tried to wake her up from her sorrow as she screamed away at the torment that enveloped her. The blonde shook her to try and calm her down. After 10 minutes, the raven-haired woman woke up and looked to her love. She ran into his arms and cried as she remembered the event. The dream, or rather, that nightmare again? He asked her as he wrapped his hands around her. She nodded as the tears flowed down her eyes. The blonde looked at her, then at the ceiling. "I won't forgive you, damn it, I cannot forgive you," he said as his eyes flared up in anger. Flashback. The people of Konoha came to the Hokage mansion. All lights were flaring as the village turned its spotlight onto the top of the mansion. The moon bled red as the Hokage showed up to the top of the mansion with his advisor. As he arrived to the top, he chuckled at the sight of his two captives. Both looked at him with killer intent as he walked towards them. "Damn it, Sasuke, let us go so I can kick your emo ass," Naruto said as he stared in rage at the Rokudaime Hokage. Sasuke smiled to his captive and laughed evilly as he walked past him. "You're the demon here, not me. I am doing the world a service," he said as he faced the crowd of Konoha civilians. "People of Konoha, we have spent all our lives in fear of the demon here and his bitch," Sasuke shouted to the crowd. People cheered and yelled as they shouted for their Hokage. "But now we will end the lives and spawn of these demons who seek to torment us," he said as he motioned his hand to the back. His pink advisor came with a baby cradled into her arms sleeping soundly. Naruto looked up to see it was his daughter, Kurumi Uzumaki. Naruto thrashed around violently trying to get free. "Sasuke, don't you dare, I will kill you," he said as his raven-haired lover looked up. She saw her precious child in the arms of one of the Uchiha's most loyal followers, Sakura Haruno. In rage, she screamed. "Let my child go, give her back," Shizune shouted as everyone laughed at the two. Sasuke motioned to the crowd of people. "Do you see this? Haha, demons show compassion for their cubs," he said as Sakura brought the child forward. "Here you go, Sasuke-sama," Sakura said with an evil smile. Sasuke took the blonde-haired child in his arms and shook it awake. The couple was paralyzed with rage as they saw their child cry for comfort. "Please give her back, don't do this," Shizune said as she cried for her child to be spared. Her eyes were red from all the crying she had endured. Naruto was nearly losing his sanity. He felt powerless as the joy of his life was screaming and crying in the hands of Sasuke. "People of Konoha, behold the spawn of the demons," he shouted as he held the baby in the air. The people all hissed and booed as they threw random objects trying to injure the child. Naruto watching in tears, he saw rocks hit his child and made the baby bleed a little. His eyes were red as he held his head down in torture at the event taking place. Sasuke continued his torment. "We will rid ourselves of the demon tonight," he shouted. All of Konoha had rejoiced at the hearing of their Hokage. Naruto and Shizune looked up in terror as they heard his words. "Sasuke, don't you dare do it, you bastard," Naruto shouted at him. Shizune was still crying at the sight of her child being injured. "Please leave our child alone, please take us," she bowed to the ground as everyone sneered and laughed at her. Sasuke turned to the people. "This ends today," he said as he threw the baby into the air. Naruto and Shizune had faces of anger, sadness, and shock as they saw their innocent child tossed into the air crying. The child came falling back down as it got impaled by Sasuke's Chidori. Shizune lost her mind at the incident. "No," she screamed as she tried to cry, but her tears refused to come out anymore. Naruto's eyes glowed red as he heard his child scream in pain and then die not a second later. Sasuke smiled as he dropped, letting it fall. As the baby was in the middle of the air, Sasuke jumped off the ledge and impaled the child into the ground and smiled. The child was beaten to death as the citizens laughed. The child's blood leaked out on the ground and people began to hit the child even though it was already dead. Sasuke returned to the top of the ledge and smiled. "Yes, revel in the demon spawn's death, let the heavens know we are just," he said as he turned to the couple and saw their heartbroken expressions. Naruto was seething mad as he was about to unleash all hell on Konoha, but he stopped for a second as his love motioned for him. Sniffling Naruto-kun, Shizune said to him. She looked up at him. Her eyes were still red, but were devoid of any tears. She let the anger take over her. She was so angry that she didn't even have to show the emotion. "Are you okay, Shizune-chan?" Naruto asked as he leaned next to his love. Shizune looked at him. "End them, kill them, destroy them, I want everyone and everything in this village killed, I want our child back in my arms," Shizune said as she put her head back down. Naruto looked at his raven-haired beauty and leaned in close to her. She looked up to see Naruto give her a deep kiss and part from her. He looked at her. "No one will leave here alive," he said as he ripped his and her ropes. The next few minutes were all disastrous, as Naruto and Shizune went on a rampage and destroyed any citizen of Konoha, no matter who it was. All hell broke loose as they covered the entire streets of Konoha in blood. Before both knew it, they were in front of the Kyuubi's gate with the seal on it. Naruto saw Shizune next to him and got her up. The Kyuubi looked at Naruto and frowned. "Do you hate the village? Do you hate its people?" he bellowed from the gate. Naruto immediately nodded as the Kyuubi smirked. "I will give you one more chance for revenge. You will go back in time and will change your future, but your stamina reserves to perform most of your jutsus will be the same as that day, is that okay?" he said. Naruto looked up and had his eyes red. "A small price to pay for our revenge," he said as the Kyuubi smiled. His chakra leaked from outside the seal and wrapped them all in darkness. Naruto grabbed Shizune as they landed to an open spot in Konoha. Naruto was back to being a kid as Shizune was back to in her 30s. Naruto woke up Shizune. She was shocked at the change until Naruto explained everything to her. She smiled as she wanted her revenge. Naruto smiled also. "This place will burn," Shizune said. "Nothing will be left standing," Naruto added as they walked back to Naruto's former apartment. Flashback end. "Naruto, we are going to kill them, right?" Shizune asked with her eyes still red. Naruto brought her close. "No one will be left alive," he said as he comforted her. Shizune smiled as she slept quietly in her blonde's arms. Naruto stayed awake to remember the events that transpired. Flashback. "Naruto-kun, dinner is ready," Shizune said with a smile as she prepared the plates. Naruto showed up moments later with Kurumi in his arms. "Thank you very much, Shizune-chan," he said as he gave her a quick kiss. Both sat down to eat as Shizune feed their child. Suddenly Ninja appeared and immediately captured the two and tied them up. Before they could react, Naruto and Shizune was captured, taken out of their home. "Hey, what the hell are you doing? Let us go, the Hokage will get you for this," he shouted as his captives looked at him. "Lord Hokage has ordered this," they said, shocking the two. "What did we do to deserve this?" Shizune commanded. "You were born," they said as they carried out Naruto and Shizune's child. "No, Kurumi, leave our child alone," Shizune yelled as they were dragged to the cage mansion. Flashback end. Naruto was now even more pissed at the events that had transpired in just one day. He looked at Shizune sleep soundly and walked towards the window. "Just you wait, Sasuke, I will show you in this damn village what happens when you hurt my loved ones," Naruto said as he had a mad expression and closed the curtains. Naruto and Shizune's anger is now directed at Konoha. How will this change their fate? Chapter 2. Tomorrow morning. Naruto woke up the morning sun as he got out of his bed. He stretched and took in the morning air and smiled. His smile instantly faded to a frown as he realized where he was. He was in the place he resented with all his might. The place that took his daughter from him and Shizune. That damned village called Konoha. Naruto suddenly had an evil smile on his face. "Today is a good day for revenge," he said to himself. He turned to see his wife was still sleeping. She had an evil smirk on her face suggesting she was have a pleasant dream of dissecting the insects of Konoha as they screamed for their lives. As Naruto looked at her, he suddenly pondered. Wait, if this is the past, why isn't Shizune with Tsunade right now? Naruto asked himself. The Kyuubi smirked at his question. He decided to answer. Oh, that well, this is a little different, it will follow the original timeline, but in this one Shizune there didn't go with Tsunade and stayed in the village, Kyuubi explained to Naruto. Naruto smirked as he gladly accepted the answer. Thank you for the explanation, Naruto said to the Kyuubi. Kyuubi nodded though Naruto couldn't see it. He had one more piece of information. I unknowingly to this damn village signed her up as academy student, you should have her use a genjutsu to fool the Hokage and the village, he suggested to Naruto. Naruto smiled evilly and took the Kyuubi's advice. Shizune woke up from her dream. She looked up to see her lover with an evil smile across his face. She suddenly smiled as she walked over to him. "It appears you are awake," Naruto said as his raven-haired lover draped her arms over her husband. "I can't wait to start the day," Shizune said with an evil chuckle. Naruto nodded as he turned to Shizune. He gave her a kiss that she loved so much. As he parted, he told her all the suggestions that the Kyuubi gave to Naruto. Shizune smiled at the suggestions. She was more than happy to do them. She activated her genjutsu and appeared as a 12 years old. Naruto commented on how cute she looked. She smirked and they ran out the door. Academy grounds. Iruka groaned as he looked at the student list. He checked over everyone's name and started to check of the list. As he went over the student list, Iruka sighed as he heard loud shouting from outside. "Not again," he face-palmed as he looked out the window. "Get out of the damn way, Ino pig, Sasuke is mine," said a pink academy student with a vein on her head. "Shut up, billboard, Sasuke is only for me," said girl with yellow hair wrapped into a ponytail. Iruka sighed as he saw the usual bickers of Sasuke's fangirls. "Sakura and Ino again, huh," he said to himself. They were always annoying, but the founders were the biggest problem. He then looked over to Sasuke, who was ignoring the two and dazing off into space, but if someone looked close enough, they could see the emo king smirk at the attention he was getting. Iruka signed again and went back to work on the papers for the class. Academy starts. "Alright everyone sit down," Iruka said with his assistant Mizuki. Everyone sat in their respective seats, though it took a while with Sakura and Ino fighting over who gets to sit next to Sasuke. As peace was finally restored, Iruka began roll call. "Akaza Mizuki, Hario Shuguri," Iruka said as everyone stated their presence in the class. He went down the list. "Naruto Uzumaki," he said to everyone. There was no reply. "Naruto Uzumaki," he said a little louder. After a few seconds, Naruto walked into the classroom. Everyone was a little shocked. He wasn't the same Naruto that they knew. He wasn't wearing his ridiculously yellow jumpsuit, was wearing a black shirt with black jeans. What really surprised everyone was that Naruto had someone holding his arm. Everyone looked in shock at the raven-haired girl who had her body all over Naruto's arm. Some of the guys thought she was cute. The girls thought she was insane for loving Naruto and not their praised Sasuke. "Hey Iruka-sensei, sorry I am late," Naruto said as he noticed the stares he and Shizune got. Iruka was shocked too, but decided to write it off. Naruto and Shizune walked up to the back area and filled the corner. "Okay, on with the roll call," Iruka said as everyone yelled their presence. "Shizune Kato," he yelled. Shizune stood up beside Naruto and yelled. Iruka nodded and took note. Everyone turned to the couple in realization. Shizune looked down at the students and glared at them like they were insects. Everyone turned away afraid. Iruka began with his lesson on the Second Great Ninja War. He stated how the battle took place and some of the shinobi who were present including the Sannin. The class took about an hour and 15 minutes. Naruto and Shizune looked bored because of the fact that they already knew all this information. Class ended and Mizuki took everyone outside for taijutsu practice. Everyone exited the school as they arrived at a dojo used by the academy. Everyone gathered around except Naruto and Shizune, who were on the swing set Naruto used as a child. Shizune sat on Naruto's lap as Naruto wrapped his hands around Shizune. Both looked at the group of academy students in disdain. They didn't hate everyone, but most of them. They didn't hate anyone of the rookie 9 except Sakura, Ino, and of course Sasuke along with his fangirls. Mizuki explained that the students will be doing one-on-one matches to test their taijutsu. Everyone nodded except Sasuke. "Please, why should I learn? I am already the best," Sasuke said as he smirked. His fangirls immediately agreed as they turned to Mizuki. "That's right, give Sasuke someone of his potential," they girls shouted at Mizuki. He was about to turn them down until he heard a lifesaver. "Please, his ass is too weak for this village," Shizune said more to herself than them. All the guys and girls turned around and looked shocked. No girl had even insulted Sasuke until today. All the girls fumed, but Sakura walked up to the couple who were smirking. "What was that bitch?" Sakura said, cracking her knuckles. Shizune and Naruto weren't intimidated one bit. "I said his ass is too weak for the village," Shizune said again. Sasuke fumed a little as he gritted his teeth. Shizune continued her barrage of insults. This felt like therapy for her. Why do you think that his whole family was killed in a single night? They couldn't even beat one person. They are weak asses, Shizune said to the still angry fangirls. My Naruto-kun is much stronger than that emo Sasuke, Shizune said to the people. Sakura lost it. To have Sasuke compared to Naruto was an insult. Mizuki saw this and smirked. He decided on the two to fight. Well then, let's see Sakura versus Shizune, Mizuki said. Sakura smiled as she knew she was going to torment this girl. Shizune smiled also. She then went to her thoughts. Oh, this is gonna be real therapy, she said as she got up and followed Sakura to the dojo. Naruto smiled evilly as he walked with them. Everyone entered the dojo and sat at the entrance. Naruto sat at the opposite end with Shizune. They smirked to each other. Can I kill her now? Shizune asked. Naruto smiled. No, you can't, not yet, that is letting them off, just injure her a lot and damage her ego, Naruto said as he smiled evilly. Shizune nodded and went to the mat. Sakura followed. Sasuke, watch me win this fight, Sakura yelled to Sasuke. He ignored her but paid attention to the match. Mizuki stood in the center and began the match. One-on-one match, Sakura versus Shizune, begin, he said as he backed away. Both girls looked at each other and waited. After a few seconds, Sakura ran forward with her fist looking to end this fight fast and go back to Sasuke. Shizune didn't assume a stance and waited. As Sakura's fist landed in Shizune's face, it made a loud noise. All the kids were startled. They thought that Shizune was out cold and the fight was over. Sakura smirked at her first hit. She turned to Shizune, who stood still. Suddenly Shizune smirked. She kicked Sakura in the stomach and propelled her across the mat. Sakura fell to the floor and clutched her stomach in pain. Shizune laughed. You called it a punch, you really do suck, she said to a fuming Sakura, who got up and charged again. Shizune decided for her therapy to begin. Shizune ran forward at an extreme speed and slammed Sakura into the stomach again, knocking the wind out of her. As Sakura fell again, Shizune laughed. Sakura got up again, but her head met Shizune's fist as she was slammed back into the ground. Shizune picked Sakura up and kicked her into the stomach, sending her into the air. Sakura screamed as she was sent into the air. Shizune jumped up and appeared above her. Now to feel relief for a while, Shizune said as she planted her foot into Sakura's stomach and sent her down to the floor. All the kids were shocked. Sakura, one of the best taijutsu students in class, was getting her ass kicked like she was a worthless insect compared to Shizune. Sakura gasped as she hit the floor. Shizune picked her up by the throat and looked at her. Worthless, useless, these are your traits, Shizune said as she launched a constant barrage of punches on Sakura. Mizuki looked in horror. All the kids heard Shizune laughing like she enjoyed the moment too much. Shizune turned to Naruto, who was smiling at the defeated Sakura. He motioned for Shizune to stop for fear of her killing Sakura. Shizune nodded. Well, I would love to, but my Naruto-kun doesn't want me to, she said as she threw Sakura into the ground and made sure she stayed there. Sakura now needed intensive care and Mizuki ran to the girl. Get a stretcher quickly, he said to them. The medic arrived and carried a messed up Sakura to the hospital. Naruto smiled as Shizune sat between his legs and leaned back on his body. You feel any better? He asked her. Not really, I want her dead, but that will make her think for a while, Shizune said to him. As Mizuki came back, he allowed matches to resume. He looked at Sasuke, who smirked. He knew Sasuke could put them in their place. Next round, Sasuke versus Naruto, he said as he smirked. The kids gasped. It was the assumed dead last to the top. Naruto smirked. He got up and walked to the place. Sasuke smiled as he walked also. Both entered the destroyed ring and looked at each other. To be Hokage, you must go through the best you know, Sasuke said to Naruto. Naruto crossed his arms and laughed, surprising Sasuke. I don't want that damn job, it's like someone once told me, being the Hokage. It's a fool's job, Naruto said as he looked at a shocked Sasuke. All the kids were shocked too. This was the blonde who always yelled about being Hokage, but now says it's a fool's job. People from around the village began to watch also. They eyed as they saw a prized Uchiha versus the dead last Uzumaki. Man, this fight is a cakewalk, said someone. Shizune just nodded her head. No one had an idea of how strong Naruto was. Naruto now made a smile and made a challenge at Sasuke. He lifted up one finger. This finger, this is all I need to send you into the dirt, Naruto said. Sasuke sneered as he ran at Naruto. Sasuke attempted to kick Naruto, but was surprised when he disappeared. Naruto smiled as he appeared at the opposite end of the room. Sasuke tried to fight, but Naruto's speed was too fast. Sasuke couldn't keep up with him. All the girls and villagers cheered, but were shocked that Sasuke couldn't lay a finger on Naruto. Sasuke was getting angry as Naruto was making a fool out of him. Naruto looked up at Sasuke. Those eyes, those damn eyes, just because you can copy ninjutsu, genjutsu and taijutsu, you think you're at the top of the world, you steel form people. I bet your clan didn't have one original jutsu in its arsenal. They probably copied everything that people have worked their entire lives for and take the damn credit, Naruto said as he irritated Sasuke. Shut up, you dobe, Sasuke said to him. Most of the ninja that were watching had to agree with Naruto. To have the skills that they spent years trying to do only to be copied by the Uchiha clan in a day was a real pain, especially to the Junin. Sasuke charged at Naruto and decided to end his insolence. Naruto smiled. Sasuke threw out a punch. Naruto ducked under the punch and slammed his finger into Sasuke's stomach. Naruto put a lot of chakra into the finger as it sent Sasuke into the wall with a loud crash. Sasuke was out cold as he fell to the floor. Everyone was shocked. Naruto, the dead last, beat Sasuke, the prodigy. Naruto walked over to Sasuke and knelt down. How does that make you feel, Sasuke-chan? Naruto said with a smile as he picked Sasuke up and threw him over to Mizuki. Most of the guys laughed at the play on Sasuke's sexuality as Sasuke landed into Mizuki's arms. Naruto picked up Shizune. Well, that is enough taijutsu, later, he said as he ran off. The class was basically over as the kids heard the bell ring. People all went about their business as news of what Naruto and Shizune did spread around Konoha. Naruto and Shizune's apartment. That was so hot, Naruto-kun, Shizune said as she laid on the bed. I aim to please, but I will kill him, Naruto said with an evil smile. Shizune smiled as she kissed her man. Naruto returned the kiss as the two laid on the bed. The day had ended and night approached. Naruto and Shizune have gone through therapy. How much anger and power do they have? Chapter 3. Same night in Konoha. Naruto and Shizune were in bed as they reminisced over the events that had transpired a few hours ago. Both had a slight feeling of relief as they remembered the pain they dealt a certain Uchiha brat and his bitch follower. As both laid on the bed, Shizune couldn't hold it and suddenly kissed Naruto. Naruto was shocked by the kiss but recovered and returned it. Both stayed in the kiss for a few good minutes and broke apart. Shizune looked at Naruto. Oh, Naruto-kun, the way you handled that damn Uchiha got me so hot, Shizune said with a sexy voice. Naruto smirked evilly as he got up. And the way you took care of that pink bitch turned me on, Naruto admitted to her. Shizune felt her urges take over as she kissed Naruto again, trying to send him a message. Naruto instantly noticed the message, but he stopped the event much to Shizune's surprise. Don't get me wrong, Shizune-chan, I really want to, but we have to keep our appearance as kids, we can't be doing this right now, Naruto said to her with a sad expression. Shizune pouted a bit, but complied. She knew that they would have more time for this later, but right now was more important. Naruto told her that time is tricky. Just going back in time can alter everything about the future, so they had to be smart. Shizune nodded that she understood and got off of Naruto looking a bit sad. Naruto patted her head and brought her close to her. Don't worry, when we are done, we will do everything that you want, Naruto said with a demonic chuckle. Shizune turned to him and nodded. She fell asleep in his arms and dreamt about her dissection of a certain pink kunoichi. Naruto soon followed and slept. Next morning. As the pair slept peacefully, they were interrupted by a knock on the door. Both were entirely pissed to be awake so early. Naruto got up and answered the door. Shizune transformed into her mini form. Naruto nodded as they opened the door to see an Anbu officer at the door. What is it, sir? So damn early in the morning? Naruto asked as he rubbed his eyes. The officer faced the two and spoke. Lord Hokage has demanded your presence, now come, he said as he ran to the mansion. Naruto and Shizune got dressed and ran after the man. Hokage Mansion. Lord Hokage, I have brought them, the officer said as Naruto and Shizune came into the room. Sarutobi nodded as he sent the Anbu away. He took in Naruto and Shizune's appearance as he smiled. So Naruto, how have you been? Sarutobi said with a big grin. Naruto smiled as he answered. He was happy to see the old man alive and well in this timeline. Oh, I am doing well here, how about you? He asked. Sarutobi sighed as he looked at the mountain of paperwork he had piled. I have seen better days, he said with a sad grin. Naruto smiled as looked at the old man. Sarutobi now got serious. Naruto, do you know why I have called you and miss? Sarutobi said to them. Naruto smiled. He brought Shizune forward, who bowed. Shizune Kato, nice to meet you, she said as she held her head up. Sarutobi smiled at the kind girl. Nice to meet you, Miss Kato. May I ask what is your connection to Naruto? He asked her. Shizune looked at Naruto and smiled. I am his girlfriend, she said with a blush. Sarutobi dropped his cigarette. Good for you, Naruto, he said with a slight chuckle. Thank you, old man, Naruto said to him. Sarutobi continued his conversation. Do you know why I have called you and Miss Kato here, Naruto? Sarutobi asked. Naruto nodded his head that he didn't, though he had a pretty good idea. I have called you here because I heard about yesterday's bout, he said to them. Both weren't really surprised. On their way here they heard a few comments from the villagers about the fight the two had with the Uchiha and his follower. Most were about how the two cheated to win and used hidden ninjutsu to beat the two. Naruto dropped his head in disappointment at the villagers. Shizune wanted to cut everyone into tiny pieces and harvest their organs for medical research, but refrained from it because of Naruto. What about that fight? We didn't break any rules, Shizune said to him. Sarutobi nodded. That's right, you didn't. I just want to know where you got the skills to beat the top academy student. He asked. Naruto nodded. Me and Shizu-chan, we trained together extensively now, so we took our training up a notch, Naruto lied as he looked at the Hokage. Sarutobi took a puff of smoke and sighed. Alright, just be careful and have a good day, he said as the two left. The sun was already up, so going back home was out of the question as the two had class to attend. On the way both heard snarky comments about them as they ran to the academy. They heard various comments such as, demon, or, demon's bitch, as they walked. Shizune was really getting pissed, but Naruto managed to save the villagers from her destruction as he kissed her to calm her down. Academy grounds. Naruto and Shizune got to class early as they saw most of the kids come in a sit-down. As everyone came in, almost all eyes were on the demonic pair for what they accomplished yesterday. Some were disgusted, others amazed, few didn't care. Iruka came into the room with Mizuki and had the students line up. Today is the start of your examination for Genin, he said as he ran down the list. Most of the kids jumped for joy at the sound of it. Naruto and Shizune were disgusted. They think that just cause they can do kitty jutsus they can change the world, Shizune sneered as she looked at the others. Makes me sick. I bet no more than 45% of this group survives the first 3 years as ninja, Naruto said to her. Shizune smiled evilly at the prediction. Alright, test start, Iruka said as he got his notepad out. As he went down the list, so of the students sat down to wait their turn. As he ran down the number of students, he stopped at the last two. Naruto Uzumaki, he said as Naruto lazily came forward. Iruka began the exam. Naruto, do the shadow clone jutsu, Iruka demanded. Naruto nodded, formed his hands. The students didn't bother looking. He was always a sucker at this jutsu, so no one watch. Shadow clone jutsu, Naruto yelled. The kids had their eyes closed so no one saw except Shizune. Iruka was wide-eyed. Oh, my goodness, he said as his pad dropped to the floor. The students heard the noise and opened their eyes. Everyone rubbed their eyes as they were all shocked to see around 30 Narutos in the room. Everyone saw the dead last perform more clones than any student to ever take the exam. Iruka caught himself and continued. And next is the substitution jutsu, he said to Naruto. He nodded as he disappeared in smoke. A smiling Shizune was in the smoke with her hand out. Tada, she said as she pointed back for Iruka to see Naruto in the far corner. Naruto substituted back and Shizune appeared in her seat. And next is the transformation jutsu, Iruka said to him. Naruto nodded and did the jutsu. He turned into Iruka and phased out of it. Why you pass, Iruka said as Naruto walked back to his seat. Iruka motioned for Shizune, who took the same test. She passed also and everyone received their headbands. Naruto and Shizune ran home to celebrate. Though being Konoha shinobi again made them a little mad. Naruto-kun, you were magnificent, Shizune said to him. So were you, my love. I can't believe this damn village can pass kids for ninja because of such lame-ass techniques. I know, makes me sick to my stomach. So shall I cook us something? Yes please. The two enjoyed their time together, fully knowing that they were being watched by the third. Which is why Shizune stayed in her child form. Sarutobi sighed as he disconnected the orb from their view. So they passed, that is good, he said to Iruka. Iruka nodded. Alright, thank you Iruka, you may go, he said. Iruka bowed and walked out. Uchiha compound. Sasuke was stepping up his training. After losing to Naruto, his anger flared. He had never faced such humiliation before. As Sasuke punched a tree, he envisioned Naruto. Damn you Dobi. You can't beat me Sasuke. Shut up, he punched harder. You can't beat me. I said shut up. Face it, the Uchiha are worthless. We aren't worthless. You are weak and a worthless brat Uchiha Sasuke. I am not weak, he shouted as he slammed another fist into the tree. Face it Sasuke-chan, you will always be outclassed by me. I am an Uchiha, we rank above everyone especially you, he said as he punched the tree and had it fall to the ground. I will show you Dobi, I will show you, Sasuke swore with his eyes to the sky. Naruto and Shizune apartment. Both were enjoying the dinner that Shizune made as another day of disgust for Konoha came to an end. Naruto and Shizune changed and went to bed. Both slept in each other's arms as they slept away. Mindscape. Naruto woke up to see he was near the Kyuubi's gate as he turned to see Shizune next to him. Naruto woke up Shizune, who woke up to see she was also in Naruto's mindscape. Both saw the Kyuubi come from the gate. I take you gave the boy and girl a beating, Kyuubi said to them. Naruto and Shizune smiled evilly. Oh yes, and it felt pretty damn good, Naruto said to him. Kyuubi nodded as he looked at the two. The reason I have called you here is to give you back your old powers that you would have gained in the future, he said to them. Both looked up confused. My chakra will flow into the both of you and you will unlock your previous powers, your stamina, your jutsus, you everything, but it will turn you into Hanyu, half demons, and will be the end of me, Kyuubi said to them with a sad smile. Naruto and Shizune nodded at the seriousness he was giving them. They wouldn't forget this sacrifice. Shizune stepped forward. Kyuubi-san, before you do, can I have a small amount now? I have an idea for my chakra sword's technique, she asked. Kyuubi nodded and sent some of its chakra into Shizune's chakra arms that had the power to cut virtually anything. The blue chakra turned red and black. Shizune nodded. Oh yes, this is perfect, she said to them. Thank you Kyuubi-san, she said as she bowed. Kyuubi nodded to them. He began to send his chakra into their bodies. Both felt the change take over them as they saw the Kyuubi fading. Before he was gone, he left them a request. All I ask in return is that when you beat those two, make the torture as slow and painful as possible, Kyuubi said to them. Both nodded with confidence that they would make it happen. Kyuubi smiled evilly as he faded. I leave this to you my children, he said as he vanished. Naruto held Shizune. We will make them pay Kyuubi, we are now Hanyu and we will end them, Naruto said in his mind. Shizune nodded as white light enveloped them and they appeared back outside in their real lives. Naruto noticed all the changes. He was much taller, his whiskers stood out more, he was more powerful. He motioned for Shizune. She woke up and noticed the changes also. The Kyuubi gave his life for us, Shizune said to Naruto. That's right, we will not fail him, Naruto said to her. Shizune nodded as she leaned next to Naruto. Both were looking forward to the next day. Chapter 4. In the morning. The demonic couple had woken up to the rays of sunshine that burned through the window. As the rays hit Naruto's face, he squirmed awake. As he got up he yawned and stretched. As he stretched he felt the ruffle of something soft touch his back. He lazily looked back to see a tail swaying behind him. Oh, it's just the tail, he said as he laid down and closed his eyes. He suddenly got up and opened his eyes. A tail, he said as he got out of bed. He looked to see he had aged quite a bit. He was the same age as when he was in the future. As he examined his body, he turned to Shizune. He saw that she had changed also. She had a furry tail also that swayed as she slept. Shizu-chan, wake up, Naruto whispered in her ear. Shizune stirred and talked in her sleep. Okay, the heart goes into this jar and then the other organs go, she said as she slept. Naruto smiled as he wondered what dream she could possibly be having. Leaving it alone, Naruto decided to try again. Shizu-chan, get up, we might kill Sakura today, Naruto whispered. Shizune's eyes shot open and she made a chakra blade. Where's the bitch? she said. Naruto fell on the floor laughing. Shizune would have been made if not for the sudden appearance Naruto had about him. Naruto, why are you so different, and why do you have a tail? She asked. Naruto stopped laughing and got up. Don't you mean why do we have tails? He said to her. Shizune looked behind her and saw a light and fluffy tail swaying around. Shizune grabbed it and felt the softness. Kawaii, she said as she felt the fluffiness of her tail. Naruto got up and walked over to Shizune. I think Kyuubi granted us all of our powers and age at the cost of his own life, Naruto said to her. Shizune stayed silent. That's right, he did do that for us, she said. Both held their heads down and mourned for him. After a few minutes they got up to get ready. As they dressed they ran out the door. Before Naruto locked the door, he looked at the sky. Don't worry Kyuubi, we will make them suffer on behalf of you, he said as he slammed the door shut. Before they walked through the streets, they both hanged themselves to look like their kid selves to fool the village. As they walked through the streets both were happy. This was the day they would get assigned to their teams. Both walked through the village without a care in the world. Academy grounds. As Naruto and Shizune walked in they saw some of the kids give them evil glares, which were returned with their own making the kids flinch. Naruto and Shizune sat in the corner with Naruto in the seat and Shizune in between his legs as they waited. 1 hour later. Soon all kids were assembled and Iruka came with his notepad. Okay everyone, first congratulations on passing the exam, we will now tell you your teams, Iruka said to them. Some of the students cheered, others tried to look smug saying it was too simple. All this disgusted Naruto and Shizune. These kids have no idea what it means to be a ninja, Naruto said as he put his neck on Shizune's shoulders. I know, but I doubt some of these guys are going to pass the Jonin challenge, Shizune cooed in his ear. Iruka saw the two lovers, but decided to ignore them. He began. Team 1. Hiroko Amani, Senji Sakari, Akira Soria, Iruka said as they all looked up and he continued. Team 2, Team 7, Sasuke Uchiha, Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, Iruka shouted out the names. Sasuke smirked, Hinata shrugged and Shino did nothing. Team 8, Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akamaiki, Shikamaru Nara, Iruka continued. The Ino Shika Cho trio was back in action. Team 9, Naruto Uzumaki, Shizune Kato, Kiba Inuzuka, Iruka said to them. Naruto was a little confused. This wasn't how it went last time. As he thought over the events, he did see that Shizune's actions did land the pink bitch in the hospital. Oh well, the most fun things are unexpected, Naruto thought to himself. As people's sensei came to pick them up they all ran off to start their exercises. Naruto, Shizune, and Kiba waited in the room for their sensei. Soon a ball came from the window and appeared before them. As it opened, everyone saw a purple-haired woman with a trench coat and fishnet garments revealing some cleavage. Wow, even I never saw this coming, Naruto said to himself as the instructor introduced herself. Hey Gaki, I am Anko Midarashi, and I will be your Jonin instructor. Lesson 1 Try to keep up with me until we reach the training grounds. If you are 10 minutes late, you fail, she said as she ran off. The group got up and ran after her. To Kiba, Anko was going much too fast to keep up, but to Naruto and Shizune, she was too slow. Man, I could so pass her if I wanted, Shizune said to her blonde. Now Shizune, we wouldn't know which training ground to go to, Naruto said with a smile. Shizune nodded and decided to hold back on her speed. As Anko landed in the field, she was followed shortly by Naruto and Shizune, and the later Kiba who dropped down on one knee in exhaustion. Well, these kids are more than they let on, Anko thought as she sat down. I guess I can see why Hokage-sama wanted me to be Jonin to these three, Anko thought. Flashback. Anko, the reason I called you here is because you are going to be a Jonin instructor, Sarutobi said to the snake mistress. What, but Hokage-sama, I don't go well with kids, Anko complained. You will get along well with these kids, that is an order, no go, Sarutobi said to her. Sighing, Anko nodded. Yes Hokage-sama, she said as she walked out of the room depressed. Flashback end. Alright Gaki, before we begin our exercise, we will give self-introductions, Anko said to the group. Everyone nodded as Anko began. Okay, hello, I am Anko Midarashi, I like tea and dango, I also like snakes and teasing other with sexual play. My dislikes are perverts, Orochimaru, and those who abuse power. Your turn, she said to them. Naruto began. I am Naruto Uzumaki, I like ramen, Shizune, and foxes. My dislikes are perverts, and enemy nins. I really dislike Sasuke Uchiha. My future dream is to be married to Shizune and have a family, Naruto said to Anko. Shizune blushed at the introduction. It was her turn. I am Shizune Kato, I like medical research, Naruto-kun, and training. My dislikes are perverts, enemy nins, and people who are arrogant. I really dislike Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. My future dream is to be the wife of Naruto-kun and start a family, Shizune said as she smiled at Naruto. Naruto brought his arms around Shizune and brought her close in a hug. Kiba shook his head as he began. I am Kiba Inuzuka, I like dogs, Akamaru, and training. My dislikes are dog abusers, and people who aren't serious about training. I don't really dislike anything except Sasuke and his fangirls. My future dream is to be a good clan head for my family. Kiba said as he finished. Anko nodded and clapped her hands. Alright, that was good everyone, now we will get down to your exercise, Anko said. Everyone nodded as they started. The objective here is to try and capture me in less than 3 hours, she said. The trio nodded. Anko got up. Okay, when I say start, begin, she said. Everyone got ready. Anko vanished, but her voice echoed. Start, she yelled. Naruto and Shizune had excellent tracking skills over the years and could easily spot anybody. They immediately ran off in search of the snake mistress. As Anko hid behind a tree, she began to think. Okay, oh, how will I test them? She wondered. She failed to realize she was already spotted. Hello Anko-sensei, Shizune said as kicked Anko in the back. Anko gasped as she was propelled across the plains. Anko recovered by cushioning the blow onto a tree. Damn, didn't see that, she said. She still failed to see Kiba. Kiba smiled. Didn't see this, did you? Gatsuga, he yelled as he spun into a spiral and shot towards Anko. Anko easily dodged and backflipped onto another tree. Damn, this guy's think quick, Anko said as she was being pushed to her limits. Apparently Anko was underestimating the genin too much as she failed to notice Naruto. We think quicker than you anyway, he said as he threw 4 kunai into a square around Anko and clasped his hands. It's over, Fuinjutsu, I am no Shoheki, seal, barrier of imprisonment, Naruto said as a purple barrier formed around Anko and captured her. Anko was about to hit the seal until Naruto told her to stop. I wouldn't do that, this seal disintegrates anything it touches, and drains chakra from the prisoner, Naruto said as he explained. Anko realized she was trapped. Seeing no other way, she gave in. Alright, I give up, you guys pass, now let me out, Anko demanded. Naruto smiled as he released the seal. Anko fell out and congratulated everyone. Alright, good job, you all showed marvelous teamwork, Team 9 has its first mission tomorrow, Anko said to them. Kiba jumped for joy, Naruto smiled. Shizune smiled also. Anko disappeared in the leaves to report to the Hokage, leaving the genin behind. Well Kiba, we have to go, see you tomorrow, Naruto said to him. Shizune nodded in agreement. Kiba nodded and bid them goodbye. As they jumped away, Shizune looked at Naruto. Naruto-kun, I think Kiba and Anko would be good for our forces against Konoha, Shizune said to him with an evil smile. Naruto smiled back. I know, I was considering them for this, he said to her. Well, I will try to gauge them tomorrow, now let's go home, he said to her. Alright, then I can dream about dissecting that pink-haired bitch, Sakura, Shizune said with a smile as the demon couple disappeared. Chapter 5. Sunny morning. The Hanyu couple had woken up to the intense rays of sunshine. Both were ready to start the day for their mission, but that didn't mean they didn't have other objectives. Shizu-chan, how many allies do we need to bring this village to its knees? Naruto asked his brunette. Shizune sat at the table and sipped her drink. She chuckled evilly at Naruto's question. Oh, I don't know, maybe anyone we can get our hands on, she said to him. Naruto smirked as he nodded. Well, let's get ready, Naruto said as he went into the bathroom. Shizune had a twinkle in her eye as she saw her blonde go into the bath. As Naruto scrubbed his body down, he imagined all of the wonderful things he would do to Sasuke. Maybe I should burn him to death, Naruto thought as he smiled. Or maybe I should slowly cut off his limbs, he said to himself. Naruto was too busy thinking to hear the door open and close. Or maybe I should. He paused as he felt something big on his back. He smiled as he turned around to see his brunette with a heavily seductive look. Naruto-kun, I need it, I want it, we have some time, please. Shizune begged. Naruto smiled as he turned around and grabbed Shizune's shoulders. I told you Shizu-chan, we have to keep our appearance as kid. He paused as he thought. Well, we are back to our proper ages. I think Shizune could have a kid now. This might not be so bad, Naruto thought to himself as he saw a desperate Shizune pout with disappointment. Naruto smiled. He released Shizune's shoulders and waved a few hand signs. Naruto put up a privacy seal and turned back to Shizune, who had a confused look on her face. "Ah, to hell with it, let me show my brunette my love," Naruto said as he pounced on her. Shizune smiled as she took Naruto's kiss into her mouth. Lemon warning, lemon warning. Naruto caressed Shizune's shoulders as he explored her mouth. Shizune shuddered at her mate's touch. She felt the ecstasy wash over her. Naruto broke the kiss to see Shizune's flushed face. He smiled as he brought his mouth to her neck and slowly kissed it. Shizune gasped as she allowed her lover access to all of her emotions and body. As Naruto kissed her neck, he brought his hands down until they rested on her waist. Naruto wrapped his hands around her waist as he brought her closer and whispered into her ear. "You are my demon mate Shizune, I love you, you obey me and no one else, isn't that right?" Naruto said in a slightly demonic tone. Shizune was overcome with pleasure as she squealed, just trying to speak. I am your demon mate, I belong to Naruto-kun, I love him, I obey only him, I can't live without him, Shizune admitted. Naruto smiled and nodded. Good girl, let me give you a reward, Naruto said. Shizune gasped in ecstasy as Naruto brought his hand down to her special place. He rubbed her soft spot as he heard his demon brunette scream his name in the bathroom. Thanked Kami for the privacy seal, Naruto said in his thought. As he continued to pleasure his brunette, Shizune screamed Naruto's name as her body began to heat up from either the heat of the moment or the steam of the bathroom. Either way, she was feeling very good. Naruto picked up Shizune and let her lean on the bathroom wall. Shizune saw her lover hard member close to her soft spot as she was ready to accept the big meat. Naruto-kun, give it to me, I want it, please fuck this demon bitch, Shizune begged. Naruto smiled as he brought his dick up and almost went inside. He paused for a bit as a tease. Who is it that you obey? Is it me or is it someone else? Naruto said with a sadistic grin. Shizune was close to losing it. She wanted Naruto badly. She wanted him to ram his cock right into her body, sending waves of pleasure through her system. Shizune looked up and kissed him for a minute. As she pulled back, Shizune spoke. I obey no one, except Naruto-sama, I am his forever, I only obey my Naruto-sama, Shizune said with a lustful face. Naruto smiled as he brought his dick up again. Shizune-chan is mine forever, Naruto said as he plunged his meat into Shizune's wet place. Shizune moaned loudly as she felt Naruto fill her up. What she wanted was being given to her in quick and powerful thrusts. Shizune's body trembled as she got plowed by Naruto. Naruto felt the tightness of his wife as he grabbed her body and continued to move in and out of her pussy. Naruto could feel Shizune gasp his dick as she took it deeper with each thrust. Shizune was close to being knocked out by Naruto. Naruto smiled as he sucked one of Shizune's tits. Shizune woke up and moaned even more from the ecstasy. Sorry Shizu-chan, but you aren't giving out that easily, Naruto told her. Shizune nodded. Why yes and Naruto-sama, Shizune said to him. Naruto was feeling close as his cock twitched inside Shizune. Shizune was close also. Naruto was proving to be all she desired and more. She was happy to be his wife. Naruto-kun, come inside me, I want it, please come with me, Shizune begged. Naruto nodded his head as he moved faster. After the final thrust, Shizune screamed. Naruto-kun, she yelled as she came. Shizune-chan, Naruto yelled as he came. Both rested on the bathroom floor as they panted. Naruto had all of Shizune's juices on his cock and Shizune was filled up with Naruto's love. I love you Naruto-kun, Shizune said as she turned to him. I love you Shizu-chan, Naruto told her. Lemon end. Warning over. 30 minutes later. Both exited the bathroom in each other's arms. Ah, that felt so good Naruto-kun, Shizune said to him. Naruto chuckled as he went to get some water. I am glad you enjoyed it, Naruto told her. As Shizune sat on the couch, she pouted a bit. I still can't believe you got me to call you Naruto-sama, I have never done that, Shizune told him. Yeah, it felt great to me, Naruto told her. As he finished his water, Naruto got serious. Alright Shizune, we have to get packed for our mission with Kiba and Anko today, Naruto said to her. Shizune smirked as she ran to pack. Naruto smiled as he looked up. Kami, help the poor fools who fight her, Naruto said as he ran to pack. After they packed everything, both hanged and ran out the door. Hokage Mansion. Anko and Kiba were waiting for Naruto and Shizune to show up as they sat in the room with the Hokage. After 5 minutes Naruto and Shizune came through the door. Well, it's about time, what were you two doing? Kiba asked. Anko smirked at Kiba's question. Why they were doing each other Kiba-kun, Anko said with a smile. Kiba and Sarutobi sweat dropped as Anko laughed. Naruto and Shizune decided to play a little joke. Wow, how did you know that, Anko-sensei? Shizune asked. Anko stopped laughing and stared at the two with her mouth hanging. Kiba's soul was leaving his body as he heard that which he didn't want to hear. Sarutobi blushed and hid behind a book. What you mean you both really did that? Anko asked. As expected of Anko-sensei, you are more that willing to join, Naruto told her. Anko blushed as steam came out of her head. Shizune smiled secretly then pouted. Ah Naruto-kun, you know I can't share, Shizune said to him. Anko, Kiba, and Hiruzen were on their last legs before they would give out. Just one more push, both thought. Naruto turned to Shizune. Of course, how could I be so foolish, all I need is my sex-crazed Shizune to be satisfied, Naruto said as the final blow. And what a blow it was. Everyone blanked out due to nosebleeds. Naruto and Shizune laughed as they waited for everyone to regain consciousness. 20 minutes later. Everyone was up as they saw the smiles of Naruto and Shizune. Never did I think that I could get uncomfortable from sex teasing, Anko said as she got up. I am going to have nightmares for weeks, Kiba said to himself. Hiruzen got up also, but he decided not to say anything. Anko smiled. That was a pretty good lie you two, Anko said as her smile turned deadly. Don't do it again, she said to them. Naruto and Shizune smiled. Who said it was a lie? Naruto asked. Anko dropped her mouth and Kiba blacked out again. Hiruzen decided to end the conversation. Okay, back to business, he told them. Everyone turned serious as they looked at him. Anko has told me of your teamwork, good job, I have deemed that you will be getting C-rank missions, barely any D-rank missions. Sarutobi explained. Everyone nodded. Now this mission will be an escort mission, you will be guarding a bridge builder named Tazuna, Sarutobi said to them. As the man walked in he examined the group. Okay, we got one slut, and lovey-dovey couple, and a mutt, yeah real ninja, he said as he drank his liquor. Anko was about to retaliate, but was held back by Naruto and Kiba. Everyone calmed down and accepted to mission, though the thought of killing the bridge builder crossed everyone's mind. Main gates of Konoha. Yahoo, we get to leave the village, Kiba said as he ran out past the gates. Calm down Kiba, sure it's fun, but keep an air of professionalism, Naruto told him. Kiba nodded as he calmed down. You're right, sorry, he said, which caused Naruto to chuckle. Everyone walked as they passed the village gates. Naruto had told Shizune the details of the mission from his past and told her exactly what happened during his mission with Team 7. Shizune took everything into account as they walked. Not long after the walk, Shizune, Naruto, and Anko noticed a puddle of water. They kept going, deciding to ignore it. Naruto-kun, that isn't real water, Shizune told him. Naruto nodded. As expected of one who has water affinity, you are right Shizune-chan, Naruto told her. After 5 minutes of walking, 2 chains came behind Anko, chained her up. 2 rogue ninja appeared and with their claws slashed Anko in 2. Now onto the weaklings, one of them said as the other nodded. Naruto smiled as he took action. Kiba guard Tazuna, Shizune take that guy and I will take this one, Naruto said to her. Shizune nodded as the 4 engaged in a battle that didn't last long. One of the Rouges threw a kunai at Shizune, who easily dodged and disappeared. Where did that bitch go? He wondered. Unknown to him, Shizune appeared behind him with a kunai. Hey, she said as she got him to turn around. As soon as he did, she flashed and appeared in front of him. The rogue fell to the ground. Your guard is wide open, Shizune said as a slash of blood appeared on the rogue's neck. With Naruto. Naruto was dodging the rogue ninja with ease as he danced around the rogue ninja. Stand still, brat, he said. Naruto yawned. Man, so pointless, Naruto said as he ran up to the man and made a giant slash across the rogue's chest. The man fell down silently and was knocked out. Don't worry, I missed the vital spot, Naruto said to him. He tied the man up and looked at a tree. Alright Anko-sensei, come on, are you done? Naruto asked. Anko smirked. Okay, everyone did good, you all assumed your roles perfectly, good job. Now Tazuna, it is obvious you lied about this mission, now I want the truth now, and if I don't get it, my snakes will be getting their next meal, Anko said to him. Tazuna cowered as he told them everything from Gato to the history of the village. Everyone debated whether or not to finish the mission. Everyone decided that the people were in trouble, so they decided to help Tazuna, who expressed his gratitude. As everyone continued their walk to the town, Naruto was counting. Okay, 30, 31, 32, Naruto counted. 50, Naruto said as he saw the white rabbit in the middle of the field. Okay, Zabuza is close, Naruto thought. Thanks to their hearing, Naruto and Shizune hear something spinning their way. Naruto, having done this before, knew what it was. Everyone get down, Naruto yelled as he grabbed Shizune and brought her down. Anko hit the ground. Kiba grabbed Tazuna and brought him down too. A blade swept past the group as it collided with a tree. A man appeared on the tree with his face wrapped in bandages. Well, it seems I will get to have fun today, said the figure. Everyone got up and looked up. Zabuza, ex-shinobi Kurigakure, A-rank shinobi and wanted criminal in the bingo book, Shizune said aloud. Zabuza smiled. Well, it seems I have been researched on. Don't think that will save you though, Zabuza said as he disappeared. Soon a mist entered, lowering everyone's visibility. Though thanks once again to their hearing, Naruto and Shizune could hear the faintest sounds of Zabuza as he charged. Naruto grabbed a kunai and blocked the blade aimed at Tazuna. Zabuza was a little shocked. Not bad, Gaki, he said to Naruto. Of course I am, don't think that you can beat me, Naruto said as the two shinobi looked in each other's eyes with their battle mode in full blast. Chapter 6. Somewhere in Mist. Naruto's kunai clashed with Zabuza's sword as the two battled for supremacy of the match. Zabuza was a little surprised. Normally he could overpower any genin due to his strength, but this one was actually holding his own against him. Naruto smiled. Come on Zabuza, that is not good enough, Naruto said as he managed to push Zabuza off of him. Zabuza leapt back and laughed. Well, it seems I might be entertained for a while, he said to them. Naruto also smiled. Oh, don't worry, oh, and tell your friend in the trees to come down here also, Naruto said to the water user. Zabuza's eyes shot open as he realized his accomplice had been detected. How did this kid know? Zabuza wondered as he motioned his hand. The person complied and came down. They wore a mask covering their face as they landed next to Zabuza. Zabuza-sama, how did he find me? I know I was hidden perfectly. The person asked. Zabuza smirked. There is more to this kid than meets the eye, Haku, Zabuza said to her. Haku nodded as she assumed a stance and was ready for battle. Anko smirked. Well, it seems that more entertainment has arrived for me, Anko said as she bit her thumb. She placed it on her arm. The arm glowed as she pulled out a lengthy katana. The blade itself was purple, but was laced with green marking that ran along the metal. The handle for the katana had the design of a snake on it, as did the scarab. Anko sealed the scarab and was ready for battle. Okay Zabuza-tem, let's go, Anko said as she disappeared. Zabuza was wide-eyed as she appeared behind him with her blade aimed for his neck. Zabuza maneuvered and ducked under the blade and twisted to bring his blade at her. Anko saw the tactic and spun in the air and her blade blocked his. Zabuza smiled as he added his strength to the sword as managed to push Anko into a nearby tree. Ha, women will always be weaker than men, Zabuza said with a laugh. Anko dusted herself off and smiled. Keep laughing, Tem, Anko said as she stretched out her hand. Tsunejishu, hidden shadow snake hands, Anko yelled as several snakes came out of her sleeves and ran at Zabuza. Zabuza smiled as he did his hand signs. Sweden. Kurigakure no Jutsu, water style. Hidden mist jutsu, Zabuza said as a mist covered the entire area as he and Haku disappeared in the air. Anko's snakes charged, but missed due to the mist. Damn lucky bastard, Anko said as she checked her team. Everyone was okay and well. Anko continued to look for the two shinobi as she heard Zabuza say. Now where is a good vital spot? He said as he tried to appear in the middle of everyone, but was stopped, much to his surprise, by Shizune. Shizune used her other hand and threw Zabuza over to Anko. Anko-sensei, please, keep your dance partner over there, Shizune said with a smile. Naruto and Kiba smirked. Anko formed a smile as she shook her head. Sure, then you better stay on your guard, Anko said as she faced Zabuza. Haku appeared beside Kiba, hoping to end things quickly. This didn't go as planned when Naruto punched her face, destroying the mask in the process. As the mask fell to the ground, revealing the beautiful woman's face, Naruto turned to Shizune and the two smiled. Thanks to their being Hanyu, they were able to telepathically speak to each other. Well, shall we start our recruitment for Konoha's destruction? Naruto asked. Shizune smiled evilly. Oh, you always know how to get me fired up, Naruto-kun, Shizune said with a mental nod. Naruto smiled as he turned to Kiba. Hey Kiba, me and Shizu-chan are going to handle this person, can you keep things under control here? Naruto asked him. Kiba looked at Naruto a little worried, but then he saw the blonde brimming with confidence. Please, I don't need you here to protect this guy, go get that person, Kiba said to Naruto. Naruto and Shizune smiled as they ran off and attacked Haku. Haku both were incredibly fast. Haku herself was quite fast, but these two were something else. How are they this fast? Haku wondered. Naruto took out a kunai and lunged at Haku. Haku stopped his kunai with hers and did some one-handed hand signs. Haijutsu. Sensatsu Susho, secret art. 1,000 needles of death, Haku said as she stomped the ground and water rose and turned into flying ice daggers. Haku smiled as she jumped out of the way. The daggers flew forward and impaled Naruto. Haku smiled at her work, but saw a puff of smoke and the Naruto figure was replaced with a log. Substitution jutsu, Haku said in amazement. Naruto appeared behind her and smiled. It is a useful jutsu, ya know, Naruto said as he grabbed Haku's arm and flung her into the trees. Shizune did her hand signs as Naruto moved out of the way. Howden. Kori no Kimusho, ice style. Ice prison, Shizune yelled as a pillar of ice entrapped Haku to a nearby tree. Haku hung there as the two Hanyu came into view. Haku knew she lost. She calmly awaited her fate. Zabuza-sama, I am sorry, but I can't beat these two, Haku said as she waited for the final blow that never came. She opened her eyes to see that Shizune had dissolved the ice and both stood in front of her smiling. Haku didn't know what to make of the situation. Here were two of her enemies staring at her, not making the final move that she thought. After a few minutes of silence, Naruto decided to talk. Okay, now that we are away from the prying eyes, we can talk, Naruto said to her. Haku stared at them in bewilderment. What could they possibly have to say to her? Shizune began to talk. Okay, let me explain. We want to recruit you and Zabuza to our side, Shizune said with a smile. Haku raised an eyebrow and looked at them. Sorry, but we aren't joining Konoha, Haku flatly said to them. Both looked at each other and laughed. Haku blushed in embarrassment as the two explained. No, we want to recruit you two for the destruction of Konoha, Naruto said with a smile. Haku took a step back. Here were two Konoha shinobi requesting that she and Zabuza side with them in the destruction of their own village. But why? Haku asked. Naruto and Shizune got quiet. I am afraid that until you join, we can't say, Naruto said to her. Haku nodded. I am not sure, it is Zabuza-sama's call on something like this, Haku said to them. Naruto nodded. Yeah, that is true, so tell him for us, and tell him that if you join, I can make it so that you both become a part of Konoha, at least until its destruction anyway, Naruto told her. Haku could almost faint. They wouldn't have to work for Gato anymore. They could be free. Haku nodded happily that she would talk with Zabuza. Well, we have talked enough, let's go back, Shizune said to her. Haku nodded as the three went back. Naruto took out a kunai and told the girls to stay still. He swiped off a few scratches on their bodies. Haku's clothes were a little ripped, making her blush a little. Shizune's clothes were ripped also, but they seemed to give her a sexy look. The girls took out their kunai and, injured, Naruto also. His cuts were a little deeper and his clothes were more ripped, making the girls blush at his muscular body. Okay, now it is believable, Naruto said to them. They both nodded. Shizune decided to have some fun with Haku. You know, if you join, I won't mind sharing, Shizune whispered to Haku. Haku blushed as she averted her gaze. Shizune smiled and Naruto laughed. Haku pouted as they raced back through the trees. Naruto stopped them about 20 meters from the fight. Okay, now for a finishing touch, Naruto said as he did some hand signs. Gotta make this a bit of an explosion, Naruto said as he completed his hand signs and smiled. With Anko and Zabuza. Both were standing on the lake as they continued to clash with the others' weapons. Both were running a bit low on chakra as they decided to end this fight. You're not back, Snake Girl, Zabuza said to her. Anko smiled. You're not bad yourself, too bad you will die here, Anko said to him. Zabuza smiled as he did his hand signs. Oh, is that right, Suiden, Suiryuden no Jutsu, water style, water dragon jutsu, he yelled as a giant water dragon appeared. Anko gasped at its size, but to her size wasn't everything, except where it mattered. Anko did her hand signs. Kaden, Gokaku no Jutsu, fire style, great fireball jutsu, Anko said as she blew a very hot fireball at the water dragon. Both collied as the mist thickened. As the two confirmed where they were, they suddenly stopped to hear a giant explosion in the trees. Both looked to see Haku, Naruto, and Shizune crash out of the trees. Haku landed near Zabuza as Naruto and Shizune landed near Kiba. Haku got up and faked huffed. She was actually a good actor. Zabuza-sama, we have underestimated them, we should retreat, Haku said to him. Zabuza looked over her form and saw multiple wounds and cuts over her body. Zabuza grumbled, but complied. You got lucky today, Anko Mitarashi, Zabuza said as he grabbed Haku and fled. Anko sighed as she withdrew her sword and walked back to the group. Kiba, how are they? She asked. Kiba inspected the two. I think they are fine, but they are out cold, Kiba said to her. Anko sighed. Oh well, let's go to the town and rest, Anko said as she grabbed an unconscious Shizune over her body. Kiba grabbed Naruto and walked. Tazuna directed them to his house, leaving the destroyed planes behind. Tazuna's house. As the group got to his house, they entered. Tsunami, Inari, I am home, Tazuna said to them. Tsunami entered the living room to see her father along with some shinobi at the door. Oh father, I am glad you are safe, Tsunami said to him. Tazuna gave her a hug as he allowed the group to enter. Anko took Shizune and Naruto upstairs and put them to bed. As she exited the building, Kiba said his goodbyes and went upstairs. Anko nodded, lastly motioned to Kiba. Oh Kiba, take a different room from Naruto, Anko said to him. Kiba looked confused. Why? He asked. Anko smiled. I don't think a couple should be separated, Anko said with a smile. Kiba's jaw dropped. Why is everyone on this squad a pervert? He wondered as he headed upstairs. Anko smiled at his innocence. Well, I am going to retire also, Anko said as she went upstairs. Today had been a stressful day for her and there weren't any places selling dango, so Anko was pissed. Unknown to them, Naruto and Shizune were still up. Do you think they will comply with us? Shizune asked. Naruto smiled. I believe they will. Now sleep, we have a long day tomorrow, Naruto told her. Shizune nodded and slept in her man's arms. Naruto smiled as he kissed her forehead. Good night, my demon mistress, Naruto said as he fell asleep. Chapter 7. Next morning. Naruto and Shizune woke up to the bright sun in water country. As they woke up, Naruto stretched as he got ready. Naruto turned to see Shizune's sleeping figure on the bed. Naruto smiled as he kissed her cheek. Shizune squirmed awake and looked at her love. What a wake-up call, thank you Naruto-kun, Shizune said to him. Naruto smiled. You are very welcome, come on let's go, Naruto said to her. Shizune nodded as she got up. Shizune suddenly felt a powerful urge come over her. Shizune wasn't sure if Naruto would do it, but it was worth a try. Naruto-kun, I need you, please love me, again, Shizune pleaded to Naruto. Naruto turned to her and smiled. Shizune always was a pervert. Naruto sighed. Well, if you need me I won't deny you, come on my demon mistress, Naruto said to her. Shizune smiled as she followed Naruto into the bathroom to wash up. Beware of the lemons. Warning. Naruto dragged Shizune into the bath and vigorously kissed her. Shizune felt her senses go numb as she submitted to the dominance of Naruto's lips. Naruto began to push his tongue into her mouth as it swirled around in her mouth. Shizune was able to massage his tongue as they battled for control, to which Shizune lost. As Naruto broke the kiss, he whispered in her ear. "You are mine, I will make you go crazy," Naruto said to her. Shizune shivered in excitement. She could tell she was going to be exhausted from this session, but she didn't mind. "Make me go crazy, Naruto-kun, make me think of nothing else but you," Shizune said to him. Naruto nodded and nibbled on her ear. Shizune let out a small moan as she felt her ear get attacked by Naruto's lips. Shizune looked up and started to think. "He is always able to give me pleasure, I should be more assertive," Shizune said to herself. Suddenly Shizune decided to try that. To be assertive in some of their session. Shizune smiled as she took Naruto off her, much to his surprise. Shizune kissed Naruto as she managed to get him on the floor and lay back. Naruto couldn't believe it, he just got dominated by his demon mistress. "Let me make you go crazy, Naruto-kun," Shizune said to Naruto. Naruto smiled at her. "Please show me your love, Shizune-chan," Naruto told her. Shizune nodded. Shizune began to lick Naruto's neck as her hands rubbed over his body. Naruto let out a groan as he felt good from her teasing. Shizune brought her tongue down and began to lick Naruto's chest. She felt so hot from having her hands over his chiseled body. His hard abs and thick muscles made her go crazy and she continued her session. Naruto kept twitching every time he felt her lips and hands over his body. Shizune decided to go lower until she found her prize. She grabbed his thick member as she shook it up and down. This sent Naruto over the edge as he felt his cock be played with by Shizune's nimble fingers. Shizune smiled and looked up in her man. "I need this meat, good thing I am not a vegetarian," Shizune thought as she brought her mouth over his hardness. Naruto felt immense pleasure as he felt the back of Shizune's throat. It felt so slippery and wet, each time it went deeper inside that the last. Shizune even managed to give him a good deep throat. As Shizune let up for air, she could feel herself getting wet from the arousal. As she licked his cock, she felt it twitch. Shizune suddenly got happy as she rubbed it faster. Naruto was finding it difficult to last as Shizune continued to rub him down. "Come on Naruto-kun, give me you milk, I want it," Shizune told him. Naruto couldn't take it and released inside her mouth. Shizune felt her mouth get filled up with the liquid. She smiled as she swallowed all of the thick fluid and opened her mouth to show it was all gone. "Oh thank you Naruto-kun, that was so good, now let me continue," Shizune said to him. Naruto nodded as he felt something slippery on his dick. Naruto gasped as he felt his pleasure as Shizune lowered her womanhood on top of his cock. Before he lost control of his voice, Naruto did his hand signs and put up a privacy seal and let the pleasure continue. Shizune slid completely down until she was filled with his thick cock. Shizune began to move her hips up and down as she felt Naruto squirm from the ecstasy. Well, how does it feel Naruto-kun?" Shizune asked. "It feels amazing, it is so slippery," Naruto said to her. He felt her tight pussy walls stretch as they wrapped around his hardness. Naruto was on the verge of losing his mind. Shizune started to move faster as she was almost ready for her orgasm. Naruto couldn't hold in the pleasure as he came inside her. "Oh Naruto-kun," Shizune yelled as she was filled with his cum. Naruto let out every drop as he fell to the ground. Shizune fell on top of him and smiled. "See I can dominate also," she told him. Naruto smiled. "That was great Shizune-chan, you are amazing," Naruto told her. Both stayed in the shower to get clean from their session. Lemon has ended, warning has expired. 30 minutes later. Naruto and Shizune went downstairs and sat at the table. They turned to see Anko with a cup of coffee and Tazuna eating his food. Naruto looked around, but didn't see Kiba. "Hey Anko-sensei, where is Kiba?" Naruto asked her. Anko looked up at Naruto and answered. "Oh he is in shower now, I think he is getting ready," Anko said to Naruto. "Oh okay then," Naruto said to her. After a few minutes, Kiba came down dressed for the day. "Hello everyone," Kiba said to them. Everyone gave their greetings as he sat down and ate. After everyone ate their food, Anko looked at her group. "Alright then Gaki, we had a run-in with Zabuza Tem and we were unprepared, so we are going to begin your training," Anko said to them. Everyone nodded and agreed. Anko smiled as she took everyone outside to some trees. "We will do the tree climbing exercise, This will help give you better chakra control and better chakra reserves, Anko told them. But sensei, why do we have to do this if we have chakra already? Kiba asked. Anko looked at Kiba and smiled. Well, yes, we all have chakra, but you currently don't have the chakra to perform high-level techniques. This is the first step to being able to perform those techniques, Anko explained. Kiba got pumped at the thought of learning more high-level jutsu. Yahoo! Alright, let's get started then, Kiba said as he pumped up a fist to the air. Anko smiled at his enthusiasm and gave the three a kunai. Use these as markers to show your progress. I want to see how far you can go, Anko said to them. All three nodded. Just remember, too little chakra and you won't stick, too much chakra and you will destroy the tree, Anko told them. Everyone nodded and were ready to try it. Alright, go, she said to them. Kiba ran for the tree and attempted to climb it. He barely got 2 feet until he came crashing down. Anko laughed as she saw the lump on Kiba's head. Naruto walked up to the tree and put his foot to the tree. Kiba laughed. Don't fall, man, he said to Naruto. Naruto smiled as he walked up the tree. Anko whistled and Kiba had his jaw to the ground as Naruto went up to the top of the tree and walked back down. Well, I guess my control very good, Naruto said as he laid on a tree. Shizune walked up to the tree and began to climb the tree. She did the same as Naruto and walked up to the top, then came back down. When does the training start, Anko-sensei? Shizune said as she laid down on Naruto's lap. Anko opened her mouth so wide that her toothpick fell out and hit the ground. Kiba looked pale as he was the only one who couldn't do it. Okay, you two can do whatever today, good job, Anko said as she walked off trying to contain her surprise at the two. Kiba, not wanting to lose to the couple, started to climb the tree again. He managed to go higher, but fell back down. Naruto and Shizune laughed as this continued for most of the day. Back in Konoha, Kakashi had his team doing D-rank missions around Konoha. To the self-proclaimed Uchiha, this wasn't training, but manual labor. Hinata and Shino didn't complain much. They knew these missions were used to promote teamwork among the team. As he did the work, Sasuke was brooding over his lose to Naruto. Damn that Dobi, I should have kicked his ass, I am an elite, so why did I lose? He wondered. That match had been a bit of a wake-up call for Sasuke. It drove him to try and get stronger to beat both his brother and Naruto. As her brooded, he was brought back to the match of Sakura and Shizune. I will have to admit that the Dobi's girlfriend sure can fight. I will have strong children from her. I can make her mine. I can steal her from the Dobi. It's not like he can defy me, Sasuke said to himself and smirked. Sorry Dobi, but your girlfriend is too good for you. She deserves a strong man, Sasuke said, increasing his ego. Hinata and Shino sighed as they watched Sasuke go through a wide range of emotions. Shino leaned next to Hinata as they carried some barrels. Maybe he is bipolar, Shino said to her. Hinata covered her mouth to hold back the laughter that would come out. I think you are right, Shino-kun, Hinata said to him. Everyone continued their work as they were supervised by Kakashi. Somewhere in the Mist Village, Haku and Zabuza were in a room discussing what Naruto and Shizune told Haku. So that Gaki and his girl want our help in destroying Konoha? Zabuza asked Haku. Haku nodded. Yes, Zabuza-sama, they even said that they could get us instated as Konoha shinobi, at least until their plan comes into play, Haku said to him. Zabuza had to admit it sounded good. To be free of Gato in Mist Country would feel quite exciting. Zabuza contemplated over the issue, as he thought Gato came in to disturb the two. Wow, Zabuza, I can't believe that you got beat by a woman and her lackeys, Gato said to him. Zabuza groaned. Don't you worry, Gato, I will take care of them, just keep my pay coming, Zabuza said to him. Gato smirked. You better not fail me, he said to Zabuza as he left. Zabuza sighed as he got up. Yano Haku, I think we might take that Gaki up on his request, Zabuza said with a smile. Haku nodded and bowed. Yes, Zabuza-sama, she said to him. To be free from a rapist and terrorist like Gato would make being under the control of Konoha more than enough for their reward. Both stayed in the hideout to pack and seal their stuff. Back in Water Country, 1 week later, Naruto and Shizune were watching Kiba train. He had gone better at tree climbing and was able to increase his chakra reserves. Soon a week passed, and everyone except Naruto was at the bridge. As the bridge builders worked, a mist came into play and shrouded the whole bridge. The workers suddenly became terrified as they ran for their lives. Anko, Shizune, and Kiba knew what was coming and got ready for battle. Soon Zabuza and Haku came into view. Anko took out her blade and went into a battle stance. "Well, Zabuza, ready for more?" Anko asked. Zabuza looked up and smiled. Haku smiled also. Back at Tazuna's house, Naruto got up and ate his breakfast as he heard that his teammates had gone to the bridge. Naruto smiled and thanked Tsunami for the information. As he was about to head out the door, he was stopped by Tsunami's son, Inari. "Why?" he asked. Naruto looked at him and narrowed his eyes. He had done this situation before, but he felt he might need to be mean again for Inari's courage. "Why what?" he asked. Inari exploded. "Why are you trying so hard? You will just end up dead by Gato. You come here to help but you people don't know what suffering is," Inari said to Naruto. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Because he heard this situation before, he wasn't mad at Inari, but he still had to shout at him. "Oh Kami, shut up. I know more about suffering than you ever will. You haven't seen your daughter die in front of your eyes and all you can do is watch helplessly as they die. Other people have suffered much more than you," Naruto said to him. Inari looked at Naruto in shock. He ran upstairs crying. Naruto ran out the door. "Sorry Inari, but once again you need to learn that you must fight for what you want in life," Naruto said to himself as he ran to the bridge. Naruto saw the mist set in as he prepared to fight. As he reached the bridge he saw Anko and Zabuza trade blows with their swords as Kiba and Shizune talked with Haku. Naruto got confused as he withdrew his weapons. Shizune turned her eyes to see her blonde coming towards them. "Hey Naruto-kun," Shizune said with a smile. Everyone turned to see Naruto walking. Hey, what is going on?" he asked. Anko and Zabuza stopped trading blows and settled down. "Zabuza here said he had something to discuss with you, so we waited for you to arrive and killed time," Anko said to him. Zabuza nodded and put his sword away. "So Gaki, Haku told me that you could get us instated as Konoha shinobi," Zabuza said to Naruto. Naruto smiled as he nodded. "Yeah, that's right, I can do that," Naruto told him. Naruto pointed his finger and told Zabuza to follow him. Zabuza complied as he walked off with Naruto, leaving the others to their thoughts. When they were a safe distance, Naruto decided to speak. "Okay Zabuza, I am sure Haku told you about my plan to destroy Konoha," Naruto told him. Zabuza nodded. "That's right Gaki, she did, but why?" he asked. Naruto looked at the ground. "I will make them pay, that village doesn't deserve to breed in this world," Naruto said to him. Zabuza was still confused, but the kid seemed to be making some sense. "So it is for revenge?" he asked. Naruto looked at him. "That is right, I am hoping for your help in this," Naruto told him. Zabuza seemed okay with it, but as reassurance Naruto looked at Zabuza. "Here, I will drop this henge and let you see the real me," Naruto told him. Zabuza nodded as he backed away. Naruto did his seal and shouted. "Kai," he said as smoke covered his body. Zabuza looked for a while as the smoke left. What he saw shocked him. Naruto came out in his slightly orange and black suit and black pants and ninja shoes. He also had a tail swaying on his back. His ears moved up to his head and his whisker marks showed more. "This is me," Naruto said to him. Zabuza looked at him and was impressed. The amount of chakra he had was staggering. Zabuza could see that even he was no match for Naruto. Zabuza smirked. "It might be fun to do this," Zabuza said as he bowed. "I would be honored to follow you with your plan Naruto," Naruto smiled. "Thank you Zabuza, you may rise," he said to the man. Zabuza rose. "Okay, I will give you some power later, when we get back to the village, it will make you much stronger than right now, same for Haku," Naruto told him. Zabuza nodded. "All right Naruto," Zabuza answered. Naruto smiled. "Oh, and it's okay to call me Gaki when I am in chibi form, okay?" Naruto said to him and he hung back. Zabuza nodded. "All right Gaki," he said as they went back. When they came back they saw everyone talking with Haku about her life and everything. "All right everyone, let's go back," Naruto said to them. Everyone nodded and went back to the house. My Zabuza, teaming up with these fools, oh how you have fallen," Gato said as he brought out thousands of his henchmen. Zabuza looked back and smirked. "Yeah, this group is more entertaining than you will ever be," Zabuza said to him. "Oh well, it's a shame, kill them," Gato said as his men charged. Naruto looked back and smirked. He patted Zabuza on his arm. Watch closely Zabuza, this is the true silent killing technique, Naruto said to him. Zabuza nodded and watched closely at the group. Naruto patted him back on his shoulder. Did you see it? He asked. Zabuza shook his head. No, I didn't, he answered. Naruto smiled. Exactly, Naruto told him. I will teach this to you also, Naruto told him. Zabuza looked to see the people still charging, but what he saw shocked him. Soon people began screaming as their limbs and body were cut off. The bridge turned into a bloody mess as Gato remained, terrified. Gato is yours, do what you want, Naruto said to him. Zabuza smirked. He thanked Kami for this chance. Zabuza rushed at Gato and sliced him in half. That takes care of that, Shizune said to Haku. Haku nodded. It sure does, Haku said to her. Shizune whispered to Haku. Omi and Naruto don't mind sharing, Shizune said with a smile. Haku blushed red at Shizune's words. SS Shizune-san, Haku stuttered. Shizune laughed at Haku's embarrassment. As everyone walked back, they came back to the house and waited for the bridge to be completed. In a few more days the bridge was done and the people named it after Naruto. They group left as they waved goodbye to the people. The road trip back to Konoha was lively with activity and people talked to others. Zabuza and Anko agreed to spar more. Shizune continued to make Haku blush. Naruto and Kiba had a lively chat about their dislike of Sasuke. Gates of Konoha. Everyone came up to the gates and entered the village. They all immediately went to the Hokage mansion to report their mission. Naruto and his group entered to see Sarutobi doing his paperwork. Yo Gigi, mission completed, Naruto said to him. Sarutobi smiled. Good job everyone, you will get pain for you trip, Sarutobi said to them. Anko stepped forward. We also have some friends, Anko said as she pointed at the door. Hiruzen looked up. Zabuza and Haku came in to greet him. Hello, Zabuza said to him. Hello sir, Haku said with a bow. Sarutobi looked shocked, so Naruto explained. I was able to get them to align with Konoha, Naruto told him. Sarutobi smiled. One of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, sure I will instate you as Konoha shinobi, Sarutobi said to them. Both seemed happy as they thanked the man. Zabuza will be a Jonin, and Haku will be with Anko's squad as a Genin, Hiruzen said to them. Everyone nodded in agreement. As everyone was about to leave, Sarutobi motioned for Naruto and Shizune. Naruto Shizune, you both have to come to the council room in 30 minutes, Sarutobi said to them. Both looked at each other and nodded. Alright Gigi, thank you, Naruto said as they all walked out. Sarutobi nodded and began to do the paperwork for Zabuza and Haku. As everyone walked out, Zabuza looked concerned. But where do we stay? He asked Naruto. He and Haku didn't have any place to go to. Naruto smiled. That's okay, you can stay with us, Naruto told them simply. Both looked at each other. Oh okay, thank you Naruto-san, Haku said to him. No need for formalities Haku, just Naruto, Naruto said to her. Haku nodded. Anko and Kiba left the group and said their goodbyes. Naruto and Shizune went to their apartment and sealed all of their stuff. Time to go, Naruto told her. Shizune nodded. The group of 4 went out to the trees and looked to see a big compound. It was more than big enough to fit a massive family. Naruto unlocked the seal on the door and walked in with Shizune, Haku, and Zabuza. Welcome to my humble abode, Naruto said to them. Shizune had lived here before, so it wasn't a big deal to her, but to Zabuza and Haku the place was gorgeous. The garden and river were all good. There was a big house and other houses to fight one very large family of people. The place certainly had enough rooms for everyone. Pick whichever room you want, Naruto told them. Haku and Zabuza nodded as they brought their stuff inside. After a look through the house, Zabuza and Haku settled their rooms. As they got settled, Naruto and Shizune walked to Haku. Haku, will you come with us? Naruto asked. Haku nodded. Yes Naruto, she said to him. She walked out with the 2 as they sat on the couch. Listen Haku, Shizune told me about this whole thing and she said you should be let into my life, Naruto told her. Haku blushed, but nodded. Naruto looked at her and smiled. I am not going to force you to date me, but let's start out as friends and see where that goes if you want, Naruto told her. Haku blushed some more red, but nodded. Well Naruto, if you and Shizune are okay with it, I would like that, Haku said to him. Naruto smiled and nodded. Okay then Haku-chan, how about a date later? Naruto asked her. Haku blushed, but nodded. I would like that Naruto-kun. Haku smiled at him. Naruto nodded. Okay then Haku-chan, I will take you on a date tonight at 8, okay? Naruto told her. Haku nodded. Yes Naruto-kun, I look forward to it, she said to him. Naruto smiled and nodded. Alright Haku-chan, you and Zabuza get comfortable, me and Shizune have to go, Naruto said to her. Haku nodded. Yes Naruto-kun, Haku said as she got up and left. Naruto and Shizune smiled and left. As the two left Zabuza came out of the room. You sure do work fast Haku-chan, Zabuza said with a smile. Haku blushed. Zabuza-sama, Haku yelled. Council room. The Shinobi Council along with the Civilian Council were in the room as Sarutobi came in and took his seat at the center. After 10 minutes, Naruto and Shizune came in and stood before the people. Naruto, the reason we have called you here is about the CRA Act for Sasuke Uchiha, Sarutobi said to him. Naruto's face turned demonic as he held Shizune. What about it? Naruto asked, making the Hokage choose his word wisely. In order for the Uchiha generation to continue, Sasuke must take multiple wives, someone on the council said to Naruto. And we want you to break up with that girl so she can be Sasuke's wife, a male council member said to him. The room was flooded by ki that came from Naruto. Oh, and who said this? Naruto asked. Sasuke appeared behind someone. I did Dobi, he said to him. Naruto turned to Sasuke who smirked. That girl is too strong for you, she is worthy of giving birth to my children, not retards like yours, Sasuke said with a smile. Naruto was getting angrier and angrier with the tone of Sasuke. So break up with her so I can have her, Sasuke said with a victory smile. The Civilian Council nodded. That's right, that woman is a prize wasted on a demon spawn like you, a pink-haired woman said to him. Naruto looked at her and recognized her. It was Sakura's mother, Sakuno. She always had it out for Naruto. She was also one of the people who helped kill Naruto and Shizune's child. Shizune almost lashed out at her, but was stopped by Naruto. Sasuke, you need to learn your place, I already kicked you ass, do you need another ass kicking? Naruto said to him. Sasuke's smirk was gone as he looked at Naruto. It matters not, I am the elite, now break up with her so I can have her, Sasuke ordered. Naruto looked at Shizune. Shizune's hair covered her eyes. Naruto saw a smile on her face. Shizune suddenly bursted out laughing at Sasuke and the council, surprising everyone. Ha ha ha, why you haha expect me to be haha the wife of an arrogant asshole, Shizune said as she fell to the floor laughing. After her laughing died down, she stood up. Not on you ass, Uchiha, Shizune said to him with her expression turning cold. She wrapped her arms around Naruto. This is my love Sasuke, not you, I love Naruto-kun and always will, Shizune said to him. Sasuke was seething mad. Now if that is all, Naruto said as he escorted Shizune out. Sasuke jumped down. I said she is mine Dobi, he said as he charged Naruto. Naruto smirked and didn't react. Shizune grabbed Sasuke's hand and kicked him in the stomach, sending him into a wall as he gasped. Don't get ahead of yourself Sasuke-chan, you aren't a match for Naruto-koi or me, Shizune said to him. Sarutobi, Tsume, Shikaku, Chojuro, Inochi, and Hiashi smirked at the Uchiha getting put in his place. Well, we are going now later, they said as they walked out. Some of the council raged. Hokage-sama, stop them, a man said to him. Sarutobi shook his head. Sorry, but no, they have their own life, it isn't just for people to be forced away for selfish reasons, this meeting is adjourned, he said to them. But Hokage-sama. I said this meeting is adjourned, Sarutobi yelled as he walked out the door. Tsume, Shikaku, Chojuro, Inochi, and Hiashi walked out. They all smiled. Well, the Uchiha had it coming, the kid was a drag, he really needs to learn his place, he shouldn't be cocky, what a disgrace, they all said as they walked out. They all left the council in shock as they left. Streets of Konoha. Well Naruto-kun, shall we head home? Shizune asked her blonde. Why yes Shizu-chan, let us go home, oh and the way you bet that Uchiha got me hot, Naruto whispered in her ear. Shizune smiled. Should I take care of that heat? She asked playfully. Naruto smiled. I would like that, he said to her. Shizune nodded. Then let's hurry home, she said as she ran off. Naruto smiled as he ran after her to their home for a day full of pleasure. Chapter 8. Namikaze Compound. While Naruto and Shizune were at the council meeting, Zabuza was sitting on the sofa enjoying the quiet or what he could manage of it. He could only smile as he saw Haku run around the house in a frantic manner. Zabuza's sweat dropped. Haku, what are you in a rush for? He asked. Haku stopped her running and looked at Zabuza. Oh Zabuza-sama, I have a date with Naruto-kun, I have to find a dress, Haku said as she ran back upstairs. Zabuza sat on the couch and laughed. I will never understand relationships, Zabuza said as he decided to train with his sword. While he trained outside, Haku was in her room sorting through her clothes. Because she was always on the run from shinobi, she never had the chance to try on dresses of any kind. Haku sorted through her clothes. No, this won't do, this one either, oh how can I get a dress? Haku thought to herself. As Haku thought of how to get a dress, she went over the feeling of going on a date with Naruto. I wonder where Naruto-kun will take me, she wondered. Haku had never been on many dates either. Her mind wandered as she could see herself in Naruto's arms as they walked through the village. Oh how I would love for him to hold me, those strong kami-like muscles wrapped around my body and pull me into a loving embrace, and also his. Haku stopped herself and blushed. She had caught herself drooling over the blonde. Okay Haku, get to work, find a dress for your date, Haku said to herself. As she went through her clothes, she heard the door open downstairs. We're home everyone, Naruto said to the two. Zabuza popped his head in from a side door. Yo Gaki, welcome home, he said as he got back to training. Naruto smiled as he saw Zabuza swing his sword around in practice. Good to see you training Zabuza, keep your skills sharp okay? Naruto told him. Zabuza nodded. I will Naruto-sama, to destroy a village doesn't happen in a few years doesn't happen every day, Zabuza said with an evil smile. Naruto and Shizune smirked as they nodded. Haku came downstairs to greet Naruto and Shizune. Welcome home Shizune-chan and Naruto-kun, Haku said to them. Naruto smiled as he looked at the ice mistress. Hello Haku, are you excited about our date? Naruto asked her. Haku blushed and brought her head down. Why yes I am Naruto-kun, I can't wait for it, Haku said to him. Naruto nodded with a smile. Haku then looked at Shizune. Faster than either Naruto or Shizune could see, Haku grabbed Shizune and ran upstairs with her. Naruto stood there in the living room. What just happened? He wondered. Zabuza laughed as he continued to train. Haku grabbed Shizune and took her to her room. As she put a startled Shizune in the room, Haku closed and locked the door. What is the matter Haku-chan? Shizune asked. Haku looked at her and blushed, but looked down in disappointment. Shizune-chan, what am I going to do? I don't have a dress for my date with Naruto-kun, Haku told her. Shizune nodded. That was certainly a problem. Shizune looked at all of Haku's clothes that were laid out over the bed. None of them seemed to be good for dates. Shizune's face lit up in realization. She turned to Haku and smiled. Say Haku-chan, would you like to have one of mine? Shizune asked. Haku's face looked up in shock. But Shizune-san, I couldn't do that, Haku said to her. Shizune waved her hand. No worries, consider it a gift, come on I will take you to my room, Shizune said as she led Haku to her room. As they entered the room, Haku took in a moment to scan the air. It had a king-sized bed, along with other features that were in a typical room. It had 2 tables for the male side and the female side of the bed, as well as a few pictures of past Namikaze family. As Shizune opened her closet she took out some dresses. Pick the one you like and you can have it, Shizune said to her. Haku nodded as she went over the dresses. As she scanned the dresses, Haku was looking over the amazing features that the dresses had. Some were simple, and others were quite bold. Haku looked at one and picked it up. I would like this one Shizune-san, Haku said holding up the dress. Shizune looked up and smiled. Oh I'll dress that one, Shizune thought with a smile. Shizune got up. That would look great on you, I didn't know you were so bold Haku-chan, Shizune teased. Haku blushed a dark red. Well I like the color A and I think it would go well, Haku said to Shizune. Shizune smiled and nodded. Alright Haku-chan, that one is yours, have fun, Shizune said to her. Haku smiled and nodded. Thank you Shizune-san, Haku said as she walked out the door. Shizune smiled as she sat on the bed. I guess our future is going to change, Naruto-kun. Oh well, it will be interesting to tease any other women that come, Shizune said with a devious smile. She started to put up her dresses and after that laid on her bed. With Haku. Haku had gotten back to her room as she marveled at the dress. Haku blushed at the thought of Naruto's reaction. Thank you, Shizune-san, I know this will go well, Haku said as she tried to get herself ready. With Naruto and Zabuza. As Naruto laid in the park, he saw Zabuza still training as he decided to get serious. Hey Zabuza, Naruto called him. Zabuza stopped his training to look at his new master. Yes Gaki, he asked. Naruto got up and dusted himself off. He walked over to Zabuza. Zabuza, I am now going to teach you the true silent killing technique, Naruto told him. Zabuza's face lit up at the thought. Naruto pointed to his tree as the two went and sat down. Now Zabuza, your silent killing technique is very good. I am very pleased with it to say the least. Not even the Sharingan can fully analyze the move, Naruto complimented. Zabuza nodded his head. But the key to the true silent killing is more speed and more reaction time, Naruto told him. Zabuza looked at Naruto. Naruto smiled as he explained. My silent killing is not capable of being analyzed, I move much too fast for even a fully matured Sharingan to follow, I even doubt that Itachi could follow me, Naruto told him. Zabuza listened carefully. The only thing here that must be improved is your speed and strength. You use that heavy sword and so it tends to reduce your speed and the strength taken to swing that sword requires lots of strength, Naruto explained. Zabuza could only nod. It was all true. He did have amazing speed, but it was reduced because of his sword. Naruto continued. What I want you to do is this, Naruto said as he did his hand signs. Naruto finished and placed a seal on Zabuza. Zabuza looked as the seal disappeared. As it disappeared, his body fell to the ground. Damn, what is this pressure? I can't get up, Zabuza said to himself. Naruto chuckled. Those are gravity seals, much better than any training weights, whatever your regular training regime is, I want you to do that with those weights on. When I feel you have adjusted to the weights, you will be surprised at the speed and strength you have. After that I will give you more power from myself when that is done. Naruto told him. Zabuza tried to nod, but couldn't. After laying down for 5 minutes, Zabuza struggled to get up. After a minute Zabuza was on his feet. Alright, I can stand now, Zabuza said as he tried to lift up his sword. He could barely get the sword off the ground. Damn, it's too heavy, oh well, might as well train without it, Zabuza said as he tried to run around the compound. Naruto nodded as he went back inside. Naruto went to his room to get ready for his date. He could see that the sun was going down and he had to hurry. Okay, time for your date, Haku-chan, Naruto said as he went to get ready. 8 o'clock p.m. in the Namikaze compound. The sun went completely down as night claimed the village. Naruto was standing downstairs waiting for Haku to arrive for their date. Naruto was sporting a leather suit that was over top a white shirt that had a black tie on it. He also had on leather pants that seemed to hug his body. To complete the set, wear black shoes and some cuff link for his shirt. To Shizune, Naruto looked so damn hot that she drooled over his body. Naruto smiled at the reaction. Naruto turned to see Zabuza on the couch. He was resting after tiring himself out from his training. Naruto lowered the gravity seals so that Zabuza could at least get around in the night time. As everyone waited, Haku made herself known. Sorry I am late, Naruto-kun, Haku said to him. Naruto looked up and what he saw made him stare with an open mouth. He saw Haku and she was so damn beautiful. Haku was wearing a long red dress that reached down to her ankles. One side of the dress had a cut through it near the bottom as it showed one of her legs more than the other. Her dress gleamed in the light as she came down. She also had on red high heels for her night with Naruto. Haku also had on some red gloves that covered her hands. Naruto also noticed that Haku seemed to have added just a bit of glitter to her dress as it sparkled on her way down. All in all, Naruto could nearly faint from the beauty of Haku. Haku-chan, that dress looks so beautiful on you, Naruto told her. Haku blushed as she hid her face. Naruto walked up to her and stroked her black hair as it seemed to complement the dress. I am glad that you like it, Naruto-kun, Haku said to him. Haku looked at Naruto and blushed as she saw his tight muscles hug the suit he was wearing. Oh Kami, that body is too hot, Haku thought to herself. Naruto brought out his shoulder, as Haku snapped out of her gaze. Haku smiled as she took his arm and put her hands on top of his. Naruto smiled as he escorted Haku out for their night. "Don't wait up you guys," Naruto told them. "Good luck Naruto-kun, Haku-chan," Shizune said to them. Both nodded as they walked off. Shizune closed the door and went off to do her own thing. Zabuza did the same as he walked off into the garden. With Naruto and Haku. As Naruto and Haku walked through the streets of Konoha, they could feel the intense glares they were getting from people. Some were hateful, others were jealous, and others were happy at the couple as they walked through the streets. Haku blushed as she held Naruto's arm. Everyone is staring at us," Haku said to him. Naruto smiled as he leaned close to Haku. "Don't worry about them, just keep your eyes on us and our date," Naruto told her. Haku's blush reddened as she nodded. Both walked through the streets of Konoha as they came up to a restaurant. Naruto walked up to the man and smiled. "Table for two please," Naruto said to him. The man looked up and smiled. "Yes sir, right this way," the man said to him. Naruto nodded as he guided Haku across the room as they sat at their table. "Here are your menus, I will leave while you make your choice," the man said as he left. Naruto and Haku looked through the menu together and decided. Both waited for their orders and decided to let the date begin. "So Haku-chan, tell me about yourself before meeting me and Shizune," Naruto said to her. Haku looked at Naruto and blushed. She told him about her life before Zabuza. How she was orphaned since her childhood for having her Kekkei Genkai. She also told him about her mother and father and how much she remembered their love for her. She also told him about her life with Zabuza and the killing that she did. "So you have had a rough childhood," Naruto said to her. Haku nodded. "But it wasn't so bad, it's because of that I met you and Shizune-san," Haku said to him. Naruto blushed as he smiled at her. Haku decided to know more about her potential boyfriend. "So what about you Naruto-kun, what was your life like?" she asked. Naruto narrowed his eyes. That was always a touchy subject for him. He never did trust too many people with the details of his life, but he convinced himself that Haku wasn't going to berate him. Before Naruto responded to her question, the waiter came back with his pad. "May I take your order?" he asked. Naruto nodded and put down the menu. "I will have the beef-flavored yakisoba with white rice and a beverage," Naruto said to him. The man smiled and turned to Haku. "I will have a ranch salad with ranch sauce and a beverage," Haku said to him. The man nodded and walked away. Haku smiled as she turned back to Naruto. "You were saying Naruto-kun," she said to him. Naruto smiled as he continued. Naruto told her all about his life up to this point. Some of the stuff he omitted, but he nonetheless told her everything. His time in the academy, the friends he made, his life as the jailer of the Kyuubi, and meeting her. Haku had a few tears in her eyes. She didn't know Naruto had such a hard life. All his life was filled with hate, but he still had a big heart enough to love. Though to Naruto, no matter the big heart he had, he would undoubtedly burn Konoha to the ground for what they did to him in the future. "So you are a Jinchuriki?" she asked. Naruto nodded. "Yes I am, I hold or rather held the Kyuubi no Yoko. It wasn't as hard a life, it has led me up to this point," Naruto told her. Haku nodded in understanding. She even got Naruto to tell her about his life in the future. He told her everything, his life, his child, how Sasuke killed his daughter, and how he swore revenge on him and Konoha. Haku nodded in anger. Now she felt disgusted being in such a village. "I will always help you with this Naruto-kun," Haku said with her hand on Naruto's hands. Naruto smiled as he wiped away a few tears. "Thank you Haku-chan, but enough about that, let's enjoy this night," Naruto told her. Haku nodded. As they talked, the waiter brought the couple their food. "Here you go sir," he said as he placed the food down. Naruto and Haku thanked the man and were about to eat. Naruto stopped her for a second. His eyes changed to slits as he called the man. "Sir, please call the manager for me," Naruto told him. The man sweated, but did so. After a while the manager, who was a good friend of Naruto's, walked up. "Ah Naruto-kun, I see you are on a date with such a cute girl," the man said to him. Naruto blushed, but nodded. "Thank Kazuya," Naruto told him. Kazuya had fed Naruto food when he was younger or when the villagers were unfair to Naruto. He always thought of Naruto as his Otudo little brother. "So Otudo, What is the problem? He asked. Naruto narrowed his eyes. I have a complaint about the food. It seems our waiter deliberately spit in our food and I would like a new meal, Naruto said to him. Kazuya's eyes narrowed in anger as he stared at the waiter. Kazuya walked up to the trembling man in the corner. Is what you did to my Otudo true? He asked with a menacing look in his eyes. The man got up and confronted his boss. That kid is a demon, he doesn't deserve to eat, he stopped with a fist to his gut. The man fell to the floor as he gripped his stomach in pain. Kazuya grabbed the man's collar and looked him right in the eyes. Look here you foolish asshole, that over there is my Otudo, I won't let anyone treat him badly in my presence, now you are going to apologize for this incident and after that you are going to pack your things, because you are fired, Kazuya said to him as he dragged the man to Naruto and Haku. Ototo, I believe this man has something to say to you, Kazuya said to Naruto. I am sorry sir, the man said to Naruto. Naruto nodded. Kazuya set the man away. I want you out of here in 10 minutes, and if you aren't I will kick you out, he said to the man. The man ran away to get his stuff. Kazuya smiled and turned to Naruto. Sorry about him Otudo, let me make it up to you, your meals are on the house, now please enjoy your date, Kazuya said to Naruto. Naruto smiled. Thank you very much Ni-san, big brother, Naruto said to him. Kazuya bowed to Haku. Ma'am I am terribly sorry for my employee's audacious behavior, he said to Haku. Haku smiled. It is quite alright, but I will torture that guy later, Haku said with a look of disgust. Naruto smiled. Well then Otudo enjoy your date you dog, Kazuya said to Naruto. Naruto smiled and nodded. Thank you Ni-san, Naruto said to him. As he left, Haku whispered to Naruto. Naruto-kun, when we destroy Konoha, is he one of the people you want to save? Haku asked. Naruto looked at her and smiled. Yes Haku-chan, he has saved me so many times, I will save him along with other people, Naruto told her. Haku smiled. I had hoped you would, she told him. Naruto nodded. Now shall we continue, he asked. Haku smiled as she nodded. Both ate their food and had a great time. Naruto also took Haku dancing. She had never danced before, but Naruto managed to show her the joy of it in a few hours. Haku enjoyed her time slow dancing with Naruto. After their date, both went home in a good mood, only to have that mood interrupted by a bitch who was walking the streets. Ah it's the Dobi, said the loud figure. Naruto turned his head in disgust. He and Haku turned their heads to see Sakura run up to them. Naruto face-palmed himself. Goodbye glorious night, Naruto said to himself. Sakura ran up them. So dead last, who is this bitch that you have now? Sakura asked. Naruto narrowed his yes. This woman is Haku, now leave me and her are on a date, Naruto told her. Sakura smirked. I wonder what that bitch Shizune would say if you were cheating on her, Sakura said as she smiled at him. Naruto put Haku around his arm. Before he could respond, someone else did. I would say that I was happy for him and that I am glad for him, Shizune said out of the blue with some groceries. Everyone turned to see Shizune in the road. Besides unlike Sasuke, my Naruto-kun likes women and girls, not guys, Shizune said to her. Sakura seethed at her. HMPH too bad you aren't good enough for Sasuke, she said to her. Shizune laughed. Oh I am more than good enough since I was selected as a candidate for his wife, though it left a terrible taste in my mouth, Shizune said to a startled Sakura. You're just a big liar you bitch, Sakura pointed at her. Shizune grew a vein in her head and stepped forward. Listen you pink howler monkey of a bitch, you just got out of the hospital 1 week ago, now leave Naruto Koi and Haku-chan alone, or I can send you back for an even longer period of time, Shizune threatened. Sakura backed up and walked away. Like I need to speak any more to this bitch, Sakura said to herself as she walked away. Shizune walked to Naruto and Haku. Well sorry about that Haku-chan, I will make myself scarce later, Shizune said as she shunshined in an array of medical needles. Naruto and Haku smiled as they walked home. Namikaze compound. Naruto and Haku were up at the door of the compound when Naruto stopped Haku. Listen Haku-chan, I am sorry that Sakura ruined the last part of our date, Naruto said to her. Haku smiled then shook her head. It is quite alright Naruto-kun, I loved how you defended my honor as a woman, Haku said to him causing Naruto to blush. Well I had to, I mean I do love Haku-chan after all, Naruto said to her. Haku blushed as she looked at the ground. I love you too, Naruto-kun, Haku said to him. Naruto blushed as he grabbed the door handle. Before they went inside, Haku spun Naruto's head around. Naruto was shocked as his lips landed on hers. Haku kissed Naruto with a hot passion. It took Naruto only a second to register the kiss, as he returned it with his own. Naruto dominated Haku's lips as he felt her warm body on his. Both separated and blushed. That was a great kiss, Haku-chan, Naruto said to her. Haku blushed. I really enjoyed it, Naruto-kun, Haku said to him. Naruto opened the door for Haku as she stepped inside. I look forward to more dates with you, Naruto-kun, Haku said to him as she ran off upstairs with a smile on her face. Naruto smiled as he stood at the door. Naruto-kun, huh? Sounds good, thank you, Haku-chan, Naruto said as he entered the house. Both were soon going to bed after the fun they had on that night. Chapter 9. 6 months later. Naruto, Haku, and Shizune walked out of the compound as they got ready to meet with Anko and Kiba for an announcement. As they walked through the town, they ignored the hateful glares that they got from people. I wonder what the announcement is, Haku said to them. Shizune wondered also. She hadn't been to this part of Naruto's life, but he was more than happy to tell them. The Chunin exams are about to start soon, Naruto told them. Both nodded their heads in realization. Oh, that's right, I remember that I had to take one also, Shizune said to them. Haku nodded. She knew about the exams, she had gone through them before, but was a spy for Zabuza, so she didn't care about her rank. Well ladies, let's hurry up, Anko-sensei hates lateness, Naruto said to them. Both women nodded. Yes, Naruto-koi, they said as they ran off to the forest. 45 minutes later. Everyone came up to see Kiba laying at the gate. Kiba looked up to see his 3 teammates coming up to the gate. Well, it seems that everyone is here, he said to them. Everyone nodded as they sat down and waited for Anko. As everyone waited, Haku put her head on Naruto's lap as Shizune put her head on his shoulder. Both girls fell asleep with peaceful dreams about their blonde. Naruto chuckled as he looked at his precious women on his body. Kiba had a side glance at Naruto and smiled. Kiba muttered the words, "Lucky dog," under his breath. As the two guys waited for Anko, they both decided to take a nap also. 25 minutes later. Anko showed up at the forest entrance with a bag full of dango. She had her trademark toothpick in her mouth as she looked around for her students. She saw 3-4 figures at the entrance. Soon Anko saw that it was her students. Anko got a gleam in her eyes. They are so peaceful when they are asleep, she said to herself. She looked to see Kiba and Akamaru sleeping while they laid on the gate. She turned to see an amazing sight. She saw her blonde Gaki with 2 girls sleeping on his body. Anko had a slight bit of jealousy. She suddenly smirked as she realized a good idea. Anko smiled as she laid on another side of Naruto and fell asleep on the adjacent side of Shizune. Anko soon fell asleep as she felt the muscular muscles on her head. I have to admit it, Naruto, you know how to make a woman jealous, Anko said as she fell asleep. Everyone was soon having good dreams as the day went by. 2 hours later. Kiba and Akamaru woke up and stretched. He looked around to see that Anko wasn't here yet. Kiba sighed as he got a glance at Naruto. Kiba stuttered at what he saw. He saw Anko sleeping on Naruto's shoulder. Kiba quickly got up and walked over to the group. Everyone, please, wake up, Kiba yelled. Everyone startled awake as they turned to see Anko on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto blushed. Am I that good of a pillow? He asked them. Haku and Shizune nodded. I don't blame her, you really are comfortable to sleep on, Shizune said to Naruto. Naruto smiled. Yeah, I guess, Naruto said to them. Naruto formed an idea. He leaned to Anko and kissed her cheek. Anko-sensei, wake up my snake mistress, Naruto cooed to her. Anko squirmed awake. She rubbed her eyes and saw her face dangerously close to Naruto's. Anko looked around at the smiling genin who had seen her on Naruto's shoulder. Anko blushed as she backed away. It's not what you think I was just, Anko paused as Haku continued. You were just sleeping soundly on Naruto-kun's shoulder, Haku said with a smile. Anko blushed as she stumbled to her feet. She got up and coughed into her hand. It wasn't like that, Anko stopped as she looked down. Just thought that I could receive love like that also, Anko said with a frown. Everyone stopped smiling as they looked at their sensei. No one had seen this side of her before. Naruto in the past hadn't spent much time with Anko, so he didn't know how she felt. Naruto smiled as he got up. He looked to his right at Shizune. Shizune looked at him and sighed. She formed a smile and nodded. Naruto nodded and turned to Haku. Haku looked at Naruto. She had been out with Naruto for a few months, so she knew how he felt about things like this. She had come to love that side of him. The side with so much love for others. Haku hadn't done anything past intense kissing with Naruto, as she was afraid to take the next step with him. In truth, she didn't mind sharing either, since Shizune had shared Naruto with her. Haku smiled as she nodded. Naruto nodded as he stepped forward. He put his hands on the sad Anko's face as she looked up at him. Naruto smiled as he wiped a few tears off her eyes. He then, much to her surprise, kissed her cheek as she blushed a beet red. Naruto stopped as he looked at her. Anko-sensei, would you give me the honor of taking you on a date sometime? Naruto asked her. Anko looked up in a hopeful smile. She wouldn't mind, but she turned to Naruto. You know I am half your age, right? She asked. Naruto smiled. He turned to Shizune. She nodded as he looked back at her. Naruto decided it was time to tell her and Kiba his plan. He looked at Anko. Not necessarily Anko, Naruto said to her. Anko looked at him in confusion as he stepped back. Naruto did a hand sign. Kai, he said as smoke enveloped him. Anko and Kiba stared as they saw a 13-year-old boy replaced with a 20-year-old man. Anko stepped back as she took in his form. His whiskers were more visible, his body was more toned, his ears were on top of his head and he had a tail that swayed slightly. Kiba looked at his teammate in awe. Awesome Naruto, how did you become like that? Kiba asked interested. Naruto smiled. He saw Anko still in shock as he snapped her out of it. So Anko-sensei, how do you like the real me? Naruto asked her. Anko looked over his body. Everything about him was godlike. Anko went back to staring as she looked at him. He is perfect, the body, the face, the cute tail, the muscles, oh the muscles, they all make him so hot, Anko thought to herself. Naruto snapped her out of her thoughts again. Anko-sensei, Kiba, there is something I must tell you, Naruto told them. Everyone sat down as they listened. Shizune decided that since this would be revealed anyway, she released her henge also. Her features were the same as Naruto's, except she had a more voluptuous body, she had a crimson tail also. Her face had its own whiskers also. Other than that, she seemed basically the same. Naruto sighed as he went over his thoughts. Anko and Kiba waited for Naruto to gather his thoughts. Naruto took a deep breath and started. It all started on one very hateful night, Naruto said to them. Both listened as Naruto's story shocked them to the core. Naruto told them how Sasuke would be the Rokudaime Hokage. How he would drive Konoha to war against the other 4 nations. Naruto also told him how Sasuke would kill all the ninja who side with Naruto. Naruto told Anko how she died at the hands on a mind-controlled kunai and how Kiba would die from being taken captive by one of the nations, as Sasuke abandoned him and left him to die. Naruto went along to say how he and Shizune were captured and tortured. He told them how Sasuke killed their daughter in front of their eyes, and how the village would revel in the deaths of Naruto's friends and his daughter. Naruto explained his plan of destroying Konoha to them as he went over how he would want their help in its destruction. Naruto finished as he gauged their reactions. Anko was in tears and Kiba was close to the verge of losing it. Naruto grabbed Shizune and Haku and held them close. I won't forgive them, I will make this place pay for its crimes, Naruto said to them. Kiba slammed his hands on the ground. What? I am killed because I was abandoned by my village, and they didn't even care, Kiba said to Naruto. Naruto nodded. Kiba looked down in disgust. Anko wasn't having the best time either. I get killed by Nai-chan, Anko thought as tears ran down her face. Naruto nodded. I am sorry to say that to you, but it is the truth, Naruto told them. Kiba looked at the ground. He seemed to convince himself of something and smiled. He looked up at Naruto. No way am I dying because I fought for an arrogant asshole, let me join you Naruto, if this is how the village will be in the future then it deserves to be destroyed, Kiba said to him. Naruto smiled. He grabbed Kiba's hand and shook it. You're always welcome Kiba, I would be honored to have you, Naruto said with a smile. Kiba nodded. It's all good Naruto, I am not dying for Sasuke of all people, Kiba said to him. Naruto nodded and smiled. Naruto turned to Anko who was on the ground. Naruto looked at her. Anko, if it's any consolation, Kurenai didn't kill you because she wanted to, she was being controlled by Sasuke, Naruto told her. Anko's formed a slight smile. She was happy that Kurenai would kill her intentionally. Anko sighed as she got up. Snake bitch, she said to them. Everyone looked at her in confusion. Huh? Kiba asked. Anko looked at him. Ever since I was 8, I was called Snake Girl, Snake Whore, Snake Bitch by all people. No one ever respected me for me. They only saw the insane student of Orochimaru. They didn't care about me or anything. I am not dying for ungrateful assholes like that. Naruto, I would like to join also, as you follower and maybe as something else, Anko said with a blush. Naruto blushed and nodded. I will love Anko-chan for herself. I will accept you when no one will. I am honored to have you by my side, Anko-sensei, Naruto told her. Anko cried a little as she pounced on Naruto and kissed his cheek. Thank you very much, Naruto-kun, she said to him. Naruto nodded. Well then, Anko-chan, when would you like to go on our date? Naruto asked her. Anko sat up and thought. After the Chunin exams, she told him. Naruto nodded. Kiba looked confused. Chunin exams? He asked. Anko looked at him and straightened up. That's right, Kiba, I nominated you all for the Chunin exams, so go kick some shinobi ass, even if it is a Konoha shinobi, Anko said to them. Everyone nodded. Naruto held up a hand though. Anko, Kiba, I have to tell you guys that there are people I wish to save in this village, Naruto told them. Anko and Kiba nodded. They wanted to save the few good people who were in Konoha. Naruto nodded as he faced them. Well, Anko, since you are now in our group, would you like to come live with me, Shizune, Haku, and Zabuza? Naruto asked. Anko looked at him. In an apartment? She asked. Naruto laughed. No, in my compound. I know who my parents are and I found their house in the woods. It is very large enough to fit one massive family, Naruto told her. Anko smiled. Thank you, Naruto-kun, I will take you up on that offer, Anko said to him. Kiba wanted to stay with his parents. He said he would try to convince his family to back up Naruto in his cause. Naruto nodded, but told Kiba to be discreet. He didn't want people getting wind of this, especially Danzo. Anko announced to the group that their exams would be tomorrow. Everyone nodded as they went home. Anko went home and started to pack and seal her things to go and live with Naruto. Anko had the happiest smile on her face as she waited to go to his compound. 45 minutes later. Anko brought her stuff to the compound as she marveled at the sheer size of it. While Naruto-kun wasn't kidding, this place is great, definitely big enough for a very large family, Anko said as she caught herself. A family, she thought. Anko smiled at the thought of her little blondes running around the garden area. Naruto opened the compound to see Anko at the entrance. Welcome, Anko-chan, Naruto told her. Anko stepped inside the house. This is a nice place, Naruto-kun, Anko said to him. Naruto smiled. Thank you, Anko-chan, the rooms are upstairs, pick anyone you want, Naruto told her. Anko nodded as she went upstairs to unpack. Everyone decided to take it easy for the exams tomorrow. Naruto sat in his room, thinking of who to recruit next. With Sasuke. Sasuke was thinking over the exams that would take place tomorrow. He knew that he would get very far in the exams because of his Uchiha status. Sasuke still kept thinking of how he couldn't get the Dobi's girl for himself. It frustrated him to no end, that such power was in the hands of a dead last and not himself. Sasuke managed to activate his Sharingan from the rage he felt after the meeting. He was overjoyed to have his full power. Sasuke began to step up his training in order to control his new Dujutsu. Sasuke still had his obsessive fangirls all over him, but he felt they weren't worth his time. Well, Dobi, if you think you can beat me now, then you are in for a rude awakening, Sasuke said to himself. He walked off to do more training. With Kakashi. Kakashi was sitting on a bench reading his Ika Ika book, but in actuality he was thinking. I have no doubt that Sasuke can beat Naruto now, that he has the Sharingan, but I wonder how strong Naruto is, Kakashi wondered. Suddenly his reading was interrupted by Kurenai. Still reading smut, Kakashi? She asked. Kakashi looked up to see the Genjutsu mistress in front of him. It's not smut, it's art, he said to her. Kurenai shrugged her shoulders. Whatever, Kakashi, but just out of curiosity, who do you think is stronger, Naruto or Sasuke? Kurenai asked out of the blue. Why do you want to know? Kakashi asked. Kurenai looked at him. I hear people want to see a rematch of Naruto vs Sasuke from their time in the academy, Kurenai said to him. Kakashi's sweat dropped. How can people still remember that? He wondered. Kakashi decided to answer. In all honesty, I think Sasuke could beat Naruto any day, Kakashi said to her. Kurenai nodded her head. Alright then, I will root for Naruto, Kurenai said to him. Kakashi looked up from his book. Why? He asked. Kurenai smiled. I don't know, something about him makes me want to cheer for him, maybe I like cheering for the underdog, Kurenai said to Kakashi. He nodded his head as Kurenai got up to leave. Well later Kakashi, Kurenai said to him. Kakashi waved goodbye. Well, this will be interesting, he said as he continued onto his book. Everyone was ready for the exams tomorrow. Next morning, Naruto, Shizune, and Haku got up and were ready to have some fun today. Well, today is the start of the Chunin exams, Naruto said to himself. He got up and got dressed. Shizune and Haku also got dressed as everyone went downstairs. Will you watch us, Zabuza-sama? Haku asked. Zabuza nodded. I crave the entertainment, mop the floor with them Gaki, Zabuza said to Naruto. Naruto nodded. Don't worry, he will, I have faith in our leader, Anko said, making her presence known. Well Gaki, let's go, now is the time to have fun, she said to them. Everyone nodded as they left for the exams. Exam hall. Naruto, Shizune, and Haku met up with Kiba as everyone walked inside. As they walked inside they came up to the door that said 301. Naruto looked to see a group of genin all surrounding the door. Soon they saw people get pushed away from the door. Please, we need to pass, they said. Yeah right, back away now, you will die if you continue, said a kid. Naruto smiled as he motioned his group forward on up the stairs. The two jonin in disguise smirked. Looks like someone has some sense, one of them said to the other. No kidding, the other said. Both looked to see the famed Uchiha in the crowd. Drop the genjutsu, this is the second floor, we still need to go a floor up, Sasuke said proudly. Everyone nodded in understanding. They all finally realized it. One of the jonin laughed. Then maybe you should follow that group of 4, as they seem to have more brains than the majority of you all, one of them said as H pointed to Naruto's group. Sasuke seethed at the thought that Naruto had figured out the genjutsu trick before him. Naruto shook his head. Great job Sasuke, that was to eliminate groups who could figure it out, you just made this exam harder for yourself, next time keep your mouth shut, Naruto said as Shizune, Haku, and Kiba nodded and walked off. Sasuke snarled as he walked upstairs. Damn Dobi, he said to himself. A guy with a gourd on his back was intrigued by the blonde. Finally a person, who can prove my existence, unlike this piece of shit Uchiha, Gaara said to himself. With Naruto in his group. Everyone walked up to the door to see Anko waiting for them. Well Gaki, good luck, kiss some ass, especially Konoha's ass, Anko said with a smile. Everyone nodded. Naruto opened the door and everyone stepped inside. Everyone was immediately shot waves of ki as they came into the room. Kiba could wince at it, but Naruto told Kiba to calm down. Kiba did as Naruto shot up his ki as it washed over the participants who could sweat from the power they felt. Soon the other rookie 9 came to see them. Yo Naruto, how you been? Shikamaru asked. Naruto smiled. Hey Shika, been good, it seems you were nominated also, Naruto said to him. Shikamaru nodded. Well, things will get troublesome from now on, he said to him. Naruto nodded. Soon the room bursted with cheers as Sasuke came into the room. Naruto sighed. And there is the very definition of troublesome, Naruto said to him. Shikamaru nodded. No kidding, he said, which earned him a slap on the head from Ino. Don't badmouth Sasuke-kun, she ordered. Shizune sighed. He is a loser anyway, so I don't think it matters, she said to her. Hinata and Shino went to meet Naruto and his group. Hello Naruto-kun, Hinata said to him. Naruto nodded. Hello Hinata-chan, Naruto said to her. Soon a guy with glasses came up to them. Well, it seems we have some new people here, he said to them. Naruto's smile faded. Here was one of the people who helped the Tem kill his daughter. Naruto calmed down, but it was nearly impossible as he wanted to murder the guy. I have info cards on everyone here. Is there anyone you want to know about? he asked. Sasuke got interested. I do, I want to see Sabaku no Gaara, Rock Lee, and Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke said, surprising everyone that he wanted information on the dead last. Ah, you know their names, that's no fun, he said as he picked out a card. Sabaku no Gaara had 0 D ranks, 4 C ranks, 2 B ranks, 5 A ranks, and 1 S rank. His teammates are Sabaku no Tamari and Sabaku no Kankuro. It is said that in every mission he has gotten away from without a scratch, Kabuto said to them. Everyone looked worried. Sounds strong, Shino said. I guess so, Kabuto said to him. He pulled out another card. Rock Lee, teammates, Neji Hyuga, Tenten Kurami, 25 D rank missions, 2 C ranks, he is a taijutsu expert. He has no ninjutsu or genjutsu skills, but he is considered the second best person at taijutsu, Kabuto explained. He pulled out the last card. Lastly, Naruto Uzu. Naruto grabbed the card, he looked at all the information. He smiled as he tore the card to bits. He then threw it in the trash. You people don't need to know about what I do, Naruto told them. Everyone complained, but he made them all shut up. Soon after, the proctor came through the door. Everyone sit down and shut you asses up, I am Ibiki your proctor and welcome to the gates of hell, he said to them. Chapter 10. Exam Hall. Naruto and the others engaged in casual conversation until they were greeted by a gruff-looking man with a bandana over his head. All right, sit down and shut the hell up, I am Ibiki your proctor and welcome to the gates of hell, he said to the group of people. Everyone seemed intimidated by the man, except Naruto and his group. Naruto had told them about the way the Chunin exams went without leaving a detail. As everyone took their seats, Ibiki began his torture. Alright, here is how things go, you have all be privileged to join the Chunin exams, know that things will get hectic for you. This test is a written test. I will make a few rules clear. 1. There is no cheating whatsoever, if you are caught cheating 5 times you and your teammates will be sent out of the room, Ibiki explained. How the hell is that fair? One person said to Ibiki. Shut the hell up, nothing in life is fair, you are just unlucky to have me for a proctor. In the last 10 minutes of the exam you will be given a 10th question. I suggest you try to stay alive till then, the test starts when I say start, Ibiki said to them. Naruto and his group put their heads on the desk and fell asleep as were Naruto's instructions. Everyone waited for 10 minutes for Ibiki to say start, but he didn't. Are you going to say start anytime soon? Kankuro asked. Ibiki smiled at him. I did, that last sentence was the signal to start, Ibiki said to them. Everyone gasped as they started to answer. Ibiki and his group started to pick out weaklings unlucky enough to get caught. Number 47 fails, numbers 12 and 26 fail, Ibiki said to them. The group got up and left. 5 more groups of people got disqualified as they walked out. Soon it came down to the final 10 minutes as Naruto and his group started to wake up. Ibiki narrowed his eyes at Naruto. You have a nice nap, Gaki? Ibiki asked. Naruto smiled. It was rather pleasant, Naruto told him. Ibiki smirked. Ibiki turned serious as he looked at everyone in the room. Alright, here is your 10th question, but before I ask it, I want to know if you want to take this question, Ibiki said to them. Ino stood up. What happens if we don't take the question? She asked. Ibiki looked at her. Well, of course you fail, and your previous points won't help you either, Ibiki said to them. Ino grew a vein on her head. Then we aren't stupid enough to not answer it, she said to him. Ibiki smiled. However, should you answer this wrong, you will be genin for the rest of your lives, can you take that risk? He asked. Everyone wavered a little, except Naruto and his group. More than half the students quit as they walked out. Naruto sighed. He stood up and looked at everyone in disgust. Okami, you are all pathetic, you all have no balls, how can you be a chunin if you aren't willing to take risks? Man, the fact that some of you gave up without attempting it is appalling. You are a disgrace to your village. If you think I am wrong, then put your fucking hands down and wait for the damn question, Naruto said as he sat back down. Everyone stared at the blonde in awe. No one had spoken with such confidence before in their lives. Everyone smiled as they put their hands down. Even his group had their own thoughts about his speech. Oh Naruto-kun, the way you talk down to these insects makes me so hot, Shizune said in her thought. Naru-kun sure knows how to take control of a situation, Haku said to herself. Just what I would expect of you, Naruto my leader, Kiba said with a smirk. Sasuke smirked. Ino nodded in agreement with Naruto for once. Hinata blushed at his intensity. Shino came to respect him. Shikamaru smiled and nodded. Everyone gave approving grins as they all got the balls to answer Ibiki's question. It seems that Gaki has convinced everyone to stay. I guess my torture is over, Ibiki said as he clapped his hands. Good job, everyone passes, Ibiki told them. Everyone looked confused. What about the 10th question? Tamari asked. Ibiki smiled. There is no 10th question, this was all to see how you could gather information. As a shinobi, you won't always have the luxury of selecting your missions, there will be missions where your life is on the line, you must be willing to take risks. Those who would rather opt out of a mission to fight another day will not be called shinobi, not as long as I am here, but you all passed, good job, he said to them. Everyone was happy to have passed, except Naruto's group. Oh please, you people can't even handle that much, Naruto said to himself. Soon a banner came out of the window and Kunai stuck it to the roof with a purple-haired woman coming out of the banner. Naruto and his team put their heads down in embarrassment at their sensei. Alright Gaki, I am Anko Mitarashi, I am your proctor for the second exam, follow me, she said with her hand in the air. Everyone's sweat dropped as Ibiki came from behind the banner. You still get here too early, he said to her. Anko sighed as she looked at the students. She smiled as she saw her students there. Ah Ibiki, 54 people passed. You are losing your touch, Anko said to him. Ibiki sighed. Or we have a strong batch here, he said to her. Anko smiled. Oh well, when I am done, less than half of this group will be dead, she said to them. Everyone gulped as they saw her head to the window. Alright Gaki, follow me to training ground number 44, all those late will be failed, Anko said as she ran out the window. Naruto smiled as he got up. His team followed his lead and headed for the window. He turned back to the group of still startled young shinobi. Well, what are you people waiting for? Get your ass in gear, Naruto told them as he and his team jumped out the window. Everyone ran after them as Ibiki picked up the papers. He looked to see something scribbled on paper. Hey Ibiki, there is a spy in our group, that spy is an examinee named Kabuto, he is a spy for Orochimaru, oh and speaking of the snake, he is here also, he plans to wage war on Konoha, just thought I should tell you, later, said the note. Ibiki smiled. Thank you for the info Gaki, Ibiki said as he shunshin to the Hokage's office. Hokage Mansion. Ibiki came into the office to see the Hokage working on his paperwork. Excuse me Hokage-sama, but we have an enemy in our midst, Ibiki said to Hiruzen as he handed him the note. Sarutobi scanned the note as he narrowed his eyes. Should we cancel the Chunin exams? Ibiki asked. No, if we do the other countries will want to know why, and if we explain to them that we had a traitor they would see that they could get through also, keep the exams going, but put a tight leash on security, he said to Ibiki. Ibiki bowed as he shunshined away. I won't let you harm us Orochimaru, Sarutobi swore. Training ground number 44. Anko arrived at the grounds and sat patiently for the rest of the people to show up. No sooner than her did her students show up with a grin. You can't outrun us Anko, Naruto told her. Anko smiled. I guess not, I wasn't really trying to lose you though, Anko said to him. Everyone sat down as they waited for the others. Well, that part was easy, Haku said as she leaned on Naruto. Kiba nodded. No kidding, that was the best nap I ever had in a long time, Kiba said as he stretched. Shizune laid on Naruto's lap. We have our glorious leader to thank for that, Shizune said as she gave Naruto a kiss. Naruto smiled. Just doing what is best, no sense in getting worked up so soon, Naruto told them. Anko laid on Naruto's adjacent shoulder. Well, it will be fun to see a village like this one burn, Anko said to them. Everyone laughed as they nodded as waited for the group of people. 10 minutes later. Everyone showed up as Team 7 got up. Naruto looked at a weird woman who was at the back of the group. Naruto smiled. Sorry Orochimaru, but you haven't earned the right to destroy Konoha, that right is for me and my family, Naruto said with an evil smile. Orochimaru shivered in his disguise. What is this unsettling feeling? He wondered. Naruto smiled as he slipped away to Anko. Naruto grabbed Anko, Kiba, Shizune, and Haku as they went behind a tree. Anko, do you see that woman over there? Naruto asked as he pointed to her. Anko turned around and saw a strange woman with a hat on her head. Yeah, I see her, what about it? she asked. Naruto smiled. That is Orochimaru in a disguise, Naruto told her. Anko was about to react, but was stopped by Naruto's hand. She turned to Naruto. Anko, calm down, I know you want him dead, trust me I know, which is why I will give you this reward early, Naruto said as he bit her neck. Anko moaned a little as she felt a mixture of pain and pleasure. Naruto took his mouth off her neck and kissed her. There, your curse mark is gone, that mark one have given you is the same that I will give, Haku-chan, Zabuza, and Kiba after the exams. This mark triples everything on you, your chakra, your stamina, your power and everything else except height. You have also been given that mark as a sign that you are my mate and no one else's. You will also be given a tail like mine and Shizune's, Naruto told her. Anko jumped for joy as she kissed her new boyfriend. Oh thank you Naruto-kun, can I kill Orochimaru? Anko asked. Naruto frowned. Sorry Anko, not yet, trust me when he dies, you are going to personally do it, but that time isn't right now, but you can fight him to see how much you have changed, Naruto said to her. Anko squealed as she smoothed her head into Naruto's chest. Thank you so much, my demonic boyfriend, Anko said sweetly. Naruto smiled. I aim to please, he told her. Anko smiled as she went back out. Kiba looked out worried. Naruto, when I get that mark does that mean that he was stopped by Naruto. Haha, no Kiba, you aren't a mate when you get the mark reacts differently from men and women. Men are considered potential connections to my cause, Naruto assured him. Kiba breathed a sigh of relief as they walked back. Anko appeared in front of the group. Alright Gaki, you will have to sign these forms, this states that if you die here, we aren't held accountable for this, Anko said to them. Everyone signed the forms and gave them to Anko. Anko smiled as she held out 2 scrolls. This is a heaven and earth scroll, you are supposed to find other teammates and fight each other for the scrolls, she said to them. One examinee held up his hand. What about them? He asked pointing to Naruto's group. It's not fair that they get 4 people and we get 3, he said to her. Anko sighed. Naruto's team with the addition of Haku will be given an extra scroll and will have to look for another one for her, Anko said to them. Naruto nodded as did his team. Everyone got their scrolls as they put them up. Naruto turned to his group. Haku, Kiba, give me the scrolls, Naruto told them. Both gave him the scrolls as Naruto wrote a blood seal over his pouch. There now no one can touch these, but as Naruto told them. Anko opened the gate. Well Gaki, good luck, go, she yelled as teams rushed into the field. Naruto and his team ran off as they entered the forest. Anko closed the gate. As soon as she did, Anko heard a few screams. Damn, who dies that fast? She wondered. Anko then went back to the task at hand. It's a shame that I can't kill him, but the feeling of killing him later would be so much fun. Thank you Naruto-kun, Anko said as she waited outside. Inside the forest. Naruto, where are we going? Kiba asked. We are going to get Haku-chan's scroll first then our own, Naruto told them. Everyone nodded in understanding. As soon as they touched ground they were encountered by 3 rain shinobi. Fork over the scroll and we let you go, he said to them. Naruto smiled. And what scroll do you have? He asked. The man smiled. I have a heaven scroll, he said to them. Oh how unfortunate for you, I need that, Naruto said as he disappeared behind the man. Naruto held a kunai as he smiled. You must be very unlucky rain scum, Naruto said as he killed the man. He took the scroll from his pocket and put it into the blood seal. Well that takes care of that, Naruto said to his group. Shizune and Haku nodded as they stood over their own kills. Ah that was too easy, Shizune said as she licked some blood of her hand. Haku swiped the blood off her own hand. Now Shizu-chan, we will find someone better, Naruto assured her. Shizune nodded as the group ran off. With Gaara and his group. Gaara just finished destroying a group of ninja as his sand absorbed the blood. Kankuro took their scroll and laughed. Well let's go, we have what we came here for, Kankuro said to them. Tamari nodded. Gaara walked around aimlessly. Where is he? Where is the one whose blood mother craves? Where are you Naruto Uzumaki? Gaara wondered as the group headed to the tower. Back to Naruto and his group. Everyone roamed the trees for an opponent as they saw Hinata and Shino, along with an unconscious Sasuke on the ground, fending off 3 sound shinobi. Naruto sighed. Great, the Tem got bit again, not like it matters, Naruto told them. Everyone laughed as they nodded. As they saw Shino and Hinata hit the ground, they decided to move. Sorry, but you aren't killing Sasuke, that pleasure is for me and my group alone, Naruto told them. One man stepped forward, he hand bandages over his body only revealing his right eye to the group. Sorry brat, but the Uchiha is dying by me, said the man. Listen Dozu, I can kill you, but that is a pain so leave and I might let you go, Naruto said with a look that promised certain death. Dozu looked surprised. How does this kid know my name? Dozu wondered. A raven-haired woman who was with them soon backed up. Dozu, Zaku let's go, he is serious, she said to them. Zaku hit the girl in the gut as she fell down and gripped her stomach. Shut up Kin, we are killing that Uchiha, even if his friends interfere, Zaku said to her. Naruto's eyes turned to slits. To hurt your own teammate is unforgivable, Naruto said to them. Dozu laughed. She is a bitch, it is of no consequence to us, he said to Naruto. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Naruto whispered to Shizune. You can have Zaku dear, Naruto told her. Shizune smiled. Oh Naruto-kun, you are so generous, Shizune said as she walked forward. She had on one of the happiest smiles in her life. Naru-kun says that I can kill you, I am going to have fun, Shizune said as she disappeared. Zaku's eyes widened and before he knew it he was on the ground in pain. Oh what the hell happened? He asked. Shizune reappeared. Oh that was me shattering your nervous system, Shizune said with a smile. Shizune made her chakra blade. Unlike a normal blue chakra blade, this one had a black and red combo. Shizune smiled as she stepped forward. This little piggy went to the village market, she said as she cut off an arm. Zaku screamed in pain as he saw his arm on the ground. Dozu stood in fear of the group. He had never known true fear until today. And this little piggy went to the bank, Shizune said as she cut off a leg. Blood sloshed out of Zaku's body as he felt his life leave his body. Shizune continued this process until he was limbless. Shizune smiled. Ah I am all out of piggies, oh wait no I'm not, Shizune said as she raised her blade over his head. And this little piggy went over to the other side, Shizune said she severed his head. Shizune walked back to her group. How was that Naru-kun? She asked. Naruto smiled. Wonderfully evil Shizu-chan, Naruto told her. He turned to Dozu. Now you can leave or you can end up like your friend there, Naruto told him. Dozu left his scroll and shot away leaving Kin all by herself. Naruto walked up to Kin. Kin was terrified as she tried to back up only to hit a tree. He's gonna kill me, he's really gonna kill me, I don't wanna die. Kin said as she waited for death to make itself known. That death never came, what came was a hand over her cheek. She opened her eyes to see a smiling Naruto. Are you alright? Those guys didn't hurt you did they? Naruto asked. Kin blushed, but backed away. No thank you, but why? She asked. Naruto smiled. Well those with teammates like that should get new ones, well we need your scroll, Naruto said to her. Kin blushed as she looked closely at his defined body. He's kind of cute, his is being nice to me, why is it? We are enemies and yet I feel that I can trust him with all of my life, she wondered. Naruto took her scroll as he and his group left in a good mood. See you later Kin-chan, Naruto told her as they left. Kin stared until he was gone. Kin-chan, she wondered as her blush reddened. Kin got up and led to exit the forest. I think I want to see him again, she said as she left. With Naruto and his group. Man Naru-kun's really laying all of the moves down today, Haku said to him. Naruto blushed. What can I say, I am a sucker for good looks, Naruto said as he kissed Haku and Shizune as the two blushed. Kiba blushed a bit, but looked up. Boy do I feel like a third wheel, Kiba said to them. Shizune smiled as she kissed Kiba on the cheek. Kiba blushed at the action. You're no third wheel Kiba, you will get a girl I just know it, Shizune said to him. Kiba's blush reddened as he nodded. Thank you, he said as the group headed for the tower. With Anko. Anko headed into the forest to search for her disgrace of a master as she happened on the same woman Naruto pointed to her. Anko appeared behind him and smiled. Never thought I would get to fight you, Anko said to him. The person turned around. I am surprised you remember me Anko-chan, Orochimaru said to her. As he looked at her, he suddenly went into thought. Strange. Her curse mark isn't reacting to me, Orochimaru thought. Anko smiled. Sorry Orochimaru, but only one person can call me Anko-chan and that is the man I love, Anko said to him. Orochimaru laughed. The man you love, Kukuku, and who is that? He asked. Anko still smiled. It is of no consequence to you, just know that he is so much stronger than you it is almost no contest, Anko said to him. Orochimaru chuckled. I highly doubt that, but it's fun to dream. Well, if you won't tell me who he is, he pulled out his sword. Then I will make you tell me, he said to her. Anko smirked as she made her blood seal on her arm. She unsheathed her sword from her arm and swung it around. Sorry Orochi, but you aren't worthy enough to know my love's name, Anko said as she ran straight at Orochimaru. Chapter 11. Forest of Death. Anko charged Orochimaru with her blade as she lessened the distance between the two. Orochimaru was taken back by the sudden speed, but quickly reacted as his sword clashed with Anko's. Orochimaru smiled. Impressive Anko-chan, you have improved greatly, Orochimaru said to her. Anko smiled. Thanks for the compliment Orochi, but, she said as she pivoted her foot and disappeared. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he felt a foot hit his face and propelled him into a tree. Anko reappeared with her foot sticking out. That isn't all there is to me, she said to him. Orochimaru laughed as he came out of the tree unharmed. Orochimaru dusted himself off. He turned to see a smiling Anko. What's so funny? He asked. Anko smiled. All my life, I could never get a hit on you, but now I have the power to kill you, but I won't, Anko said to her. Orochimaru smiled. Oh, and why won't you? He asked. Anko sighed and formed another smile. Anko threw her sword at his head. Orochimaru easily dodged the blade by ducking as the sword stuck to the tree behind him. As he raised his head, he saw Anko instantly in front of him. Because my lover doesn't want me to, Anko told him as she kicked him in the air. Orochimaru's expression changed to confusion. She's so fast, even people in Curse Mark II form can't get that speed, Orochimaru thought as he backflipped. Anko ran until she was directly where Orochimaru would land. Anko did some hand signs as she got ready. Orochimaru smiled as he threw his blade at Anko. It's not that easy Anko, Orochimaru said to her as the sword impaled her body. Anko smiled as her body turned to smoke and a seal came shooting at Orochimaru. Shit, Orochimaru said the seal hit his body. Soon a seal appeared on his body and faded. Orochimaru hit the ground as he got up. Was that supposed to do something? He asked her. Anko nodded. Yep, it does this, Anko said as she disappeared. Orochimaru waited as he tried to feel for her presence. He didn't react fast enough as Anko planted her foot into his stomach. Orochimaru gasped as he fell down in pain. Damn it, she is too fast. Oh well, I didn't want to use this, but now there is no choice, Orochimaru said to himself. As Anko walked up to him, Orochimaru did his hand signs. Haijutsu, he said as he smiled. Orochimaru's smile faded as nothing happened. Anko tried to compose herself from laughing as she looked at Orochimaru's display to use a jutsu. Sorry Orochimaru, the seal I placed on you is a chakra restriction seal, however this one is different, for a limited amount of time it transfers your chakra to me. So in addition to my own, I now have yours also, Anko explained. Orochimaru gasped. He was in trouble. Anko smiled. Basically, you are just as human as a civilian, Anko said to him. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. He knew this was a different Anko. This Anko was so powerful and strong. All the emotional ties that would have held her down against him were gone. This Anko played with him like he was nothing, but a genin to her. Anko picked up Orochimaru by his neck and pinned him to a tree. Tread softly where you step Orochi, I can kill you, but I won't, so I will settle for this, Anko said as she bit his neck. She smiled as she pulled her neck back and shunshined out of the area though her voice echoed. My present to you Orochimaru, I can't tell you what it is, but it will cause you immense pain, Anko said to him. Orochimaru fell back on a tree. I might have to call this invasion off, Orochimaru thought as he laid there. With Anko. Anko was running through the trees with a big smile on her face. I can't believe this power. I toyed with Orochimaru, I felt like he was nothing compared to me. Thank you for this Naruto-kun, Anko said as she ran to leave the gates. With Naruto and his group, Team 7 had made it to the tower with 3 days to spare. As they entered the hall they took out their scrolls and rolled them on the floor. Soon the scrolls glowed as words were spelled out. Soon Uruka came and took the scrolls. Nicely done everyone, you all pass, congratulations, Uruka said to them. Everyone nodded. Is anyone else here? Haku asked. Uruka nodded. Only Suna's team, they got here a few hours before you guys, he said to them. Everyone shrugged their shoulders. Oh well, you can't always be first, Shizune said to them. Everyone laughed, but nodded. Yeah, I guess not. Come on guys, let's go rest, we have quite a few days for recovery, Naruto said to them. Everyone nodded as they walked off. They all went into a private room as they sat down and discussed some plans. So what do we do now, Naruto? Kiba asked. Naruto turned to him as he sat on the couch. What do you mean, Kiba? He asked. Kiba sighed. Who else are you recruiting to the destruction of Konoha? Kiba asked. Naruto leaned his head back on the couch. I have a few ideas, don't worry, Naruto said with a smile. Kiba nodded as he laid back. So are these people going to live at the Namikaze compound with you? He asked. Naruto nodded. Yeah, if they want, I won't force anyone to live there, Naruto told him. Kiba nodded as he laid back into the chair. Naruto lifted up his head with only some slight worry as he turned to Kiba. So Kiba, what did your family say? Naruto asked. Kiba's eyes shot open as he turned to Naruto. Kiba thought it over and smiled. They said that you can count on them for help. Apparently my family was also getting sick of Konoha's mistreatment of animals as they used them for experimentation. So my family told me to tell you that you can fully count on the Inuzuka clan for this, Kiba said to him. Naruto laughed. Wow, so your mother agreed to it? He asked. Kiba nodded. She was the first to agree, my sister being the second. Oh, one more thing, both said that they wanted to meet you later after the Chunin exams, Kiba mentioned. Naruto nodded then looked up at the ceiling. I wonder what they want, Naruto said in his thoughts. Shizune and Haku came through the door to see the guys on the couch. Naruto and Kiba looked up at them. So anything new, Shizu-chan? Haku-chan? Naruto asked. Both blushed, but shook their heads. No, nothing, Naruto-kun, Shizune said to him. I don't think anyone is coming until tomorrow, Haku answered. Naruto nodded. Alright, let's get some sleep then. Naruto was interrupted by a crash into his chest. Naruto fell to the floor as he registered the figure. Naruto looked to see purple hair and a dango stick inside the person's mouth. Hello Anko-chan, Naruto said to her. Anko looked up cheerfully. Hello Naru-kun, Anko said to him. Naruto smiled. Naruto-kun, this power is incredible. I took on Orochimaru like he was nothing, I wasn't even serious, thank you for the power my love, Anko said to him. Naruto nodded. You're very much welcome my snake mistress, Naruto said as he kissed her cheek. Anko blushed a bit before getting of Naruto. Naruto got up as he motioned for his group. Everyone got up as Naruto began an explanation. Alright everyone, after the 3 days, we will have preliminary matches, after that we will be given a month of training to prepare for the finals. I have no doubt all of us will make the finals, so have fun, and if you fight a Konoha shinobi, try not to kill them, Naruto said to them. Everyone laughed but nonetheless nodded. Naruto nodded as he turned to Anko. Hey Anko-chan, can examinees leave the place? Naruto asked. Anko looked confused but nodded. Yes, all those who pass are allowed to leave, but must be back before the prelims start, Anko told him. Naruto nodded with a smile. Alright, then I will meet with Sum-chan and Hana-chan, and a bit later I will take Anko-chan on her date, Naruto told her. Anko smiled as she nodded. Alright Naruto-kun, pick me up at 7, she asked. Naruto smiled. Wouldn't think of missing it, Naruto told her. Anko nodded as she shunshin back home to find a dress. Shizune and Haku nodded as they sat back on the couch to take a few hours to sleep. Kiba decided to walk Akamaru and left. Naruto sighed. Okay, time to see what is up with the Inuzukas, Naruto said as he shunshined out of the building. Inuzuka compound. Sum and Hana were sitting quietly in the living room as talked about recent events, more precisely their love lives. Hana, you need to get a guy already, you're 18 and you've turned down every guy who has asked you out, why won't you try someone? Sum asked. Hana blushed as she looked at her mother. What about you, mother? It has been 3 years since father's death and I don't see you trying to find anyone either, Hana defended. Sume got quiet as she looked down. I guess so, maybe running the clan takes too much of my time, Sume told her. Henna turned to her mother and smiled. Come on mother, I am sure someone will go for you, Henna said trying to cheer up her mother. Sume laughed as she turned to her daughter. Hee I wonder about that, still you should find someone strong and dependable, like Naruto, Sume told her. Henna blushed brightly at the thought of her and Naruto dating. She had to admit that he had piqued her interest. She heard Anko say how strong the kid was on the battlefield. It did make her want to at least see him. Would you try Naruto mother? Henna asked. Sume looked up as she thought about it. That might not be so bad I think, but I am more than half his age, Sume told her. Henna smiled. Shouldn't stop you from trying, she said to her. Sume blushed as she looked at Henna. Since when did you get so good at convincing people? Sume asked. Henna smiled. Since the times I see you talk with people, Henna told her. The two women laughed as they heard a knock on the door. Sume got up and walked to the door. Who is it? She asked. It's Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto said to her. Sume smiled as she opened the door. Sume smiled as she saw a 13-year-old Naruto in his clothes as he entered the house. Hello Naruto, what brings you here? She asked. Naruto smiled. Kiba said you and Henna wanted to talk to me, Naruto told her. Sume's face lit up in realization. Oh that's right please come in, she said to him. Naruto nodded as he followed her to the living room. Sume smiled as she entered the living room. Henna we have a guest, Sume said getting Henna to turn around. Henna turned to see Naruto walk in and blushed. Naruto, why are you here? Henna asked brimming with embarrassment. Naruto chuckled as he saw the way the two were acting. You said you needed to talk to me, Naruto told her. Henna's eyes shot up as she nodded. Oh that's right, please sit down, Henna said to him. Naruto nodded as he sat on the floor with them. Sume and Henna decided to begin. So Naruto, we did agree to help you, but can you tell us why you want Konoha destroyed? Henna asked. Naruto's smile faded as he looked up at the ceiling. He sighed as he looked back down. Naruto told them his story. How he lost everything to Sasuke and how the village cheered for his dead daughter's death. How he was from the future, and how everything led up to this point. Both Henna and Sume were in tears from the whole story. Sume pounded the floor with her fist while Henna tried to regain control of her emotions. Naruto ended his story and stopped. That is the truth, Naruto told them. Both women nodded as they stopped crying. Sume bit her thumb. Damn that Uchiha, so he thinks he can do whatever the hell he wants and not have consequences. Oh I will show him how an Inuzuka fights, Sume said. Naruto smiled as he heard her promise. Naruto grabbed both their hands and looked at them. Thank you for your help and support, I really need you, I thank you from the bottom of my heart, he said to them. Both women blushed as they nodded. Their hearts started beating fast as they felt his warm hands on theirs. Sure Naruto, we would be more than honored to help you, Sume said to him. Naruto nodded. Just one thing, I need to show you my true self, Naruto told them. Both women nodded. They now knew that Naruto was only hanged to look young, but wasn't really 13. Naruto did his sign as he released the jutsu. Kai, he yelled. Smoke filled the room as the two waited to see what he looked like. As the smoke cleared, both women blushed heavily as their mouths fell to the ground. They saw the cute fox ears, the fox tail, and his wonderful body. Both women tried to speak, but had the exact same thoughts. Naruto is so hot, that kami-like body is amazing, they both thought. Naruto smiled as he looked at them drool over his body. You like it? He asked. Both women snapped out of their dazes as Sume ran up and claimed Naruto's right shoulder. Henna, I will take your advice and I will date Naruto, Sume said to her. Henna shook her head as she claimed Naruto's other arm. Mother you told me to meet some guys so let me take Naruto, Henna told her. Both women argued over Naruto as they felt his chiseled muscles on their arms. Naruto smiled as he enjoyed the attention. This body causes much more trouble for me than I think, but I am not complaining, Naruto said as he got them to let go. Wait, you're both looking for guys to date? Naruto asked. Both women nodded as kneeled down. Naruto chuckled as he got down on one knee and hugged them both. I am more than willing to share if you both are, Naruto said in their ears. Both women blushed as they looked at each other. They both smiled as they each grabbed on of Naruto's arms. Just to let you know Naruto, Inuzuka women like a strong man for their mate, Tsume said to him. Naruto smiled. You saying I'm not strong? Naruto asked. Tsume and Hana smiled. As you consider yourself now, what shinobi rank are you? They asked. Naruto smiled. Anbu level, maybe Kage if I go all out, Naruto told them. Tsume blushed and Hana squealed. Both smiled at each other and nodded. Need no stronger man than that, they both said as they kissed him on the cheek. Naruto smiled. So when do I date the two lovely ladies of the Inuzuka compound? Naruto asked. Both smiled. Whenever you like, just don't keep us waiting, Hana told him. Naruto nodded. Alright, then how about tonight at 7:15? Naruto asked. Tsume and Hana nodded. Naruto smiled as he kissed Hana on her cheek and Tsume on her cheek. See you in 4 hours, Naruto said to them as he left. Tsume and Hana laid on the couch and laughed. To think we got the same guy, it's amazing, Hana said to her mother. I wonder how amazingly flexible he is, Tsume wondered. Hana blushed as she looked at her mother. Why are you already thinking about that? She asked. Tsume smiled. Not sure, but it still amazes me he has other girls. I am so happy for the CRA, Tsume said to Hana. Hana nodded in agreement. I will be so happy with such a kami near me, Hana said with a little chuckle. Tsume got up and stretched. Well, I am going to go upstairs, she said to her daughter. Why? Hana asked. I have a date tonight, Tsume said as she ran upstairs. Hana laughed as she ran to her room to find a dress. Namikaze compound. Naruto arrived home to see Zabuza sleeping on the couch. Naruto laughed as he crept up to his room. Poor guy must have tired himself out from training, Naruto thought as he walked upstairs. As he passed by the rooms, Naruto saw Haku's door open. Naruto peeked inside to see his Haku-chan on the bed reading a book in her gown. Naruto almost fainted from the sight of her long hair on the pink gown that she was wearing. Naruto smiled as he entered. So when did you get here? He asked her. Haku startled to see her blonde at the entrance. Haku blushed as she put her book down. I got here about 30 minutes ago, the tower was getting boring so I left, Haku told him. Naruto nodded. Oh okay, well have fun reading your book, Naruto told her. As Naruto left, Haku fidgeted as she thought to herself. Come on, just grab him, you have been dating the guy for 6 months, you love him and he loves you, so just go for it, Haku said to herself. Haku nodded her head. Alright, go for it, she said to herself. And Naruto-kun, Haku said, getting his attention. Naruto turned around. Yes Haku-chan, Naruto said to her. Haku blushed as she looked at him. DD, do you love me? She asked. Naruto smiled as he sat on the bed. Of course I love you, what is it? He asked. Haku looked at him and smiled. I want to love all of you and I want you to love all of me, Haku confessed. Naruto blushed as he heard her confession. While Naruto was in shock, Haku looked at him. Is that bad? She asked. Naruto snapped out of his daze and kissed her. Haku gasped as she felt his warm lips on hers. Naruto separated from her and smiled. Of course not, I love you Haku-chan, let me show you my love, Naruto told her. Haku blushed, but nodded. Please love me Naruto-kun, Haku said to him. Beware of the lemony goodness. Warning to those underage, skip to the next bold line. Naruto brought Haku in close as he kissed her. Her lips tasted like strawberries as he caressed her raven-colored hair. Naruto's tongue soon invaded Haku's mouth as it found the furthest reaches of her throat. Haku managed a cute moan as her tongue caressed Naruto's as they continued their makeout session. Naruto parted from Haku as both took in some necessary oxygen. After the need for air was satisfied, Naruto went back to Haku as he began to bite her lower lip slightly. Haku felt the pleasure wash over her as she was wrapped in her blonde's arms. Naruto kissed Haku as he managed to push her down onto the bed. Naruto was on top of Haku as he slowly ended the kiss. Naruto smiled as he looked into Haku's eyes. Are you sure Haku-chan? Naruto asked her. Haku smiled as she gave him a quick kiss. Yes Naruto-kun, I want this, please love me, Haku said to him. Naruto nodded as he slowly brought his mouth to her ear and gently licked it. Haku moaned as she felt Naruto's tongue hit a sensitive area on her body. Naruto chuckled at Haku's reaction as he brought his tongue down to her neck. Naruto used small kisses and licks to stimulate Haku further. Haku twisted her head left and right as Naruto continued to tease her. Naruto sat her up slowly as he managed to undress her gown. Haku slowly slipped out of the undergarment as she blushed from having her whole body in front of Naruto. Haku, being a little embarrassed, covered her breasts as she looked at Naruto. Naruto chuckled a little as he cupped Haku's chin. "It's alright, Haku-chan, I won't hurt you, you will feel pleasure from this," Naruto said to her. Haku smiled as her arms slowly dropped, revealing her D-cup breasts. Naruto slowly grabbed one as he brought Haku closer and continued to kiss her. While she kissed her blonde, Haku managed to undress Naruto of his shirt and his pants. Naruto kicked off his shoes as he brought Haku back on the bed. Naruto broke the kiss as his lips moved south to her chest. Naruto licked the top of her nipple as Haku's eyes shot open and she let out a moan. Haku came down from her high as she let out smaller moans as Naruto continued to play with her breasts. Naruto's other hand went down Haku's body as it came down to her lower region. Naruto smirked as he brought his hand down further. Haku felt surprised when she felt Naruto's warm hand go down her body. Haku suddenly arched back in pleasure as Naruto's hand rubbed her soft spot. Naruto smiled as he brought his head down, licking certain parts of her body on his way down. Soon Naruto came between her legs as he saw her twitching vagina. Naruto smiled as he put his mouth to it and began to lick the inner chambers, sending Haku over the edge. Oh Naruto-kun, your teasing feels so great, please tease me more," Haku said as her hands gripped the sheets on the bed. Naruto chuckled as he continued to lick her soft honeypot. He even managed to get her over the edge as he bit her clit. Haku's mouth opened widely as she felt her first orgasm coming. Naruto-kun, I can't hold back anymore," Haku said as she let the pleasure go. "Naruto-kun," she yelled as she came inside his mouth. Naruto accepted the drink as he leaned up and swallowed it all. Naruto also made Haku blush when he licked his fingers. "That was nice, Haku-chan," Naruto told her. Haku huffed as she came down for another high. Haku got up and pushed Naruto on the bed. She soon crawled to him and smiled. "It is my turn for some fun, Naruto-kun," Haku said as she took off his boxers. Haku stared at the large figure. "It's so big, I might break just from my first time," Haku said as she stroked the thick member. Naruto groaned as he felt Haku's slick fingers on his hardness. Haku smiled at Naruto's reaction, and soon she licked it, getting even more groans from a pleased Naruto. Haku-chan, that feels good," Naruto told her. Haku smiled as she brought her mouth over his head and began to softly suck him off. Haku could feel the thickness reach the depths of her throat as she strived to give Naruto his pleasure. Haku managed a few deep throats, but since she was new at this, she didn't hold it for long. Naruto could feel his hardness twitch as he realized how close he was. The feeling of Haku's tongue, her throat and her hands were all too much to take as he released inside her mouth. Haku gladly swallowed the liquid as she took her mouth off his cock. Haku made sure to swallow everything as she licked her lips. "Very sweet, Naruto-kun," Haku told him. Naruto smiled as he grabbed Haku's arms and immediately switched their positions. Haku stared into his cerulean eyes as he smiled. "I am going in now, Haku-chan," Naruto told her. Haku nodded. She completely surrendered herself to Naruto. Naruto gently pushed inside as he felt the tight inner walls of Haku around his hardness. Haku tried to withstand the pain as she braced herself for what was to come. Naruto managed to enter Haku with one thrust as he broke her hymen, causing her to flinch a little. Naruto could feel her blood pour on his member as it stained the bed. Haku smiled as she looked up at Naruto. "I am now officially Naruto-kun's woman," Haku said with a few tears falling off her face. Naruto smiled as he cupped her cheek. "And you always will be," Naruto told her. Haku nodded as Naruto began to move slowly. Haku felt her insides writhe in pleasure as she felt the fullness of Naruto's hard member inside her. As Haku got adjusted to the pain, Naruto was able to move faster and harder as Haku's moans filled the house. Haku kept screaming Naruto's name over and over as Naruto gave her immense pleasure. "Oh Naruto-kun, it is incredible, I love this feeling, I love you so much," Haku screamed. Naruto smiled as he continued to thrust inside her. Haku felt herself get lost in a sea of pleasure as she felt Naruto's cock harden. "Naruto-kun, I am coming close," Haku said to him. Naruto nodded. Me too, Haku-chan, I can't hold out," Naruto told her. Haku, almost being sent over the edge, screamed. Naruto-kun, come inside me, I'd feel you inside me to the very end, come with me, Haku said to him. Naruto nodded as he thrust her faster into Haku. Haku and Naruto managed to release together in one scream. Naruto-kun, Haku yelled. Haku-chan, Naruto yelled. Both screamed as Naruto came inside Haku, filling her up completely, and Haku's love juices stained Naruto's cock. Naruto took his cock out as he laid next to Haku. Haku smiled as she looked at her blonde. I will love you forever, Naruto-kun, Haku told him. Naruto smiled. I will love you forever, Haku-chan, Naruto said to her. Haku gave him one more kiss before she went to sleep on his shoulder. Naruto smiled as he fell asleep also. Lemons have ended. Young people, please return to the story. Downstairs. Zabuza's eyes were wide open as he shuddered at the sounds he heard in the house. He sighed as he walked outside. I really didn't need to hear that, but Haku, I am happy for you, he said as he grabbed his sword and began to train some more. Chapter 12. 6:50 p.m. Namikaze Compound. Naruto woke up to see his ice mistress next to him as she laid on his body. Naruto chuckled at the loving sight as he gave his Haku a kiss on the cheek. Haku smiled in her sleep as she stirred awake. Haku looked up at her blonde with a loving smile. Glad to see you are awake, Naruto told her. Haku smiled as she nodded. Well, I was tired from our interaction today, Haku told him. Naruto smiled as he got out of bed. He let Haku stay in bed as he decided to get dressed. He remembered he promised 3 lovely ladies their dates, and who was he to disappoint? Naruto left Haku's room and went back to his room to get his clothes. As he headed to his room, Naruto passed Anko's room and saw her in her delicates trying to pick out a dress. No, not this one, or maybe this one. Nah, oh, this is perfect, Anko said with a happy smile. Naruto decided to leave as not to ruin the surprise of Anko in her dress. Naruto entered his room as he saw Shizune on the bed sleeping. Naruto smiled as he kissed her cheek. Shizune smiled as she squinted her eyes to see Naruto's form. What a loving wake-up call, you going somewhere? She asked. Naruto nodded as he got his suit on. He smiled as he sat on the bed with Shizune. Just to ask, why are you okay with sharing me? He asked. Shizune pondered Naruto's question as she sat up and rubbed her eyes. Naruto waited on the bed for her to reply to his question. After 3 minutes of thinking, Shizune decided to answer. In truth, Naruto-kun, I am not sure, I just know that if other women love you as much as me, then they should get the chance to be with you also, Shizune told him. Naruto nodded in understanding as he kissed Shizune on the lips. After he broke the kiss, Naruto looked at her. That is why I love you, Shizune-chan, Naruto told her. Shizune nodded and smiled as she went back to sleep. Naruto smiled as he left the room and went downstairs. Naruto stood at the door and waited for his snake mistress to appear. As he waited, he spotted Zabuza on the couch. Naruto decided to give Zabuza his mark since he had the time. Naruto walked over to Zabuza as he made the swordsman look up. What's up, Gaki? He asked. Naruto smiled as he leaned closer. I have to give you the mark now, Naruto said to him. Zabuza nodded as Naruto bit his neck. Zabuza was a little freaked out from the action. He could handle pain, but to get bite on the neck by a guy felt weird. Naruto took his teeth out of Zabuza's neck as the mark appeared on him. Soon Zabuza glowed in a red light as it changed his features. His ears were now on his head and he grew a gray fox tail that swayed around him as the light died down. Naruto smiled at Zabuza's features. Not bad, Zabuza, Naruto told him. Zabuza checked himself out in a mirror and smiled. I feel like I could conquer the world with this power, Zabuza said to him with a smile. Naruto nodded as he did a hand sign and released Zabuza's gravity seals. Zabuza saw the purple light fade as he felt lighter than a feather. Man, I feel so light, I think I am too fast to be seen, Zabuza said to Naruto. Naruto nodded. Because you are, you can now do the true silent killing even with your sword, Naruto told him. Zabuza grabbed his sword and lifted it up like it was a paperweight. So easy to lift, I could toss this thing for miles, he said with a smile. Go give your power a try outside, Naruto told him. Zabuza gladly nodded and ran outside for more training. Naruto decided to make a shadow clone as smoke appeared around him and out came the clone. Well, almost time to pick up the girls, Naruto told him clone. The clone nodded as it left the house to go get Henna and Sume. Naruto waited for Anko to appear as he stood next to the door. After 3 minutes, Anko showed herself as Naruto took a long glance at her. Anko smiled as she walked down in a purple dress that showed most of her back and came down to her knees. Naruto almost got a nosebleed from the dress as he looked at Anko. "How does this look, Naruto-kun?" Anko asked, eager to know the blonde's opinion. Naruto regained his composure and checked out his snake mistress. He only had one word to say. "Gorgeous," Naruto said to her. Anko blushed at his compliment. As she came down to greet him, she took a scan at his suit that hugged his hard body. Anko could practically drool over the hotness Naruto was showing. Naruto smiled as he was satisfied with Anko's reaction. Naruto took out his arm as Anko looked up. "Shall we go now?" he asked. Anko smiled as she put her hands over his shoulder. "Let's go, Naruto-kun," Anko said as Naruto led her out of the compound. With the other Naruto. The Naruto clone roamed the trees until he came up to the Inuzuka compound. He fixed his tie as he knocked on the door. He waited for about a minute until Sume opened the door. The Naruto clone almost dispelled from the dress Sume had on as he entered the house. "You like it, Naruto?" Sume asked. Naruto only nodded as he gazed at her dress. Sume sported a purple dress also, but this one was strapless and came down to her thighs. Sume also let her hair down as it came down to her shoulders. Naruto could get a clear view of her chest that really was defined. Sume blushed at his intense gaze as she brought him out of his daze. "I am glad you like this dress," Sume told him. Naruto smiled as he got out of his stares. "You really pick a good one," Naruto told her. He looked around, but didn't see Hana. "Where is Hana-chan?" he asked. Sume smiled as she pointed upstairs. "She is getting ready right now," Sume told him. Naruto nodded as he led Sume to the couch and the two sat down as they waited for Hana. "So Sume-chan, please tell me about yourself, like your likes, dislikes, and hobbies," Naruto told her. Sume smiled as she nodded. "Alright then, well, as my date knows, I am Sume Inuzuka. I run the Inuzuka clan for a long time now. My likes are dogs, lounging, and you. My dislikes are animal abusers, perverts, people who aren't tough and currently Konoha. My hobby is training Kiba to be the next clan heir," Sume told him. Naruto nodded with a smile. "All good things, Sume-chan," Naruto told her. Sume blushed at the compliment. Thank you, Naruto," Sume told him. Soon after some talking, Hana came downstairs in her dress. "Sorry I am late," she said to them. Naruto looked up and almost lost his mind. Too gorgeous," Naruto thought as he looked at Hana. Hana straightened her hair more as it easily fell down passing her shoulders. She sported a red dress with straps hanging from her shoulders. She had a moon crescent design on her dress and she wore some red high heels. Hana blushed as she saw Naruto's face. "Why you like it, Naruto?" she asked. Naruto blushed as he looked up and smiled. "It looks so good on you, Hana-chan," Naruto told her. Hana blushed and looked at the ground. Thank you, Naruto," Hana told him. Naruto nodded as he headed for the door. He smiled as he opened the door. "Well, ladies, let us go now," Naruto told them. Both women blushed and nodded as they walked out of the house. Both women took one of Naruto's arms as they walked off. With Naruto and Anko. As they walked through the village, Anko could feel the stares on her and Naruto as they walked through the streets. "So where are you taking me, Naruto-kun?" Anko asked. Naruto smiled as he shook his head. No, Anko-chan, it is a surprise," Naruto told her. Anko happily laid on Naruto's side as they walked. She was really looking forward to the surprise. As Naruto walked up to a restaurant, he smiled as Anko looked up in amazement. Why you have the money for this place?" Anko asked him. Naruto scoffed. "Anko-chan, of course I do, you wound me," Naruto said to her. Anko smiled as she kissed his cheek. "I am sorry, Naruto-kun, don't be mad at me," Anko pleaded with her eyes. Naruto blushed as he kissed her back. "Couldn't be mad at you, Anko-chan, come on," Naruto told her. Anko nodded as they walked up to the restaurant. As they entered the restaurant, Naruto took her up to the top of the building as they sat at a table with a spectacular view of Konoha. Even though they hated Konoha, they had to admit that it did have nice views. "So you like the view, Anko-chan?" Naruto asked her. Anko smiled as she rested her hands on the table. "This is a spectacular view, Naruto-kun, even if it is of this damn place, thank you," she told him. Naruto nodded as they took their orders for their food. As they sat down they went over their past lives and how they were brought to this point. Enko told Naruto about her past with Orochimaru and his betrayal. Naruto could tell it was a sore subject for her as she let a few tears fall down her face. Naruto could now see that their lives were very much similar. As they were served their food, both let the night of romance sweep them away as they enjoyed each other's company. With Naruto, Tsume, and Henna. As they Inuzuka women held on to the blonde, they got their share of stares from the crowd of people. Some people thought the two were insane for dating a demon, others were jealousy that the blonde had more than one woman. Tsume and Henna could see some of the women drool over Naruto's body, which earned them a scowl from the two women that said, "Back the fuck off." Naruto decided to let their date begin. "So where would you two ladies like to go?" he asked them. Both looked at him then looked at each other. Both smiled as they turned back to him. "Dancing," they both told him. Naruto smiled as he took them to a bar nearby. As he walked them there, he just had to ask his question. "So why dancing?" he asked them. Both smiled as they explained. "Naruto, Inuzuka men and women all love to move, we can never really sit still. So we are like a family of dancers," they told him. Naruto laughed as he nodded. "Alright, dancing it is," he said to them. Both women nodded as they entered the bar. Naruto sat them down as he disappeared for a second. Both women sat on their stools as they waited for him to return. Being two hot-looking women, they would naturally draw attention to themselves. Soon two guys came up to them with smiles on their face masking some hidden intentions. "Hey ladies, mind giving us a dance?" a man asked. Tsume and Henna narrowed their eyes and looked away. "No thank you, we are with someone so get lost," Tsume said to them. One of the men stood to her and grabbed her hand. "Come on pretty, just one dance," he told her. Tsume was getting angry and Henna knew that an angry Tsume was never a good thing for any reason. "I will tell you to keep your filthy hands off me and my daughter, now leave," Tsume ordered. One of them shrugged and backed off to leave, the other obviously wasn't as smart. "Listen woman, I asked you nicely, now dance with me or else," he said holding up a kunai. Henna shook her head as Tsume was about to react, but didn't and formed a smile. Henna looked up and smiled also. "What are you two laughing at?" he asked. "Oh nothing, our date returned and he seems more than pissed," Tsume said to him. The man turned around to be met with one of the angriest glares he had ever met. He turned to see a blonde with a kunai at his throat. Naruto turned to his girls and smiled. "Any trouble here ladies?" he asked. Henna and Tsume nodded. "Apparently this man thinks he can force us to dance with him," Henna told Naruto. Naruto sighed as he grabbed the man's arm and twisted it, making it crack. The man screamed for Naruto to let go. Naruto smiled as he let the man go as he fell to the floor. Naruto grabbed his collar and looked him right in the eyes. "Listen you piece of shit, these women are with me, they are my dates, and if I ever see you lay your filthy hands on them, I will make you disappear so fast that not even the best tracker ninja in the world can find you," Naruto told him. The man nodded as he ran out the door. Naruto walked up to his girls and gave them a hug. "Are my ladies okay?" he asked them. Tsume and Henna smiled and nodded. "Yeah Naruto, we are okay, thank you for that," they said to him. Naruto nodded and gave them a smile. "Anything for my ladies," he said to them, causing both to blush a dark red. Henna snapped out of her daze and looked at Naruto. "So where did you go Naruto-kun?" Henna asked. Naruto smiled. "Me and the person who works here are friends and I got him to play a song selection that I know you will like," Naruto told them. Both women smiled as they followed Naruto to the dance floor. Soon the room blazed with multicolor lights as music blazed around the dance floor. Tsume and Henna smiled at the music that Naruto gave them. Soon the girls dragged him to the floor. Naruto decided to make another shadow clone as they pair off and danced wildly to the music. Tsume could feel Naruto guide her to the fast beats of the music that made her heart pound with excitement. Henna glided along the dance floor as Naruto followed her in perfect unison, not missing a beat. Both women were fully enjoying their night as they danced with their blonde. The stage lights blazed around the bar and they attracted the attention of some customers there. All the people cheered for the women and their dance partners as the dance floor raged in excitement. Tsume could honestly say that she had never had so much fun even with her husband. Henna could feel that Naruto was the one for her. She had dated plenty of guys, but he seemed like the person she wanted to be with the most. Naruto smiled as he saw his Inuzuka ladies and their expressions. Naruto was very thankful for his stamina. He knew that if he didn't have such a large amount of it, he would probably have passed out by now. As the music slowed down, the pace between Sume, Naruto, and Henna slowed as they were brought into a slow dance. Both women blushed as they glided along the floor with Naruto. "You can be a real charmer, Naruto-kun," Sume said to him. Naruto was surprised at the suffix, but smiled. "It's all from my ladies, love you Sume-chan," Naruto told her. Sume blushed as she muttered something about blonde men and their charming ways. Henna was enjoying the closeness with Naruto as she felt his warm body on hers. Henna could feel her heart beat rapidly from the feeling. Naruto smiled as he looked at her. "I hope you are enjoying yourself, Henna," Naruto told her. Henna blushed as she looked at him. "This is the best night of my life, Naruto-kun, thank you for this," Henna told him. Naruto smiled as he leaned close to her. "I would do anything for my ladies, I love you Henna-chan," Naruto told her. Henna blushed but nodded as the music slowly stopped. Naruto took the girls as they left the dance floor to get something to eat. With Anko and Naruto. Anko and Naruto had finished their meals after an intriguing conversation about destroying Konoha. Anko smiled as Naruto decided to take her home. As they walked in the crowd, Naruto's eyes met one of the civilian council's eyes as she blinked to make sure she wasn't dreaming. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the pink-haired woman. "Great of all people, it's the pink bitch mother," Naruto said as he and Anko passed her. Sukuna looked back at them as they left. "I should inform the Hokage about this, having multiple women is only for clans," she said to herself as she walked off. Naruto sighed. "Anko-chan, I think I might see the Hokage after the prelims," Naruto told her. Anko turned to her blonde in confusion. "Why?" she asked. Naruto sighed. "I think a certain pink bitch will want you and my other ladies to break up with me and go to the damned Uchiha," Naruto told her. Anko narrowed her eyes. "I'd like to see them try and force me to marry his ass, I would kill them all," Anko said to him. Naruto smiled. "I could always count on you, but there is no need, I will take care of it," Naruto assured her. Anko nodded as the two went home. Naruto wanted to do some more, but he and Anko had the exams tomorrow and they had to get back early, so Naruto took her home. Namikaze compound. Before the two entered the compound, Anko hugged Naruto and gave him a deep kiss. Naruto smiled as he wrapped his hands around her and kissed her back, dominating her lips. As they separated, Anko smiled at him. "Thank you for the date, Naruto-kun, I hope to do this again," Anko told him. Naruto nodded. "Anytime, Anko-chan, I love you, so of course we will date again," Naruto told her. Anko nodded as she went inside. Naruto smiled as he waited for his clone to disperse, telling him how the date went. With Sume, Henna, and Naruto. Everyone was at a table eating as their food as they enjoyed the night. As the women looked at Naruto, they nodded as they turned to him. "So Naruto-kun, tell us your likes and dislikes and hobbies," they said to him. Naruto smiled as he looked up from his food. "Alright, why not," he said to them. Both women listened intently to him. "My likes are ramen, my family, embarrassing the Uchiha and his bitch, also I love my ladies," Naruto said to them, making them blush as he continued. "My dislikes are Konoha in general, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, the council and anyone who harms my precious people. My hobby is training, thinking of ways to destroy Konoha and spending time with my family," Naruto told them. Both women nodded in understanding. Naruto smiled as he turned to Henna. "Oh, I got your mother, Henna, what about you?" he asked her. Henna blushed as she looked down at the table. "My likes are dogs, my family, training and Naruto-kun. My dislikes are animal abusers, those who don't train seriously, Konoha, and those who are conceited. My hobby taking care of animal at the village animal hospital where I work," Henna told him. Naruto smiled as he nodded. "Like mother like daughter in some ways, I love that," Naruto said in his thoughts. Naruto turned to them and smiled. "Alright then ladies, shall we finish our meals and head home," he told them. Both women smiled and nodded. Everyone soon finished their food as they engaged in casual conversation. Soon Naruto took the two women home. Inuzuka compound. Naruto led them up to the door to where they turned to him. "We had a fun time, Naruto-kun, thank you for a fun night," Henna told him as she kissed his cheek and went inside. Naruto turned to Sume, who was blushing. Soon looked at him and looked back down. Well, like Henna said, I had a fun time Naruto-kun, thank you and well. I love you, she said as she kissed his other cheek and ran inside. Naruto blushed with a smile as he walked away, soon dispelling. Namikaze compound. Naruto sat on the porch as memories from his clone and their night flooded his mind. As the memories stopped, Naruto smiled. Good night my ladies, I am glad you had a good time, Naruto said as he went inside. Chapter 13. Early morning. Naruto got up from his bed to see his lovely wife, Shizune, sleeping next to him. Naruto smiled as he kissed her cheek. Shizune squirmed awake as she turned to see her blonde next to her. Good morning Naruto-kun, Shizune said to him. Naruto smiled as he looked at her. Good morning my demon mistress, Naruto said to her. Shizune chuckled at the name as she got up. Today the second exam is over, right? She asked. Naruto nodded. That's right, now let's get our team and head out, Naruto told her. Shizune nodded as she went to wash up and get ready. Naruto soon followed as he washed his body also. Soon both came out of the room as they went to Haku's room. Naruto saw Haku soundly asleep and didn't want to wake her up, but he had to. Haku-chan, wake up my ice mistress, Naruto said to her. Haku squirmed awake as she turned to her blonde leader and boyfriend on the bed. Haku got up slowly and adjusted her eyes. What day is it? She asked. Naruto smiled. Today is the prelims for the Chunin exams, Naruto told her. Haku opened her eyes as she went to the bathroom. Naruto and Shizune smiled as they waited on the bed. So what do you think the chances are of you fighting Sasuke? Shizune asked. Naruto showed an evil smirk as he looked at her. I really don't know, but he better be hope that for his sake he doesn't fight me cause I would kill him, Naruto said to her. Shizune smiled as she leaned on Naruto's shoulder. You know, today is Kurami's birthday, Shizune said with a sad smile. Naruto nodded also. I know, she would have been too today, Naruto said to Shizune. Shizune let a tear fall down her face as Naruto comforted her. Don't worry Shizune, I don't know how, but we will get Kurami back, Naruto swore. Shizune looked at him and gave him a kiss. Thank you Naruto-kun, Shizune told him. Soon Haku came in with her clothes on as the two looked at her. Both nodded as the three went downstairs. Naruto saw Zabuza in his Jonin vest as he ate breakfast. Going somewhere Zabuza? Naruto asked him. Zabuza nodded. Yeah, I got a mission with some of the Chunin later, Zabuza told him. Naruto nodded in a smile as the three left the house. Zabuza smirked as he went back to his breakfast. Kick-ass Naruto, Shizune, Haku, Zabuza said to the door. As Naruto's group left, they met up with Kiba as Naruto grabbed them and Shunshin to the tower. At the tower, Anko sat on a couch as she calmly waited for her team. No sooner than her thoughts, Naruto and his group appeared with full smiles. Anko sighed as she got up. Alright, everyone is here, let's get started, Anko said to them. Everyone nodded as they all walked out and lined up with the rest of the genin who were lucky enough not to die. Naruto turned as he saw Sasuke with his hand on his neck. Naruto smirked as he looked around the room. He saw the Suna team, Guy's team, and all of the other rookies. What surprised Naruto a little was when he saw Kin, Dozu, and the supposed to be dead Zaku. Naruto turned to Shizune who smirked. Oh joy, I get to kill him all over again, Shizune said to Naruto. Naruto smiled and nodded as he went into thought. I guess Orochimaru would use his resurrection jutsu, but I didn't know he would waste it on this guy, Naruto thought, but shrugged it off. Everyone turned their attention to the Hokage who was at the top of the stadium. Congratulations to all you genin who managed to survive this round. Because of the excess group of people, we will now have preliminary matches for everyone. When your name is called, come down to the area and fight. Good luck to you all, he said as he stepped back. Soon a man with a strange couch appeared in the center of the room. Couch, I am Hayate Gecko, and I will be your proctor for this part of the exam. Everyone get off the floor. Sasuke and Akado Yoroi stay on, Hayate announced. Naruto smirked as he walked up the stairs muttering something about the emo escaping death. As his team went to the side, they all looked at the fight. Naruto turned to wave to a blushing Hinata and the calm Shino. As Sasuke and Akado stood on the floor, Hayate brought his hand down and backed away. Hajime, he shouted as he backed up. Sasuke smirked as he looked at Akado. You should consider yourself lucky that you get to have your ass kicked by an Uchiha, Sasuke told him. Akado smiled as he replied. We will see, he said as he charged at Sasuke. Sasuke smirked as he ran at Akado. Both delivered a barrage of fast punches on the other as they countered every single one. Akado managed to grab Sasuke's head as his hand glowed. Sasuke felt his chakra drain as he pulled from the man's grip. I couldn't get all your chakra, oh well I will get the rest, he said as he charged. Sasuke smirked as Akado let out a punch. Sasuke ducked under the punch as he let out a kick at the man's stomach. Akado screamed in some pain as he was sent to the air. Sasuke smirked as he disappeared and reappeared behind Akado. Looks like I get to try my new move on you, Sasuke smiled as he brought his foot around. Akado anticipated the kick and blocked. Not that easy kid, he said to Sasuke. Sasuke still smiled as he twisted and brought his other foot around as he appeared in front of Akado. Sasuke sent a punch then other as Akado went towards the group. Sasuke still kept his arrogant smirk. You still have a long way to go, he said as he put his other foot on Akado's stomach and slammed him into the ground. Barrage of lions, Sasuke yelled as he stood over the knocked out Akado. Hayate came up and nodded. Winner. Sasuke Uchiha, Hayate said to him. Sasuke smirked as he went upstairs. He passed Naruto as he gave him a look that said, beat that doby. Naruto sighed as he looked at the board. Naruto smirked as he looked over at Zaku. Boy dude you are really unlucky, Naruto said to him. Naruto managed a wave at Kin who blushed but waved back. Zaku smiled as he saw his name, but didn't see the challenger's name. Alright watch me mop the floor with whoever this is, he said as he landed on the ground. Soon someone came down the stairs with a big smile. Zaku had his eyes closed trying to look calm as Hayate looked at the challenger. Hayate waved his hand. Hajime, he said as he backed away. Zaku opened his eyes as he was ready to fight. As soon as his eyes opened his face paled as he saw the last person he would have wanted to see. Nice to see you again Zaku, I hope to have fun again, Shizune said as her hand glowed with a chakra blade. Zaku's eyes showed absolute fear as he backed up into a wall. No not you, Zaku said as Shizune walked to him. Zaku could swear that he saw the gates of hell open as he looked into Shizune's eyes. Zaku lost all control of his will and screamed with terror in his voice. No, stay away from me you psycho, I don't want to die, he shouted as he ran out the arena. Shizune showed a blank look on her face while in her mind she was laughing her ass off. Meanwhile, all the audience, save Naruto's group were confused. The man sounded like the girl was going to kill him, which she had before. Shizune looked up in fake confusion. Does this mean I win? She asked. Hayate regained his senses and walked forward. Due to Zaku's withdrawal, winner, Shizune Kato, Hayate announced. Everyone decided to shrug off the victory as Shizune went up the stairs. She stood next to Naruto. Naruto smiled. You enjoy yourself? He asked. Shizune smiled. The way he screamed felt so good, that was too easy, Shizune told Naruto as they looked at the board. The next names came up to the screen. Hayate decided to speak. Next match. Haku vs Choji Akamaiki, Hayate said to her. Haku smiled as she nodded. Haku went down to the field as Choji appeared also. Hayate put his hand down. Hajime, he said to them. Choji smiled as he started. Nikuden Sensha, he yelled as his body rolled at Haku. Haku smiled as she took out her Senbou needles. Useless, I am too quick for that, she said as she disappeared causing everyone to gasp especially Sasuke. Choji lost track of her as he realized he was encased in a dome of ice walls. Sorry Choji-san, Haku said as her kunai slammed into his rolling body. Haku smiled as she formed some water. Sensatsu Susho, 1,000 needles of death, Haku yelled as the water formed into ice needles and shot at Choji. Choji screamed as the needles stuck to his body. Choji fell down unconscious. Hayate went over and looked at him. Winner. Haku, Hayate said with a cough. Haku nodded as she went back upstairs. Naruto and his team gave a shout of victory as they smiled. Suddenly they all saw Sasuke walk over to Haku. Look here girl, I am an Uchiha, and therefore I give you the honor of being my wife and bearing my children, Sasuke told her. Haku looked at him in confusion as she tried to fathom what he just said to her. Naruto sighed as he rolled his eyes. Kiba scowled at Sasuke, and Shizune narrowed her eyes. Anko narrowed her eyes at Sasuke. Everyone who could hear waited for Haku's response, even the Jonin and the Hokage. Haku suddenly smirked as she leaned on Naruto and kissed his cheek. "So sorry Uchiha, but this is my man, I would rather die than settle for anything less," she said with a smile. Almost everyone laughed as they heard Haku's response. Sasuke seethed as he walked back to his group. Kakashi narrowed his eyes as he walked to the girl. Naruto's eyes turned to slits as he saw the copy ninja advance towards their group. Here was the Uchiha's loyal dog, who bent over for his master. He always talked about friends and not abandoning them, but he was the main person who did just that in the future. Naruto could almost kill him, but resisted the intense urge. Haku was it?" he asked with a sheepish grin. Haku turned to him and looked at him. "Yes sir," she asked. Kakashi sighed. "With all due respect, please reconsider Sasuke's proposal. He is a good boy and a powerful genin. I do believe that he would be the perfect husband for you instead of Naruto," Kakashi said, trying to show Naruto some humility and was failing badly at it. Haku narrowed her eyes at him. Was he telling her who she could love? Did he just say that Sasuke was better than Naruto? Haku seethed as she looked at the man still smiling. "Listen here Kakashi, was it? I don't love the Uchiha and I never will. I love Naruto-kun and I won't tolerate people berating the man I love. Now get out of my presence before I turn you into a human refrigerator," Haku threatened. Kakashi and everyone widened their eyes at Haku as Naruto's group smirked. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, but nodded. "Yes sorry Haku," he said as he left. Naruto smiled as he looked at her. Didn't know you loved me so much," Naruto told her. Haku looked at him and smiled. "Ah Naru-kun, of course I love you. You are the only man I need," Haku told him. Naruto smiled as he kissed her. Hayate coughed as he brought everyone back to the match. "Next match. Temari vs Tenten," he said as the weapons mistress and the wind mistress came down. Naruto smiled as he watched. He turned to his group. "You guys know that we do need a person to make weapons for us," Naruto told them. Everyone nodded, as Anko smiled. "You suggesting our weapons mistress down there?" she asked. Naruto smiled. "Maybe I am," Naruto told her. As they talked, everyone turned back to see that the match was over with Tenten over Temari's fan. "Winner, Temari," Hayate said to them. Temari flung Tenten off her fan as she went upstairs, not before winking at Naruto. Naruto sighed as he smiled at her. "I think I attracted the wind mistress also," Naruto told them. Everyone turned to see Temari staring at Naruto. Haku, Shizune, and Anko sighed while Kiba gave Naruto a thumbs up. Everyone turned back to see the board. "Next. Shikamaru vs Kin," Hayate said to them. Naruto gave Kin a thumbs up as she blushed, but went to fight Shikamaru. "Man, why is it a girl?" Shikamaru asked. Kin twitched. "You saying there is something wrong with a girl?" she asked. Shikamaru shrugged his shoulders. "You know what, I give up this as a pain," he said with a yawn. Kin scoffed as she walked back upstairs. Winner. Kin," Hayate said to them. Everyone's jaw dropped to the ground as Asuma complained, to which Shikamaru ignored. The board lit up again. "Ino Yamanaka vs Kiba Inuzuka," Hayate called. Kiba smiled as he jumped down. Ino smiled also as she jumped down. "Listen dog breath, I am going to win this fight," Ino told him. Kiba smirked as he set Akamaru down. "Just try it you damn flower-loving bitch," Kiba said to her. Knowing Naruto's memories, Kiba saw that Ino was one of the main reasons Sasuke abandoned Kiba and left him to die. Knowing that pissed Kiba off to no end as he looked at her. "Hajime," Hayate said to them. Kiba smiled as he charged Ino. Ino managed to dodge Kiba's charge, but he was too fast and grazed her shoulder. Kiba smirked as he let out some smoke bombs. Ino coughed as she tried to see in the smoke. "You hiding Kiba?" Ino teased. Kiba scoffed. "Not really. Gatsuga, fang over fang," Kiba shouted as he and Akamaru teared up the smoke and Ino inside. Everyone waited for the smoke to clear as they saw a battered Ino on the ground. Kiba smiled as he picked her up by the collar. "Maybe you will think before abandoning me," he said as he tossed her to Hayate. "Winner. Kiba Inuzuka," Hayate coughed. The board lit up again. "Naruto Uzumaki vs Dozu," Hayate said. Naruto smiled as he looked at a trembling Dozu. Dozu couldn't handle the pressure or the fear and called to the proctor. Proctor, I give up, Dozu said to him. Everyone wondered why he would give up. Hayate looked at him suspiciously, but nodded. Winner. Naruto Uzumaki, Hayate said to them. Naruto nodded as he stayed back on the railing. Well, that was anticlimactic, Naruto said to them. Everyone nodded as they looked at the board. Next match. Neji Hyuga vs Hinata Hyuga, Hayate said to them. Both went down as they faced each other. You are a loser and you always will be a loser, you cannot change that, Neji told her. Hinata smiled with a sudden brim of confidence as she activated her Byakugan. Then you shouldn't have much to worry about, Neji-ni-san, Hinata said as she charged him. Neji smiled as used his Byakugan also. Both went through a series of air palms as blue chakra blowed out of their hands as they tried to strike the other. Neji cursed for not being able to beat Hinata faster. Damn, how can she move so fluently? Neji wondered. Hinata shot forward as she managed to strike Neji in the shoulder. Neji cursed as he jumped back and gripped his shoulder. Damn it, he said. Hinata smirked. What's wrong, Ni-san? You look like you are having some trouble, Hinata told him. Shut up, you are a failure, Neji said as Hinata disappeared. Naruto and his group gasped. Hinata was never that strong, in fact it took her 3 years to attain that speed, Naruto told them. Everyone turned to him in disbelief as they looked back at the match. Hinata reappeared behind Neji as she began to spin. Neji countered her move with his own as they collied and yelled. Kaden, they yelled as their opposite techniques clashed and exploded the arena. Everyone covered their eyes as the smoke settled down. Everyone saw Hinata standing over an unconscious Neji. Looks like you fail, Neji-ni-san, Hinata said to him. Hayate stood up over Neji. Winner. Hinata Hyuga, Hayate said. Hinata smiled as she walked back to the balcony. Naruto walked up to her. Nice job, Hinata-chan, Naruto told her. Hinata suddenly blushed seeing his face and looked down. Thank you, Naruto-kun, Hinata said as she squirmed back to her group. Hayate sighed. Next match. Kankuro vs Shino, he yelled. Kankuro cursed his luck and looked at the proctor. Proctor, I give up, he said him. Hayate coughed. What is with all of the forfeits today? He wondered. Winner. Shino Aburame, Hayate said to the bug user. Shino looked unenthusiastic as he laid back in depression. Hinata smiled as she went to comfort Shino. Last match. Sabaku no Gaara vs Rock Lee, Hayate called out. Lee smiled as he jumped off the railing. Gaara smiled as he shunshined in the sand. Hajime, he said to them. Lee charged Gaara and attempted a kick, but it was blocked by a wall of sand as Gaara stood still. Lee smiled as she tried to bypass the and, but to no avail. Lee was getting frustrated as he saw his attack were of no use. Gaara used his sand to sweep Lee of his feet and propelled him into a wall. Lee smiled as he climbed out of the concrete. Sorry Guy-sensei, Lee said as he took of his weights. The weights made a loud crash as they came down. Lee smiled. Ah, finally, now the fun can begin, Lee said as he disappeared. Gaara widened his eyes as he heard an impact behind him. He turned, but saw nothing. Then he heard a crash to the side, he still saw nothing but green blurs. Gaara was sent across the field as Lee managed to connect a punch to Gaara's face. Gaara made a crazy look at he smiled. Yes, this is what it means to be alive, Gaara said to Lee. Gaara's sand covered the area as Lee managed to dodge the strikes. Gaara was feeling more and more thrilled as his sand went over the arena. Lee managed to disappear again as he kicked Gaara into the air. Gaara gasped as Lee pushed him higher and higher away from his sand. Lee wrapped his cloths around Gaara as he began to spin. Omid Renge, primary lotus, he yelled as he and Gaara spiraled down. They hit the sand as Lee struggled to stand. Gaara was seen with cracks on his face as he began to pound Lee with his sand. Lee now knew he would lose if he didn't use it. Lee sighed as he charged his chakra. Lee's body began to change as his muscles tightened and his skin turned red. Lee looked at Gaara and disappeared. This is my power, with this I will win, Lee said as he slammed Gaara in the back and disappeared. Lee began this process until the two were in the air with Gaara getting his ass handed to him by the green beast. Gaara seethed as he knew he couldn't defend against such speed. Lee smiled as he slammed his foot into Gaara's stomach. Ura Renge, hidden lotus, he yelled as they slammed into the ground causing a massive explosion. Lee couldn't even stand as he looked at Gaara. Gaara looked at him and stretched his hand out. Soon the sand went to get Lee as it surrounded his body. Lee cursed as he tried to get away but couldn't. Gaara's sand went at him and crushed Lee's arm and leg. Lee yelled in pain as he fell over unconscious. Gaara got up and breathed hard, then walked away. Winner. Gaara, Hayate said as the prelims ended. Sarutobi came up to the remains people. Alright, great job everyone, we will have your final matches in a month, so work hard and here is the roster, he said as he posted it to a wall. Naruto Uzumaki vs Shino Aburame. Hinata Hyuga vs Shizune Kato. Kin vs Haku. Sabaku no Tamari vs Kiba Inuzuka. Sabaku no Gaara vs Sasuke Uchiha. This is the list for next month, train hard and you will achieve greatness, Sarutobi said as he walked off. After Naruto and his group looked at the list, everyone shunshined to go home. Chapter 14. Next morning. Naruto woke up to the sweet rays of sunshine that illuminated inside his house. Naruto looked at his surroundings as he realized where he was. Naruto smiled to see Shizune, Anko, and Haku all sleeping with him on his bed. Naruto chuckled to himself as he tried to get up. Well, I guess I won't disturb them, Naruto said as he got up and placed the girls gently back on the bed. Naruto went to the washroom as he saw Zabuza come out with a yawn. Hey Zabuza, have a good sleep? Naruto asked him. Zabuza turned to his Hanyu leader and softly smiled. Yes, I suppose, the beds here are the best I have ever felt, Zabuza said to him. Naruto smiled as he leaned against the wall. I am happy that you like them, Naruto told him. Zabuza nodded as he turned to leave. Naruto still smiled as he brought Zabuza back to his attention. Yes Gaki, he asked. Naruto smiled as he left for a minute and came back with a scroll. Here Zabuza, Naruto said as he gave him the scroll. Zabuza took the scroll and opened it to see some water jutsu techniques listed in the scroll. Confused, Zabuza turned to look up at Naruto. Gaki, what is this? He asked. Naruto smiled. That is my clan's water jutsu. Some people of the clan were very proficient in water jutsu that could rival Nadaime, and I am going to let you learn those jutsu from that scroll, Naruto told him. Zabuza's mouth dropped. T techniques to rival the Nadaime, Zabuza said to him. Naruto simply nodded. That's right Zabuza, I have seen your progress over the months and you are more than worthy to have it now, Naruto told him. Zabuza smiled as he gripped the scroll. Thank you G. No, thank you Naruto-sama, Zabuza said with a bow. Naruto waved his hand. It's all good Zabuza, go try them out, Naruto told him. Zabuza smiled as he ran downstairs and grabbed his sword to train in the compound. Naruto smiled as he went into the washroom. Unknown to him, Shizune and her companions got up also. They were surprised to see Naruto gone, but heard the water running and assumed he was in the washroom. Naruto-kun got away before I could kiss him, Shizune said with a slight pout. Haku laughed as Shizune turned to her. What are you laughing at? She asked. Haku smiled as she looked at her. Nothing, it's nothing Shizune-san, Haku said as she got up and left the room. Anko smiled as she stretched and left. Well, I am going to find Zabuza for some training, Anko said with a smirk. Shizune stayed in the room and smiled as she laid on the bed. The fact that this family is only going to get bigger is a scary thought, but it's still fun, Shizune said as she decided to get up. Everyone was up and about as the day started, but Naruto had a hunch about who would destroy this evening. Hokage Mansion. And that is why you need to assemble the council against this action, Sukuna said to Sarutobi. The third sighed as he heard the pink banshee tell him about Naruto being with multiple women. Sukuna, I don't see the point to this. Naruto is free to love whoever and that person who loves him can love him, I don't see the need for a council meeting, Sarutobi told her. Sukuno's eyes narrowed. Sarutobi, you know that having multiple women is only for those of clan status, and as far as I know that Brat isn't a part of any clan, Sukuna told him. Sarutobi sighed. Technically she was right, but Sarutobi also knew that Naruto was actually a part of a clan status, but he couldn't say. Sarutobi puffed his pipe as he looked at her. Fine, I will assemble a council, but I am not interfering with it, Sarutobi told her. Sukuna nodded as she left the room. Sarutobi sat back in his seat as he looked at the picture of the Yondaime on the wall. Why do I think this meeting is going to be so troublesome, Sarutobi thought as he leaned into his chair. Namikaze Compound. Naruto sat in a chair as everyone began to go over their training plans for the month. Alright, so we agree. I will work on my father's jutsu, Shizu-chan will work on her water and wind jutsus with Haku-chan, and Anko will train with Zabuza, Naruto said to them. Everyone nodded in agreement. Naruto nodded as he laid back into the chair. Naruto smiled as he got up. Alright, I am going to the Inuzuka compound, anyone want to go? Naruto asked. Anko, Haku, and Shizune nodded to go, but Zabuza was obsessed with his recent gift from Naruto as he ran back to the field to train. Naruto chuckled as he saw Zabuza read over the water scroll. Naruto and his female companions left the house to go see Kiba, Henna, and Tsume. Naruto recently told them about Shizune, Haku, and Anko being his previous loves. Both women were a bit jealous, but decided that it didn't matter to them. As long as he loved them also, they didn't seem to mind. Inuzuka compound. As Naruto reached the Inuzuka compound, he knocked on the door for Kiba to answer. Hey, it's my leader. Hello Naruto, Kiba said to him. Naruto smiled as he came into the house. Hey Kiba, where are Tsume-chan and Hana-chan? Naruto asked. Kiba smirked as he pointed to the living room. Naruto nodded a thank you as he went into the room to see Tsume and Hana talking about him. So what are my girls talking about? Naruto asked. Both girls jumped as the object of their desire came into the room. Tsume and Hana blushed as they looked at him. Nothing Naruto-kun, it was nothing, Tsume told him. Naruto narrowed his eyes with a smile. Naruto turned to Hana and looked her in the eyes. Hana-chan, what were you two talking about? Naruto asked her with a smile. Hana blushed as she saw his face close to hers. Hana turned to her mother, who was shaking her head. No Hana, please, no, don't tell him, Tsume shouted in her thoughts. Naruto continued to look at Hana waiting for an answer. Hana was about to give out from his smile until heard a knock on the door. Tsume smiled as she ran to the door along with Hana. Naruto smiled as he realized his captives escaped. As Tsume opened the door, she looked to see an Anbu officer with a cat mask in the door. Hello Lady Tsume, the Hokage wants a council meeting over. He stopped when he saw Naruto come out of the living room. Hey you, he said trying to address Naruto. Naruto turned his head to see the Anbu in the doorway. What do you want? Naruto said to him with a rather displeased look. You are to come to the council room with these women for the meeting, the man said as he shunshined out. Naruto sighed. Always gotta be the bitch, Sakuno. Naruto thought as he headed to the door. Well everyone, let's go see what they want now. Kiba, you come too, Naruto said, surprising him. Naruto smiled as he ran to the meeting. He was soon followed by a smiling Kiba and Shizune, along with Haku, Tsume, Hana and Anko. Meeting room. Naruto and his companions entered the room soon as they came to see the members of the civilian and shinobi council in their seats as Tsume took her place. Naruto sighed as he saw Sarutobi sit in the center. The meeting got started. Alright, what is it that you people want? Naruto asked with his hands folded. Sarutobi sighed. Naruto, is it true that you are dating multiple women? Sarutobi asked. Naruto sighed as he kissed Shizune, Haku, and Hana on the cheek. Yes, that is right, Naruto told him. Soon some of the civilian council exploded. How the hell can you have multiple women? You aren't even a part of a clan, someone shouted. Naruto showed an unconcerned grin. Why do you care what happens in my love life? Naruto asked. Sakuno exploded. Cause you are a demon and no demon needs to have children, she said to him. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Says the woman who could only get one kid out of body and that kid has turned into a self-bitch herself, Naruto told her. Tsume smirked a bit as Sakuno exploded. You keep my daughter out of this, she yelled. Naruto turned to the third. You know this is a waste of time, right? Naruto told him. Sarutobi nodded. Yeah, I think so, Sarutobi said to him. The council calmed down as they began to talk. Look kid, only clan heirs can have multiple wives, so unless you are the heir to a clan, we demand that you end the relationships with these women, a man told him. Naruto chuckled a bit as he turned to the man. Who the hell do you think you are? You council members think you can order me around to do something? Other than the shinobi council, I bet none of you know how to lift a damn finger. I bet if we were at war, you would all cower behind me if I was the only shinobi who could save you. You think you have power, but you don't. You are all just some grown people who are way in over their heads, Naruto said to them. Everyone backed up a bit as they realized that he made his point. Having all the political power in the world wouldn't save someone from a heartless killer. Naruto still looked at them. Now unless you have a valid reason as to why I can't, then I am leaving, Naruto said as he turned around. Sarutobi and the Shinobi Council could only smile. Naruto just played them all for fools. Naruto turned to a man in a chair and with a smile. "Oh Danzo, how is Anbu Root doing? I think that you trying to suppress the Hokage with the arm full of Sharingans isn't a good idea," Naruto said, surprising Danzo and the members of the council. Danzo cursed at the boy as Sarutobi walked over to Danzo and ripped the cloth off his body to reveal to everyone the arm full of Sharingan. Sarutobi was furious as he summoned his Anbu. "Anbu, take him to Ibiki now, and place him in a chakra-restricted prison," Sarutobi said as Danzo was paralyzed and taken away. Sarutobi smiled as he looked at Naruto. "Thank you for that, Naruto. He has been a thorn in the side, but I never found a good reason to do that until now," Sarutobi said to him. Naruto nodded as he turned to leave, but Kami wasn't with him today. "Wait, demon brat," Sukuna yelled to him. Naruto sighed as he turned around. "What now?" he wondered. "Regardless if we have power or not, you still have to listen to and obey our demands, and I specifically demand that you stop dating these girls and give the to Sasuke Uchiha," Sukuna said to him with a smirk. Naruto rage boiled as he looked at her. Sarutobi and the Shinobi Council sighed. They all got up and moved over to far side. "Nice knowing you, Sukuna," Shikaku thought. "Be nice to the Shinigami when you see him," Sume thought. "I think I should go back to praying," Hiyashi thought. "That mouth was always going to get you in trouble, Sukuna," Sarutobi thought. In other words, everyone was thinking the same thing. "Good luck in hell, Sukuna Haruno," they all thought. Naruto rage continued to skyrocket as he processed her words. He was demanded to give up his women who he loved with all his heart, and to a self-righteous Uchiha who wouldn't even love them. Shizune's eyes flared. "How dare you?" Shizune said as she formed a chakra blade. Sukuno's smile faded as Shizune walked up to her. "You dare tell me that I have to break up with my Naruto-kun just so you damn people can have some little arrogant Uchiha bastards running around," Shizune said. Haku soon followed with some ice needles. "That's it, I have had it. No one demands me to love anybody," Haku said. Henna and Kiba growled along with Sume in the corner. Sume just got herself a man and a real one at that. No way was she going to lose him, because of a self-righteous bitch and her boy toy Uchiha. Anko soon followed them. "How the hell do you think you are, you pink bitch?" Anko said as she took out her sword. As everyone walked up to her, Sukuna turned to Sarutobi who shook his head. "I told you I wasn't going to interfere in this," Sarutobi thought. Sukuna looked in horror as everyone soon came up to her. "Stop!" someone yelled. Everyone immediately stopped and turned to see Naruto with his hair covering his eyes with a smile. The girls grumbled, but Naruto's smile managed to get them to back off. Kiba complied with his leader and stopped. Sume went back to her corner as Naruto walked up. He suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of Sukuna. Naruto's smile faded as he lunged and grabbed Sukuno's throat. "Listen here, you pink-haired bitch, you will not make demands out of me ever. I follow no one's orders except my own and those I feel are worth listening to. Know that if you do threaten me or my women in any way again, I will snap this fragile neck of yours in two," Naruto said as he let go of her. Sukuna grabbed her thought and coughed as she tried to get some air back into her lungs. Naruto came back down and sighed. "Just so we don't have this confrontation again, I will tell everyone here something," Naruto said to the council. By this time, Sarutobi and the Shinobi Council sat back down and waited for Naruto's reply. Naruto sighed as he looked at everyone. "I am the son of Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze," Naruto said to them. The room was filled with silence as everyone heard Naruto's claim. The council had blank looks on their faces. Even Henna, Sume, and Anko had questionable glares at him. Sarutobi looked at Naruto in shock. Where did he learn that? Sarutobi wondered. Sukuna raged. "Don't you insult the name of our Yondaime with your mouth, he didn't give birth to a demon child," Sukuna said to Naruto. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. "Look, I don't care if you don't believe me, all that matters is that I, myself know it and I do, so I am the heir to the Namikaze clan and also the Uzumaki clan, so I have a clan status just like everyone else, so I am allowed to have multiple wives. So I believe that solves that," Naruto said to them. Everyone immediately turned to Sarutobi, who still looked at Naruto then the council members. He sighed. Naruto is right, he is the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, he said to them. Everyone couldn't believe their ears. Here was the son of the most powerful Hokage in Konoha history. The man who was able to take out 1,000 Iwa shinobi by himself. Everyone suddenly looked at Naruto like he was a prize now, and Naruto knew this would happen. He raised his hand. Before any of you get any ideas, I am not marrying anyone's daughter just so you can have my clan's power for yourself, so you can get that out of your minds right now, Naruto told them. After he finished talking, Naruto was tackled by Tsume, who kissed him all over his face, surprising the council members. While my Naruto-kun is the son of our fourth, I can't believe it, Tsume said as she kissed him. Naruto smiled as he felt her kisses on his face. The council gasped at her words. Naruto-kun, they all wondered. Is it really that surprising? He wondered. Tsume shook her head. Of course it is silly, she said to him. Sarutobi stopped the sight with a cough as Tsume turned around. Tsume, what was that? Hiyashi asked. Tsume blushed. What, I can't love my boyfriend? Tsume said to them. Everyone gasped. Naruto was dating a clan head and a shinobi council member. Tsume always turned down dates with guys since her husband died, now she was dating Naruto. Tsume smiled as she stood next to Naruto. You gonna stop me from dating him? She asked with a scowl. Everyone backed up and shook their heads. Good, not that I would listen to you people anyway, she said to them. Sarutobi sighed. Alright, that is enough, this meeting is over, Naruto. I want to meet you and your friends in my office, Sarutobi said to him. Naruto nodded as he and his companions left. Sarutobi left also as the council went through their thoughts. Hokage office. Naruto and his companions waited for Sarutobi to arrive as they sat on the couch or leaned on the walls. Well, I am learning lots of things about Naruto-kun today, Henna said to him. Naruto smiled as rolled his eyes. I was actually going to tell you both about that today, but it seems that I had to do it back there, Naruto said to her. I can't believe I am dating a Namikaze, Tsume said out loud. Naruto smiled. So you're going to date me for the clan status now? Naruto said to her. Tsume smiled as walked up to Naruto and kissed him. Of course not, Naruto-kun, I love you for you, clan status or no clan status, in fact, I loved you before I even found out about it, Tsume said with a smile. Naruto chuckled as he gave her a tight hug which made Tsume blush from his tight muscles. Thank you, Tsume, Naruto said to her. Tsume nodded with a smile. Henna leaned on Naruto's shoulder. Still, the fact that Naruto-kun is the son of the Yondaime, it makes me wonder how powerful you will be in the future, Henna said to him. Naruto smiled at her words. Naruto nodded in agreement. Before Sarutobi came in, Naruto decided to ask Tsume his question. Hey Tsume-chan, how would you like to merge your clan compound with mine? Naruto told her. Tsume jumped at his question, but smiled. I would like that, Naruto-kun, we can do that tomorrow, okay? She asked. Naruto nodded. Fine with me, Tsume-chan, Naruto told her. Shizune smiled. Now our compound will be 3 times as big, Shizune smiled. Everyone nodded with a smile. Naruto then looked at Kiba and Haku. He smiled as he motioned for them. Yes, Naruto-kun. They asked. Naruto smiled. Since he isn't here, I will give you both the mark now, Naruto said to them. Tsume and Henna wondered what he meant as they watched Naruto move to Haku. Naruto exposed a part of her neck and bit the side. Haku winced a bit from the pain, but soon adjusted to it. Soon her mark appeared as Haku flowed through her body. Naruto smiled as a light appeared and soon faded. Haku opened her eye and looked in a mirror. Her ears were on her head, she was a few inches taller and she had a fluffy white tail that swayed around. Haku smiled. This feels amazing, I think I could take on anyone and win, Haku said with a smile. Naruto smiled as he turned to Kiba. Kiba didn't really like the way this was done, being a guy and all, but he knew it was necessary. Naruto bit Kiba's neck as his mark also appeared. Soon the light appeared and faded as Kiba opened his eyes. Kiba's ears moved to his head and were the same color as his hair. He also had a brown tail that swayed behind him. Yahoo! I can feel the chakra run smoothly through my body, I haven't felt this good in forever, Kiba said to Naruto. Naruto nodded as he looked at Tsume and Henna. Both seemed to debate over it, but could see that it would be very fun and useful. Sume exposed her neck to Naruto as did Henna. Naruto smiled as he bit Sume's neck first. The light came and went as Sume looked also. Her hair was much straighter as it came down to her shoulders. Her ears were on her head and she had a brown tail that swayed. Sume smiled at the features. This is amazing, thank you Naruto-kun, Sume said to him as she hugged him. Naruto smiled. You're welcome Sume-chan, he said to her. Naruto then turned to Henna who was ready to be marked. Naruto bit her next as he heard a slight moan from her. Soon the mark appeared and so did the light. The light faded as Henna opened her eyes. Henna's ears were also on her head. She had a black and brownish tail that swayed. Henna smiled. Oh, this feels wonderful, I think I could fight an Akatsuki member without breaking a sweat, Henna stated. Naruto smiled with a nod. Okay, you all have your marks, now henge so you appear normal, can't have this plan going down the drain can we? Naruto said to them. The girls and Kiba nodded as they hanged back to their forms. No sooner than that did Sarutobi come through the door and sat down at his desk. Sarutobi sighed as he sat down. You sure know how to surprise people Naruto, Sarutobi said to him. Naruto smiled. What? They needed to know, and it felt good to see their reactions, Naruto said to him. Sarutobi smiled with a nod. That is true, but where did you learn that? He asked him. Naruto sighed. Sorry Gigi, but I can't tell you that, my source must be kept a secret, Naruto told him. Sarutobi looked at him, but nodded. Very well Naruto, but since you know, I want to give you this letter from your father, he said to Naruto as he reached inside his drawer and pulled out the letter. Naruto knew about the letter, but it always felt good to read it again. Naruto took the letter as he read it. To Naruto Uzumaki. Hey son, how are you? This is your father, Minato Namikaze. If you are reading this then I am dead. The village is currently being attacked by the Kyuubi no Yoko and I must go help. I have thought of the best way to save the village and it was to seal the beast inside someone of pure spirit. And what is more pure than a child? I couldn't ask someone of something that I wouldn't do myself, so I had to seal the child inside my son, you. Please don't hate me for it, that might be selfish on my part, but I hope that the village treats you well as the hero. Your mother really didn't like the idea of it, but I managed to convince her. Although she told me that she couldn't bear to watch it. Know that I love you and below are the directions to my compound. It is quite big enough to even put the Uchiha in their place. I leave my clan's jutsu to you, the rasengan and the Hiraishin technique. Use these techniques to bring peace. I love you Naruto, I must go goodbye. Your father, Minato Namikaze. Even though he read the letter already, Naruto still got tears from the letter. He shed a few tears as he thanked Sarutobi for the letter. As Naruto and his friends were about to leave, Sarutobi brought Naruto back. Yes Gigi, he asked. Sarutobi looked at him. Naruto, I don't know anymore, but I think your mother might be alive near Water Country, Sarutobi said to him. Chapter 15. Hokage Mansion. Naruto and his group were left stunned after they heard the words that came out of Sarutobi's mouth. Naruto stuttered to speak as he tried to process the information he had just received. What did you say Gigi? Naruto asked him. Sarutobi could see the disbelief in Naruto's eyes. Sarutobi sighed. I said I believe that your mother is alive and is near Wave Country, Sandaime said to Naruto. Naruto looked down at the ground for a while. Soon Naruto looked up and looked at the third. And why are you telling me this now? He asked him, clearly upset. Hiruzen nodded as he got up. I always thought that you were just a normal genin, one who still needed protection, but if you can manage to bring an ex-Kiri shinobi to our forces, then I have no doubt about your power. I am at least confident that you can handle yourself against genin to chunin level people, Sarutobi said to him. Naruto nodded, though in truth he could handle 2 of the Sannin at once. Naruto, I want you to train with Jiraiya, he was your father's sensei and I know he will be good to you, Sarutobi said to Naruto. Naruto's eyes were suddenly filled with rage and hate at the thought of being trained by Jiraiya. Naruto simply nodded and left with his group, leaving a unsuspecting Sarutobi in his seat. As everyone left, Kiba turned to Naruto. Naruto, I noticed that you were very angry at the mention of Jiraiya's name, Kiba told him. Naruto simply nodded his head. Why? Henna asked him. Naruto stopped the group as he looked around him. Naruto sighed as he put up a privacy seal around them. Naruto looked at them all with his eyes very much red. I won't forgive his perverted ass, never. He could spend an eternity trying to get me to forgive him, but I will never do it. He did something unforgivable to me. He was supposed to be my godfather, but he betrayed my trust. He will die and it will hurt, Naruto said to them. Some narrowed their eyes and others were sad, but everyone wanted an explanation. Naruto sighed as he went through his memories. Flashback. Naruto was training with Jiraiya in a field as they sparred until their chakra reserves were empty. Both exhausted as they sat on a tree. Still the little firecracker Naruto? Jiraiya asked him. Naruto smiled as he fell back. Still the big pervert Jiraiya? Naruto told him. Jiraiya laughed as he nodded. I am not a big pervert, Jiraiya told him. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Oh then what are you? Naruto asked him. Jiraiya turned to him. I am a super pervert, he told him. Naruto's sweat dropped as he heard the proclamation. Whatever Jiraiya, Naruto told him. Soon Naruto fell asleep as his fading eyes saw Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, his smile faded and he said something to Naruto. I am sorry Naruto, he said as Naruto blanked out. Naruto soon woke up to see he was bound to some chains. Naruto looked up to see Jiraiya in front of him. Hey Jiraiya, what are you doing? Let me go, Naruto told him. Jiraiya laughed as he punched Naruto in the gut. Naruto winced in pain as the wind god knocked out of him. Shut your mouth you demon spawn, Jiraiya said to him. Naruto was shocked that he had heard what Jiraiya said to him. What are you talking about Jiraiya? I am your godson, Naruto said to him. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed as planted a kick into Naruto's stomach. Arg! Naruto screamed as he fell to the floor. Jiraiya, stop please, Naruto begged. Jiraiya looked at Naruto in a stone-cold glare as kicked Naruto's face nearly breaking his nose. Naruto was on his back. For all the people that you will destroy in the future, I can't let you live, Jiraiya said to Naruto as his fingers glowed. He hit Naruto in the stomach as his seal appeared with 5 symbols layered over it. Naruto screamed in pain as the effects of what Jiraiya did took place. Jiraiya saw an unconscious Naruto on the floor as he walked out of the room. Jiraiya came outside to see Sasuke at the entrance. Do it, Sasuke commanded. Jiraiya complied. Kaden. Gamaiu Enden, fire release. Toad oil flame bullet, Jiraiya yelled as he shot a fierce fire out of his mouth and burned the building to ashes. Sasuke smirked as he patted Jiraiya on the back. You did good, now, you die, Sasuke said as he sent a Chidori through Jiraiya. Jiraiya looked in surprise at Sasuke. Why? You said you wouldn't kill me if I did this for you, Jiraiya said to him. Sasuke smiled. Like I would make deals with the friend of a demon, Sasuke said as Jiraiya dropped to the floor. 2 hours later. Naruto emerged from the rubble as he looked to see it was raining. Naruto looked in anger for Jiraiya. Naruto couldn't find him until he found a note. Naruto began to read it. Sorry kid, but women are more important to me than you, and Sasuke said I could have as many as I want if I killed you, so there you have it. Have a fun time with Minato and Kushina. He didn't know Kushina might be alive. Naruto dropped the note as anger filled his body. He suddenly started to tremble from the fury as Kyuubi's chakra began to leak out of him. Jiraiya! Naruto yelled at the sky. Naruto took a breath. You better hope to Kami that I don't find you Jiraiya, Naruto said to himself as he left. Flashback end. Everyone was wide-eyed that Jiraiya would betray Naruto, and for women no less. Naruto clenched his hands as blood slowly seeped out. I will kill him, he thinks women are all that matter, I will be glad to show him fear, Naruto said to them. Everyone nodded in agreement as Naruto smiled. Okay, I will deal with him later, but let's just get through this day, Naruto said to them. Everyone nodded as they walked through the streets. As they walked, Anko came up to Naruto. So Naruto-kun, when are you going to go see if Kushina is alive? Anko asked him. Naruto lifted his head up as he looked at the sky. Maybe in a week, knowing she is alive makes me feel good and happy, Naruto said to them. Everyone smiled as they walked down the streets. They all stopped to look to the right as 2 people were arguing. For the last time Asuma, I won't go out with you, Kurenai said to the Blade Master. Asuma seemed a little mad by her response and grabbed her arm. Come on Kurenai, you have never said yes, won't you give me a shot? He asked her. Kurenai shook her head. I said no, now let me go, she ordered. Asuma seethed at her as he gripped her harder. But I love you, why won't you love me? He said to her. Kurenai brought her hand around and slapped Asuma in the face. Asuma became wide-eyed at Kurenai as she looked at him. Even Naruto is more of a man than you are, at least I am sure he wouldn't put his hands on me like you did, Kurenai shot at him. Asuma's eyes narrowed. What does this have to do with him of all people? Asuma asked her. Kurenai blushed as she turned away. It doesn't, so go away, she said as she walked away. Suddenly she bumped into the man they were taking about as Naruto looked at her. Kurenai blushed as she saw that she hit Naruto. Oh sorry Naruto-kun, she said to him. Naruto shook his head. It's alright, wait, when did she start calling me Naruto-kun, he wondered. Are you busy training? She asked him. Naruto shook his head. No, but we were going to do some when we all got home, Naruto told her. Kurenai nodded her head as she saw his group. Hey Anko-chan, Kurenai told her. Anko smiled as she looked at her friend. Hey Nai-chan, Anko said to her. Soon Kurenai and Anko engaged in a conversation over the Chunin exams as Asuma looked at them, clearly irritated that he was ignored. Asuma took out his brass knuckles as he put a fist up at Naruto. Hey Naruto, I challenge you for Kurenai, Asuma said to him. Naruto looked at him and shook his head. Ya know Asuma, Kurenai is a person, not a prize to be won, so I won't fight you over her. I respect her too much for that, Naruto said to him, causing Kurenai to blush. Asuma seethed as he charged forward at Naruto. Shut up and fight, he said to Naruto. Naruto sighed as Kurenai and Naruto's group backed up. Naruto held his hand out as he caught Asuma's fist in his hand. Naruto looked at Kurenai. This is your call, Kurenai-chan, I won't fight this guy if you don't want me to, Naruto told her. Kurenai smiled as she liked that Naruto put her opinion in it. I don't normally like guys fighting over me, but if it is you I can comply, Kurenai told him. Naruto smiled as he gripped Asuma's fist harder, making some bones crack. Asuma yelled in some pain as Naruto turned to him. Well, there you have it, you got yourself a fight, Naruto said to him as he fight Asuma in the gut with his free hand. Asuma rubbed his stomach a bit from some pain. Fine then Naruto, let's take this to the training field, Asuma said as he leapt away. Naruto sighed as he followed. His company soon followed the two also. At the training field, Naruto and Asuma stood at opposite ends of the field as they looked in each other's eyes. Asuma was thinking about how this fight was pointless since he was a Jonin and Naruto was officially a Genin. Naruto was wondering how much of his power he should hide to make this fight fair. Soon Naruto's company came as everyone waited for the fight to start. Kurenai turned to see everyone who was with Naruto. Are you guys sure Naruto-kun will be okay? Kurenai asked, clearly worried. Everyone laughed a little, but knew that Kurenai didn't know. Soon decided to talk. I don't date weak men, Kurenai. I didn't think I would find myself with him either, but trust me when I saw that even though his rank is Genin, Naruto-kun is probably the strongest in the village right now, Sum said to her. Kurenai thought she should have her ears checked. Sum just told her she was dating Naruto and that Naruto was probably the most powerful person in the village. Now when you think of the most powerful person you normally think the Hokage or one of the Sannin, but never a Genin. Kurenai decided to watch the match with interest. Ready Naruto, Asuma said to him. Naruto chuckled as he cracked his knuckles. Bring it Asuma, Naruto said to him. Asuma nodded as Kiba put his hand up and brought it down. Begin, Kiba said as he backed away. Asuma charged Naruto with his brass knuckles glowing with chakra. Naruto charged with a kunai as both clashed their weapons. Asuma already had to admit that Naruto was good. He blocked the brass knuckles as even held his own against Asuma in terms of strength. Naruto smiled as dispelled. Asuma became wide-eyed as he looked at nothing. Kage Bunshin, he wondered. Suddenly he was kicked in the face by Naruto as he was sent into the trees making a loud crash. Naruto smiled at the destruction. Come on Asuma, you aren't done are you? Naruto asked him. Asuma's smile jumped out of the trees, with a few scratches. Not bad, but I haven't got serious yet, Asuma said with a smile. Naruto rolled his eyes. Please, I am just plain bored here, Naruto thought to himself. Asuma ran forward in an attempt to get Naruto off his feet. Naruto simply sidestepped the Jonin as he passed him. Asuma seethed as he pivoted his foot and launched at Naruto. Naruto sighed as Asuma swung left and right at him continuously as Naruto simply dodged them all. Everyone cheered as they saw Naruto dodge Asuma's attacks. Kurenai was at least surprised. Asuma just couldn't hit Naruto. Kurenai suddenly blushed as she saw Naruto wink at her while he dodged Asuma. Naruto smiled as he turned back to a struggling Asuma as he disappeared. Asuma quickly looked around in every possible direction. "Oh, here it comes," Shizune said to them. "Here what comes?" Kiba asked her. Everyone else turned to Shizune as she smiled. "Just watch, Asuma won't be able to block this, not even Itachi with his eyes could dodge this," Shizune said to them. Everyone turned their eyes back to the field. "Well Asuma, I am bored so I will end this now," Naruto said to him. Asuma scoffed. "If you can just try it," he told the blonde. "Alright," Naruto said as he appeared behind Asuma and walked towards his group. "Done," Naruto said to him. Asuma turned only for immense pain to hit his body repeatedly. Asuma yelled as cuts ranging from small to big hit his body as he fell down. Naruto smiled. "You couldn't even hear the wind, could you?" Naruto told him. Naruto smiled as he walked back to his group, but stopped halfway and smirked. "You really don't know how to stay down, do you?" Naruto asked Asuma, who got up and did some hand signs. "Kaden, Hisekisho fire style, ash pile burning," Asuma yelled as smoke came out of his mouth and engulfed Naruto. Asuma smirked as he took out his lighter. "Know your place, Naruto," Asuma said as he threw the lighter into the smoke and watched it burst with a huge explosion. Asuma smiled as he looked to see a giant crater in the middle of the field. "Well, that takes care of that," Asuma said as he turned to Kurenai. "So do we have a date?" he asked with a smile. Kurenai looked at Asuma, then back at the smoke. She suddenly smiled, then blushed heavily along with Naruto's group except Kiba. Asuma sighed as he turned around only to see Naruto standing virtually unscathed and shirtless, exposing his abs and his finely tuned body. "Ah Asuma, I really like that shirt," Naruto joked to him. He turned to see Kurenai blushing at his body as he smiled. "Do you like what you see, Kurenai?" he asked as everyone turned to see her blush redden even more. Kurenai for herself was in her own thoughts over Naruto's body. That body, it's the hottest body I have ever seen, it's so kami-like and strong, I would love to feel those muscles on my body," Kurenai said in her thoughts as Asuma could see that he completely lost her attention. Asuma turned around and faced Naruto. "You know, for a genin you are very nosy," Asuma said to him. Naruto smiled with a nod. "Yeah, I get that a lot, but I am doing Kurenai a favor, I guess," Naruto said as wind formed around his arm. Asuma narrowed his eyes at Naruto's arm. "He no element training, but that is for Chunin and higher, this kid knows how to surprise people," Asuma thought as blue chakra ran through his blade. He pulled his arm back and smiled. "Well, no matter, he is still a genin, therefore I will always have the bigger advantage," Asuma said to himself as he and Naruto flew forward. Flying swallow," Asuma shouted as he ran at Naruto. Naruto smiled as his arm blazed out. "Fuden, Tengoku Sabama, wind style, heavenly swallow," Naruto yelled. Both shinobi collied with their techniques as the area exploded with a powerful wind that blew the trees away. Everyone enforced chakra to their feet as they tried to withstand the mighty explosion. As the winds calmed down, everyone looked to see a smiling Naruto over an unconscious Asuma. Naruto smiled as he picked up Asuma and sat him against a tree. "Well, that takes care of that," Naruto said to them. Everyone nodded as they came down to meet Naruto. "That was a fine battle, Naru-kun," Haku said to him. "It's too bad that you had to hold so much back," Shizune said to him. Naruto smiled. "Don't worry Shizune, when the time comes I will get serious," Naruto said with a slightly evil smile that everyone saw except Kurenai. Kurenai smiled at the knocked out Asuma as she walked over to Naruto's group. Naruto," Kurenai called to him. Naruto turned to her and smiled. "Yes Kurenai-chan," he asked. Thank you for all your help Naruto-kun," she said as she leaned down and kissed him on the cheek. Naruto blushed, but still smiled. "You're welcome Kurenai-chan, well I will see you later," Naruto said as he and his group turned to leave. I would like you to see me later," Kurenai said to him. Everyone stopped walking and turned to her. Naruto was almost stunned as he heard her. "Does Kurenai-chan want a date with me?" Naruto asked her. Kurenai blushed even more as she looked at the ground. Naruto-kun isn't like most of the perverts in this village, he is sweet, smart, strong, and I like him, so yes I would like to date Naruto-kun, Kurenai said to him. Naruto smiled as he walked over to Kurenai. He slowly took her hand and kissed it, making her blush even more red than her eyes. "It would be my pleasure to date you tonight, Kurenai-chan," Naruto told her. Kurenai smiled as gave Naruto another kiss on the cheek. "Pick me up at 9. She asked him. Naruto nodded. 9 it is, Kurenai-chan, see you until then," Naruto said to her. Kurenai nodded as she shunshined home a happy woman. Naruto smiled as he turned back to his group who were smirking. "What are you people laughing at?" he asked them. As everyone calmed down, Tsume spoke. Nothing, Naruto-kun, it's just that you seem to be quite the ladies' man," Tsume told him. Naruto blushed, but smiled nonetheless. "Well, what can I say, I love ladies," Naruto said, giving them each a kiss on the cheek that made them all blush. Everyone smiled as they walked back to the compound. Namikaze compound. As everyone got through the door, Naruto smiled when he saw Zabuza on the couch. "How you doing, Zabuza?" Naruto asked. Zabuza struggled to look up. "Those techniques are monstrous, whoever made them had to have been a genius," Zabuza said as he fell asleep, leaving everyone smiling at him. While everyone relaxed, Tsume and Henna took the time to look over their future house. They were surprised of how clean it was and how big it was. The Inuzuka compound paled in comparison to it. "This place is so big, I really wouldn't mind living here," Tsume said to her daughter. Henna could only nod in agreement. As they stopped their tour, everyone went for lunch in the living room as they saw Naruto about to leave. "Where are you going, Naruto-kun?" Shizune asked him. Naruto turned around and smiled. He had only one word for everyone who was staring at him. "Recruitment," Naruto said as he left, leaving everyone in a good mood. Chapter 16. Around the village. As Naruto walked through the place of his disgust, he looked around the village for any hints of recruits. He did have the Inuzuka clan to back him up, but he wasn't going to use Tsume and Henna like they were objects to him. He did love them all, but he realized that to destroy Konoha, he would still need some more. I probably need a strategist in my destruction of Konoha," Naruto thought as he walked through the village, ignoring the obvious glares of hate at him. As he walked, Naruto suddenly chuckled evilly. "Don't worry, you assholes, your time will come also, I will make every single one of you pay," Naruto said to himself as he continued his stroll through Konoha. Naruto's eyes looked up as he saw someone in a shop. He suddenly smiled as he walked over to the girl to give her some company. "Hey Kin, how you doing?" Naruto said, causing her to jump a bit. Kin turned around to see Naruto's face next to hers. Kin suddenly blushed as she looked at the blonde's face. She tried to speak, but words seemed to escape her mouth as she looked at him. Calm down, he is just the boy with the hot body that saved your life." "I think my consciousness is slipping," Kin thought as she continued to gaze at Naruto. Naruto smiled as he put his hand to her forehead, making her blush grow dark. "You don't have a fever, so why are you so red?" he asked her. Kin's eyes widened as she backed away from him. It's nothing, I am just a bit tired." "Well, I have to go," Kin said as she tried to run out the door, but was stopped by Naruto. Now Kin-chan, we need to catch up," Naruto told her as he took her hand and ran outside. Kin blushed as she felt Naruto's hand on hers. As Naruto ran through Konoha, he suddenly stopped once he realized he wasn't in the civil area, but he came to a training ground. Naruto smiled as he turned to see Kin panting next to him. "There, now we have some quiet," Naruto said to her. Kin stopped panting only to blush as she looked around to see that they were the only ones in the area. Kin saw Naruto sit next to a tree as he leaned his body back against it. Naruto smiled as he motioned for Kin to sit next to him. Kin blushed, but consented to the request. She soon sat next to Naruto as they laid back and took in a fresh breath of air. Kin slowly turned her head as she looked at his body. Kin blushed when she saw his hair blow in the breeze. Why is he so hot? Kin wondered as she continued to look at him. Naruto smiled as he felt her intense gazes over his body. Naruto smiled as he turned to her. Is there something you like, Kin-chan? Naruto asked her. Kin snapped out of her daze as she turned her head away in embarrassment. Nothing, Naruto, sorry for staring, she simply said to him. Naruto smiled as he leaned back. It's alright, Kin-chan, Naruto said to her. Kin nodded her head though Naruto didn't see it. Kin suddenly remembered her encounter with him in the Forest of Death. She remembered how he seemed to make Dozu sweat under his gaze as he saw Zaku hit her. She also thought his group was insane with the way the brunette dismembered her teammate as she seemed to enjoy it. She also remembered how she thought she was going to die by the blonde, but instead he looked to see if she was okay. His eyes that gazed into hers seemed to ignite her soul as she felt she could just easily trust him. Not even her own village could bring this much trust out in her. Kin slowly turned to the blonde. Thank you, she said to him. Naruto turned to her and raised an eyebrow. For what? He asked her. Kin turned her full body to him as she looked at him. For the Forest of Death incident. My teammates are pricks, I can't stand them, Kin said to him, the last part somewhat under her breath. Naruto looked at her and smiled, turning his full body to her as he cupped her chin. Think nothing of it, Kin-chan, people who hurt their teammates aren't fit to be called ninja, and I did it because I wanted to, Naruto told her. Kin seemed a bit confused by his statement. But why? She asked him. Naruto looked at her and smiled as he closed his eyes. Maybe I am a sucker for a cute girl, Naruto told her. Kin blushed heavily as she looked at him. Kin slowly lowered her head as her hair covered her eyes. Naruto turned to her with a bit of confusion. Kin-chan, Naruto said to her. Kin looked up and lunged forward to kiss Naruto on his lips. Naruto was surprised by the kiss, but he seemed to respond to it rather fast as he wrapped his arms around Kin as she pushed him against the tree. Both let the kiss overcome them as Kin invaded Naruto's mouth, much to his surprise. Naruto smiled as he felt his tongue be caressed by Kin's as they swirled around. Soon Kin separated from Naruto as she looked at him with a blush on her face. Naruto smiled as he looked at her. Not that I mind, but what was that for Kin-chan? Naruto asked her with a smile. Kin blushed as she stared at Naruto. That was a thank you for what you have done, Kin said to him. Naruto looked at and smiled. Thank you, Kin-chan, Naruto told her. Kin suddenly smiled as she laid in his chest. Suddenly Naruto heard something that made him smile again. I don't want to, Kin said as she pushed her face into his chest. Naruto looked at her. What is it, Kin-chan? Naruto asked her. Kin looked up at him while a few tears rolled down her face. I don't want to leave Naruto-kun, Kin said to him. Naruto looked at her in surprise. Kin decided to continue.